we are back. It says the stream's good, but it's not actually online yet. There, now it is.
Let's hit.
Yeah, here, it should be.
Okay, everybody, let's try that again. And I'm back, y'all. And I'm back, y'all. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back, y'all. I'm biggity back, and I'm back, y'all. Cause I'm back, y'all. Cause I'm backity back, and I'm back, and I'm back, y'all. So we changed the link, we changed the stream, we reset the computer, we did all sorts of stuff. We had a little freak out over here for a minute, but we're trying live TV. It happens. Believe me, I wish it wasn't. And on my overly obsessive compulsive self. So we had two issues on that one. One, we were getting a lot of people come in here using a lot of cell phone reception. Our wireless hub that we have is the best thing available on the market. However, hey, what's up, brother? How are you, man? The best thing we have on the market available, and thank you very much, man. The best thing we have available on the market, but it still goes off phone signals. So we're in a concrete building. Show them the concrete building with the metal beams. That if you've ever been in a big ass concrete building, sometimes the cell phone reception isn't the best. So that's part of it. Plus also, somewhere in there, the broadcast computer, we did a reset, and it seems to be a little bit better now. So there's a lot involved with that if we have to stop and restart the stream, including updating links, putting it through in all the different pages. So there's a lot going on. So we also we came back in, plugged in for a second again. We moved a couple little things around, pulled off some other devices that might have been trying to jack some Wi-Fi, trying to run as lean as we can. But we're trying to bring you as much as we can. We've been in here the Vapor Lounge for quite a while. We've hit a few dabs. We're trying to get onto the show floor. That's the next thing we're trying to do, get to the show floor. So fingers crossed, we'll be out there soon. As soon as Jared says we're all good to go here, he's just doing a little test, checking the devices to see how our technologicals are doing. Yeah, we've got audio, we've got video, probably got some chat. We probably got some people liking us in the chat. We probably got some people hating us in the chat. Yeah, a lot of people in the
Yeah, we just had a little signal problem, so we just had to get started again.
We met before, eh?
Yes, how are you? Good to see you. How are you?
There you go.
Thanks,
Water's
man.
good.
Cheers.
Gotta have H2O.
Let's try and move it out of maybe away from the walls, get to the middle of the room, get out of the room somewhere, try over by the windows.
What I need to do is, can you embed the live box? I don't think we can embed the live one.
I don't know. We're doing our best. We have less that we can show, but let's get out on the floor.
It won't matter to them. They don't care. So you pull it out.
Okay. So hang on. Let's unplug.
Yeah. So all right, Pod TV, we're back in action. Hopefully this feed's a little bit better for you guys. Please let us know if it gets choppy. It probably will get choppy because the signal in here has become terrible once all the people packed in here. So it's just one of those things that every time with live broadcasting, it's always a battle when you're in a crowd. Because everybody's got their cell phones in their pockets and they're all trying to do stuff. So the view, yeah, let's get OBS up here. There we are. So, yeah, we're going to leave the Vapor Lounge where we've been trying to get things set up and rolling and head out onto the main floor now of the Lift Expo here in Toronto. And so, chatters, if you're watching this, the people that are watching this, I guess there's no way to tell the other chatters because that last feed is gone, so I guess there's not much that can be done. But I'm going to have to get into the computer and actually fix up the stuff on the front page so that the buttons on the front page go where they're supposed to go. That would be better.
If we over by the windows, we might have a little bit better chance.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks pretty good this year out here on the floor. The carpets and all the stuff, it's a nice aesthetic touch. And they have the booths a little more packed in. With the Treating Yourself Expo, it was such a massive space that they kind of had things spread out a bit more. and the aisles were bigger in some senses. But look at this, Calyx Wellness Center, it says. So there's one, a wellness center. How's it going, guys? Live streaming on Pod TV right now.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about what Calyx Wellness Center is?
Dispensary in Toronto. We're strictly here today just to talk to the people about why dispensaries are needed within our city.
Right, exactly. And now, were you guys involved in the raid? Did you guys get raided with the other dispensaries?
No, actually, I'm not sure how that occurred. We did not get raided. We did, yeah. So
Yeah, they didn't go after everybody. They only went after less than a third of them or something.
yeah, it was a little strange. So basically, what had occurred, the day that everybody else received their bylaw infractions, we received one as well. So we believed that this was going to happen, but we didn't receive a police letter for some reason. A few of the other stores down the road did, and in the end, they ended up getting raided, and we ended up not. We have our doors closed right now, but we are hoping today that we'll raise awareness, and we're giving away a trip to Jamaica.
It's very nice.
For two to Negril to support cannabis dispensaries.
Very cool. So you guys are, of course, very. I mean, this must be worrying in some ways because the Toronto Police have said.
Absolutely. Like I'm a mother of three. I've dedicated my entire life and all my money towards this business, and there's nothing more I believe in than having the patients access this medicine safely. This is not about health and safety issues within our city. Only 50 people have complained about these issues. There are thousands of patients within this city that need the access to this medicine. My product is tested.
Yeah, exactly. And the police chief was saying, "Oh, we don't know where this is coming from. It's not tested, and so on and so forth." But yeah, we can do testing just like the LPs can do.
I would love for you to come in my shop and see how I run it. I pay HST. I go through all the motions that the LPs maybe. Yes. Sorry.
There we go. That's good. Now we're really in front of the logo here, and you guys have a very beautiful setup actually with the iPads and everything. Yeah.
To you?
Yeah, please do.
So Calyx actually comes from the concept of Calyx is the harvesting of the marijuana bud, and I wanted to harvest good health within each one of my patients. So that was the whole concept behind that. Also to be a little low key within the community, respect that I'm a storefront on Queen Street, and children walking by won't recognize that we are a dispensary. So.
And what's your address on Queen Street?
1606 Queen Street West. We're located in Parkdale. We service the Parkdale community.
And how long have you been there for?
We've been there since last October.
Last October, wow. And so have the police been into the establishment? Has there been any trouble up till now?
Absolutely not. We've been active within the community. The community is well aware of us there. We actually service most of the business owners within the community, and they are very much respect our
on board. And you've never had any complaints that you know about?
Never had a complaint. The BIA has been in and out many times saying they support our business. There have been a few that they haven't supported, but they've been behind us 100%.
And when you say that you have your products tested, what does that entail exactly?
Well, we have to go through a lab. We have to pay to have each one of our cannabis flowers tested within a facility.
And what are they're testing for, like any kind of molds and things like that?
It's quality control. It's also about mold. There's mildew issues. They're also testing for levels of THC and CBD.
So I know it seems ridiculous to me that we have the police chief coming forward and basically spouting off lies. Rico, how you doing, man? Yeah, no, we're going to come talk to you soon. You have this police chief up there saying this crazy stuff, and it's basically all not true because so many of the dispensaries do get their stuff tested.
You know what? I would love for somebody to come in and give me the chance to show them how I'm running my business, but that was not done. This was done in a very,
It was a crackdown of unprecedented proportions that we've never seen before. Brutally. Unreasonable and unprecedented.
Agreed. And here I am, a mother of three, somebody who pays my taxes, who's heavily involved within the community. I've been doing philanthropy work since I was 15 years old, going to other countries and servicing. I am now within my community trying to service a need, and I'm considered a criminal.
Have you talked to your members about what's going on and what's their feeling about it?
Absolutely. They're extremely distraught and upset, and this is hurting our business in many different ways. Parkdale residents have come. They've put up notices on our door. They're extremely distraught, and this is not the behavior that they should have gone.
Well, it was really great talking with you. And can you give us your website address or where people can find out more information?
It's www.calixwellnesscenter.com, and we're located 1606 Queen Street West in Parkdale. Please come visit.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It was really great talking with you. What's going on?
I want you to go and just make sure everything's okay with your settings, because I don't know these Macs as well as you do.
Yeah.
Just
I'm going to play with that, and I'm also going to make sure it's up on the front page and stuff.
Yeah, and make sure it's up doing what it needs to do. But let's push forward for right now. Get over by the windows, so we're not standing here. Let's not do this here. Let's get down this way.
Okay.
Excuse us for a sec, guys. We're just going to push through with Pot TV here. Yes, sir. We're trying to get through the exposition here. It is super busy right. We're at a corner. Hey, what's going on, brother? How are you, man? Everything well?
Oh, yeah.
You guys are okay?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, man?
What's we're live on Pot TV.
What's happening? Yeah, man, for sure.
Talking a bit. Yep.
Thanks, man.
How's the stream health and all that
It looks
stuff?
good. Okay, you hold this down.
Yeah.
Keep us moving.
So I'm going to walk for a second here. We are coming through. See, and it's not just LPs and distributors. We've got PAX, the crazy vaporizer company. We've got lighting companies that come on. We've got,
Stand in front of the camera.
sorry, we've got healing treating centers. We've got a lot of lighting. Obviously, a lot of grow-related equipment here as well, too. We've got some trimming machines. We've got a number of products. What we're trying to do right now is make it over towards the window to sort of by the media area to see how we are doing with the signal. Excuse us for a second, guys. Excuse us, coming through. Don't mind us. Sorry, coming through. Pot TV, coming through. Pot TV, coming through. Cannabis Culture's Pot.tv. Check us out live on the YouTube. And, of course, Expert Joints live every Thursday at 4:20. Sorry? The name of the company is Expert Joints is mine, but we are Cannabis Culture, we are Pot TV, and we are live on YouTube right now. Check us out every day, every week, www.pot.tv. Plugs. Right? There is some demo stuff going on. We've even got...
Pot TV.
Yes, we got Pot TV in the house. What's up? Respect, man. You good?
How are you guys?
Good, man. Well, you tell us, how are you doing?
Oh, man. The only thing missing from here is a cool, clean smoking section.
Actually, there's a vapor lounge in the back.
We've got to keep it, mixed. So a cool, clean smoking section. But I'm enjoying myself. I'm getting a lot of cannabis education here, even for someone who's seasoned in the cannabis world.
Right.
And this is good. We need a lot of education on the professional side, right, to help tend to the legal issues and shopkeepers, everything. Make it a reputable business, something for the economy, and something for us to get some work. Be
proud of.
people.
Absolutely. Stand behind the community, embrace itself, regulates itself, can control itself. We're willing to work with folks if they'll just let us. And it's cool to see people out here understanding and trying to gain the knowledge and make the questions. And it's been a tumultuous time, but thank you for coming.
I appreciate all this to give clarity to a lot of the misconceptions out there.
That's what a lot of people are saying. I came here to get some information. I had some questions, and it seems to be, we're just starting to get around on the show floor here, that there's a lot of folks here who answer a lot of the questions you have, and obviously along the way recommend a lot of their products and their good fine services. But we appreciate you coming through. As a visitor to here, typically independent, what do you feel the Expo, like in comparison to other ones? Have you been to events like this before?
What I did find here was a lot more accessibility to, I guess, applying to be a part of it legally. So if you wanted to get your cannabis through a dispensary and things of such, instead of being a lost staple in the community where you want it, but you don't know the means to get it legally, something like this helps get break cultural borders, everything to get the education across.
And that's Cannabis Culture and Pot.tv. We're trying to spread the word around the world. Thank you very much, man. Respect. Appreciate you coming through, man. What's your name, man? Any shout-outs?
Bless up. It's Bill A. Blunt. Bill A. Blunt.
There you go.
And a salute to PlayStation Network.
There you go. Thank you very much, y'all. Peace. Bill A. Blunt in the house doing it. So what are we looking like, Vandermeer? Head towards the window some more?
I think so. Hold on a sec here. Give me 1 sec. I'm just
Good. We will come back and check out more of the floor. We just want to get over here for a second, show you some shit that's going on. Oh, look, just do a little turn down there. We got like Dutch Passion, we got the Lift Expo signs up there, exotic seeds. Hell, we even got the marijuana coloring books. It is not just producers here.
No, it's in fact almost no.
Temple Med's in the house. What's up, Temple Medicinal? What's going on? Shouts to check out Temple of Calyx, of course, as well, too. Temple Meds.
There's going to be a lot of products, as there always is at every Pod Expo. It's basically all products. Like it's a lot, you know, all you have your growing equipment companies, you have your paraphernalia companies, and then you know, even the coloring books with Lawrence Cherniak right there. But we also have a lot of, today there's seed companies and stuff here too. So let's go up to the front. You keep rolling, and here, there we go.
You push and work cameras and do all this stuff. I'm going to keep rolling this way. Yeah, right. Here, I'm going to keep going this way. I'm going to try and keep the camera a little bit steady because as we roll. They got a little demo stage over here. What's up, Matty-O?
Yeah. So Matt Oliver, who is with us right here, Matty-O, Pod TV's Matty-O, for a long time. And Matt's actually done this broadcast for us before. So yeah, scoot you over a little bit there. You've actually been the guy we didn't have a cart, but you were the guy who actually held the laptop in your hand and walked around with this and like hustling with me and Goodwin over a long time. You've been here. I think you were at all the treating yourselves with us pretty much, right?
Yeah, definitely. I was. I've been coming since I think it was 2010.
Yeah.
2011. Yeah, it started off with us running around with a little BlackBerry playbook, and we've graduated. I mean, I'm pretty jealous. You guys got the technology going on here. It's really cool.
The feed is still difficult. It's choppy. Here,
it's well put together. Actually, no, the feed is still a little bit broken up. What's up, Matty-O? Craig X from Thursday's show. How are you, man? Good to see you, man.
What do you think, Matt? Tell us about what you think.
Well, I mean, I can only compare it to the treating yourself, and I guess the one that they did last year, the year before, there was the big stink about the smoking patio and stuff like that. I think this one is so far so good. It's kind of like the other ones. It seems like there's more people here.
It's been a big news story this week.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, relevance is at an all-time high across the board. So there's a lot of people.
Hi.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's Jody.
It's Jody again, just wandering around.
Yeah, and I mean, I miss doing this with you guys. This was it was a lot of fun. Jeremiah is such a great guy to work with. Same with everybody at Pod TV. It was so rewarding, and also it was just so exciting and just good times. So to see you guys walking around, it definitely makes me miss it.
Well, thank you very much, man. We appreciate it. As we expand out here, the growth of cannabis culture is not going to be specific to just retail, just recreational cannabis retail. There is definitely the possibility of an HQ, of a head shop, as well as Pot TV representation out here in Toronto as well too. We've got the space and we've got the opportunities, and we've got the people. A lot of beautiful people in Toronto out here. So we would like to get a little more attention, and maybe Matty-O will be able to help us out here. We don't want to put you on the spot or anything live.
No, you know, I have nothing but love and kind words for Pot TV and cannabis culture, and especially Jeremiah.
You'd be the first.
Jeremiah's like a brother to me. When I went out to Vancouver, I remember staying with Mick, Marijuana Man. Mick Man.
Opus, what's up? Opus 420,
yeah,
Opus Farm.
Opus, but man, I've never been given anything. Never been given anything but love from. Yeah, I say with Jeremiah, we had such mad, with Malmo bringing over the keef, the keef covered. Malmo, I love you, bro. Hope you're watching. Love you.
Well, why wouldn't he be? Everybody should be watching. We thank you for watching and tuning in. We appreciate the fact bearing with us through knowing him. Oh, good for Malmo. We're in the process of trying to get this feed to stay steady. Wi-Fi's dropping in and out a little bit. We're trying to walk around to the front here to get some better reception, do a little show floor time. Then we got to go plug in for a minute, wander around for a minute, plug in for a minute, wander in for, it's working.
I hear you.
But no, we appreciate you coming through, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Keeping it honest, and we look forward to talking with you again.
Yo, love you, man. Big time. We got to hang again, and we'll get you doing Pod TV Toronto stuff, man. That'd be totally awesome. Yeah.
I'll talk to you more.
Yeah, for sure. Awesome. Yeah, we really should, man. I love you, man, so much. I know, we got to hang for sure. Okay, trying to get these feeds going. I got just about everything everywhere. I got one more thing to do to put it in the actual, what's that?
Well, let's just move to the side again here.
There you can see, there's Jody on the phone. She's probably doing media
Jody doing press? Yeah, Jody doing press interview.
So let's look at the sponsors there. Tell them about the sponsors.
Okay, so first things first, iPapa freaks all the honeys, dummies. We got the Lift Cannabis Expo, brought to you by Crop King Seeds. Shouts to Kyle, shouts to Crop King, shouts to the guys doing it at Hastings, Vancouver holding it down, representing. Of course, we got weed maps. You can, hang on, at Crop King Seeds on social media and Crop King Seed Twitter, of course. Weed maps at Weed Maps aplenty, weedmaps.com. You want to check them out. Dispensary listing service. We did some hosting with them at the Extract Zen parties. Shouts to Courtney, shouts to Devin, Steven. What's up, fam? 420 Canada. I don't know. Right, they are, but I don't know their social. I don't know anybody else's social on here off by heart. Gold Sponsors, Mary Can. Yes, I do. Shouts to the Urban Growers. Shouts to Remo. What's up, Remo? Sure, we'll probably run into you. I heard you're out here somewhere. Can Pro, Equipment and Supply, Trim Pro, Supreme, PAX. We haven't reviewed a PAX yet on Expert Joints Live, but we probably will at one point. And the Marijuana for Trauma, Inc., veterans helping veterans. Very cool service. I've seen a few of those shirts walking around. I want to chop it up with them. And also, another really cool thing that's about these banners is this sandwich over here. So this sandwich is awesome.
We're all good now.
So we're going to go over here by the food deli for, rather than giving any other sponsorship to anybody else we don't really want to share any sponsorship with, we're going to go ahead and move on to the real subject that matters, what we know you want to see. The food. No, we got some seed catalogs, we got some seed banks. We're going to wander this way for a minute, get down to the end, maybe have to plug in for a second. Yes, we are live right now on Pot TV, streaming throughout the world on the internets. Food. Mood. So do we want to try and tune any of this here, Jeremiah's, or what do you think, bro? How about we talk to the Exotic Seeds guys as we dip in here right on the side? Man, this is a nice full aisle. Hi guys, how are you? Good. We're live on Cannabis Culture's Pot TV, streaming around the internets all right now. How's things at exoticseeds.com?
Oh, Exotic Seed is doing great. We're selling so many products today to everyone. We're so happy that everybody's just so excited to be involved at the Lift Cannabis Expo. And we're here representing Brampton.
What's up, Brampton? Careful. And so what are you guys all about? Exotic Seeds, obviously carries seeds. Sorry, we're live on Pot TV right now. Just give us half a second. Your product range includes?
So we include all cannabis culture products. So you're looking at from the magical butter to the bubble magic machines. And then we have all of your raw accessories, and same thing with your novelty seeds, ranging from 3 feminized seed packs to your 10 seed packs.
And prices and?
Prices range from about $35 to about $100. And
very competitive, very fair.
Yeah, and taking from all of our seeds today, we're taking $15 off.
Very nice. And where do your seeds come from?
So they come from various breeders. So we carry over 20 breeders from around the world. We carry breeders from North America. We even have our own exotic seed brand. And as well, with all the exotic seeds, we have over 500 genetics to choose from in the seed bank.
Nice. And for more information on Club Paradise Cannabis Culture Shop and exoticseeds.com, how do they get a hold of you?
They can get a hold of us by the phone, or they can visit our website at clubparadise420.com.
Very nice. And any social media?
Yep. So we have a Club Paradise 420 page, and as well we have the Facebook. We have Instagram. Follow us at Club Paradise 420, and as well exoticseeds.com.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you letting us ambush you. Check them out. They're here doing it. Just one of the many retailers in the house getting it down. Thank you so much. I'll let you get back to work. Appreciate it. Good. I think we're doing a little better over here. Let's keep walking this way. Or why don't we go to these guys? While we're right here. Hi, guys. We're live on Cannabis Culture's Pot TV, streaming around the internet right now. Wanted to ask Ganja Brands a couple of questions about your fine products.
This is the father of Ganja Brands.
Father of Ganja Brands. Hi, I'm Craig X from Cannabis Culture's Pot TV. We're here live on the internet right now. We'd love to know a little bit about your products and what you guys are all about, and what do you think of the event?
The turnout's great. We're just, as far as the products go, Ganja Brands, it's scientifically proven. It's made by a lab. It's tailored towards the cannabis industry. We also have the exotic seeds. This little pathway here, this is all our brands. We have extraction over here, extraction experts. We got seed experts over here, pushing our own breed, the exotic breed, exotic seeds. And we also carry Dynafem and HSO, all your top strains, helping medical patients get their medicine that they need. We've got everything from ballasts to lights. Been growing for about 16 years, giving people, the advice that works.
That's very, very cool. You do have a wide product lineup, and if this whole area is you, I love to see the fact that you're diversifying and keeping it good. That's very, very good. We actually just talked to the fine ladies over here, Club Paradise, Culture Shop, as well as exoticseeds.com. For the rest of your products, how do they find you?
They can find us at ganjabrands.ca, growersparadise.ca, clubparadise420.com, and exoticseeds.com.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming out and supporting. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. Looking good.
Thank you, brother. Reach out to us. Maybe we can do a feature on you at some point. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
That was his wife you interviewed over there,
Oh,
too.
that worked out even better.
Really? 'Cause I just said to him, you should interview his wife next. He said, we just interviewed her.
Nice.
So I'm surprised he didn't say
Nice.
that.
Oh, it's funny how that works. So, just about to drop a bunch of cards all over the place. Oh, dropped them anyway. Are we all set there, Vandermeer?
Yeah, getting it.
Sorry, guys, bear with us. Just dropping shit all over the house. Let's turn back and go this way.
Okay, let's go down the aisle.
How's our battery doing? We got to get to some power soon. Okay. Well then. So heading down the aisles.
Yeah, but what do we do?
We got some crazy lighting equipment. Oh, we got like a little bloom box. That'll throw up the fucking lights crazy. And the Dutch Passion Seeds guys, they got a tent. Back this way or up this way? How's it going, man? Good. We're live on Pod TV. Yeah.
Nice. Oh,
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the support. Yes, it is.
Really appreciate everything you do.
And now you're on Pod TV. What's
Awesome.
going on, man? Give us your name. and
Not
where
too
you going.
much. I'm Mike. My name's Mike. I'm here because of Pot TV, essentially. I'm active in the community because of Pot TV. Actually, Jeremiah, my sister popped into Cannabis Culture one time without realizing. I think you sent me a little video message, kind of a greeting. Yeah, it was under the name Muffles there. Yeah. Okay, so rings a bell. Yeah. Yeah, awesome.
Good to meet you.
Oh, that's great. You too. Yeah, man. I love Pod TV. I love what you guys do. And like I said, I'm here because of you guys. And I'm actually with a radio station in Toronto right now. I'm hoping to actually just got approval to implement a cannabis kind of spoken word segment into my show. So I'm hoping to somehow get the Cannabis Culture name out there. And
Well, you reach us at Expert Joints and go ahead and keep continuing supporting us, Cannabis Culture. And, we support the community. We're here to give back. What do you think of the event and the overall, of course, the drama in Toronto right now? How do you feel?
Actually, I just got here to the event right now, but all the bullshit going on at the dispensaries, I mean, they're all operating so independently. Some are doing, you have a prescription for anything, here you go. Others are strictly MMAR, MMPR patients.
And like the Cannabis Culture new place, that's recreational cannabis retail.
Oh, right. So is
19 plus, 2 pieces of ID.
right. Okay. So is that you don't have to be an MMA or MMPR?
801 Queen Street Road. Well, unfortunately, the MMAR and MMPR is a valid document, but only considered valid if you purchase from one of the Health Canada licensed producers.
Yeah.
And purchasing a dispensary invalidates it, so it's a nice gesture that the shops were making, but it's, as we saw yesterday, it carries no weight.
Exactly, yeah, and there's places like Weeds that are giving easier access, like I said, just for any old prescription, which I needed at one point because, at least before the Liberal parties came in, it was extremely difficult to find a doctor to approve your to prescribe cannabis, essentially, right?
We're at the point where we believe if you don't need a doctor's note to have a glass of wine after work, and if all you need is wine or cigarettes or lottery tickets, all you need is ID 19, so that's our standard as well.
Right, yeah, that's the way it should be.
We appreciate the support, man. Thank you. Keep watching, man. Any shout outs?
Just the Pot TV, Jeremiah, Jody, thank you guys for being here and for doing everything that you guys do.
We appreciate it, man. Thank you. Cheers. Shall we continue? Let's rock and roll. Hello. We are Cannabis Culture Pot TV live on Pot TV right now. Could you tell us a little bit about what Gavita Professional Lighting is all about?
Yes, of course. Me and Mini-Me at this moment are...
Yeah, I know this guy.
yeah. He's famous, you know that?
Yeah, well, he's going to be more famous now that he's live on Cannabis Culture's Pot TV. Appreciate that. Don't forget to check out Expert Joints on Thursdays as well, too. 4:20 Pacific time. So tell us what Gavita Professional Lighting is all about. You sound like you may have come all the way from Holland for this.
I did. Can you tell by my Dinglish?
Yes, exactly. It was what it was. It was what it was. Plus, it also says Holland on here. Exactly, so, you know, I kind of, my deductive reasoning skills are quite fine. Tell us about your product, what's going on, and tell us who you are, and what do you think of the event?
Okay, well, you know, Gavita Holland is a Dutch company. We're a lighting company. We're based in Holland, obviously. We make our products in Holland, and we specialize in horticultural lighting. We're the oldest horticultural lighting company in the market, and for about 6 years now, we sold our products for the hydroponics market under the name Gavita Holland. We're market leader in North America. Everybody copies us at the moment. We introduced the double-ended fixtures. We introduced the plasma light fixtures. So yes, we're innovators in this.
So everybody does copy you then.
They do. Well, you know, I mean, it's sort of flattery, isn't it?
That's what they say.
Yes. But also, you know what we do? We make these controllers, these smart controllers.
Here's our camera right here.
Very tiny, you know.
Tell us about the controllers. What do they do?
Controllers switch your fixtures on and off. They dim them, they boost them. They have a sunset, and you can control the time for the sunset and the sunrise. But also it has like temperature control features. If the temperature is too high, it will automatically dim them. If your air conditioning fails, it will automatically shut them down. It will warn you through a alarm contact. So yeah.
You get a text message when it gets too hot in your room.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. And actually, you know, this little thing runs 1,200 fixtures.
Wow. That's a well put together unit then.
Thank you very much, sir.
I like that. Yeah. Well, we appreciate you taking the time. If people are interested in it and they're not in Holland, they can still get products over here in North America?
Of course. We got a distributor in Canada called Rambridge. We're here at the booth with them. Rambridge.com.
Yes, Rambridge.com. And of course, how do they get a hold of you direct should they have any questions or want more information?
They can ask me or Mini-Me on the net, of course. Go to gavita-holland.com and you can find all about our products.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time. We look forward to hearing more about it. Please reach out to us.
We will.
Thank you very much. Sorry, boss. Excuse us. Jared, we got enough time to give down a little bit? Okay, perfect. Okay, still, okay, good. Oh, House of the Great Gardener. Oh, this could be interesting. We're at the House of the Green Gardener booth now. What's going on? Is Matt here? Okay, well, then we'll try. 2:30. See if we can get over there. So yeah, Matt Barron is the guy who got kicked out of the protest or the press conference yesterday at Toronto Police Headquarters. We're gonna try and make our way over there. There's what? No, it's a different herb. They got multiple herbs. We need to get somewhere we can plug in before not too long. And there's a whole bunch of other people. I want to talk to these guys. But anyway. Okay, we're going to try and get over the speaker stage first. Cool. We're going to start. Hey, how are you? Pot TV, Cannabis Culture Live, doing it. Yes, so Matt at the speech on the speaker stage, he'll talk about the police press conference and him getting thrown out of it. Obviously, if there's any ramifications that came from it. So we're going to work our way over to the speaker stage. Along the way, you can see the wide variety of everything. We got trimmers. We got lots of lighting companies. We've got all these Boveda guys. I really want to get in touch with them. The Weed Maps booth. What's up, Weed Maps? What's up? Hello. How are you? Fantastic. You look a little chide right now, a little red-eyed right now. It happens. It is a cannabis conference after all. And you do look like you're reasonably familiar with cannabis. Yeah, a little. Not your first day? No. So you are a seasoned smoker. Do you like smoking joints? Do you like well put together joints? How about expert joints? Hey, yeah, well, we like you too, Mary. You having fun here today? Yeah, it's been a good time. What do you think about the overall situation in Toronto, though, right now? Yeah, we don't want to see you suffering at all. No. We want you to be happy and free. Absolutely. For everybody, equal and fair access for everyone. That's the point, right? Okay, well, I know you're busy here today, so I'm going to let you run and help everybody else. But for more information, if anybody wants to get a hold of you, they look at thedragon.ca. We will make sure we check that out. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. Bye, love. Ewok, let's roll. And of course, to Tilray.
So I just wanted to say, we're going to come back and talk to the guys at Tilray about what happened yesterday and some of the other LPs, because we got Tilray right here, but we can't do it right now because, and actually I see Philipe Lucas over at Tilray, and I imagine he will talk to us. I actually had a conversation with Philipe yesterday. He came into the Cannabis Culture Dispensary, and we got into a little bit of a discussion, you could say. I got a little feisty, but we got into a discussion about some things, and I asked him if he would be supportive of campaigning for the dispensaries, saying that the cops should leave the dispensaries alone. So we're going to go talk to him or somebody at Tilray about that concept. But I want to see Matt Barron's speech because Matt was so awesome yesterday, got kicked out of the protest for saying he started the whole thing off yesterday at that protest. So I really want to see if we can get to the place where he's speaking, which I don't even know where that is. Is it?
Where it says the Believe stage, I believe.
Okay, we believe it's over here at the Believe stage. So we're going to check this out. But, man, there's a lot of stuff here. Cannabis is medicine, med relief. We got Fant right there behind us here. Look at the Fant booth. Show them the Fant booth. Show them the Fant booth. We got 7 minutes to get over there. Oh, we got the Fant booth. D420K's in the house.
D420K.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Really good.
Yeah, how's it going over at the Fant booth here?
I was just eating some Whoppers.
Whoppers, oh, I'm jealous. No, don't give me one now. I can't eat it.
Okay, well, you can have it for
Oh, those kind of, I thought you meant like BK Whoppers.
later on. No.
I thought we were talking like, nice.
Right on.
Explain what this is. Show that off and tell us what that is.
Like the chocolates?
Oh, is it just chocolates?
Yeah, just candy in here.
Oh, I thought it was like infused or something. Is it infused?
No.
Oh, okay. Get me excited.
When you're high or not high, when you're hungry.
So you guys got quite the setup here.
Yep.
Have you been to the Treating Yourself Expo and stuff? What's up, guys? Have you been to any of the other expos here at the convention center?
My very first time to Toronto and my first time to any of these events. Yeah. And we went to a Blue Jays game last night in Toronto. It was they did. What a city this is. I know. What a time this is. I just went and had some dabs over there for fucking 2 hours, it doesn't stop.
No, and they can't eat no matter what the cops do.
Yeah, and it's this thing has brought so many people together. I meet so many people here that have been following my media stuff, and I'm meeting all these people that have been following me for this side of Canada, and what a presence here, man. Did
you have any of the judging samples of the Lift Expo Judges Pack?
I didn't myself, but I did with Johnny
B.
I was over at his place. He got it the day before I left back to PG. And I stopped at his place, and we had a few joints and tried it out, a few dabs. I told him no, yes, and that was that I.
What'd you think of the samples?
I thought it was pretty good. It was presented nicely. It was a big box. They could have sent it better because it was really, really stinky, I guess. But, this day and age, this is the time we live in, and we might as well push the envelope a little bit, not to be a fucker about it, but, do it.
We got Matt over here. We got to listen to Matt. We'll talk to you soon. We'll be back. Listen to Matt. Oh yeah, I heard. There he is. Okay, we're rolling into the area here. I know that voice anywhere. To me, Matt Barron sounds a lot like Kirk Tusaw. They're very good friends. I was telling this to Kirk on the phone because whenever I hear Matt, I always think it's Kirk and vice versa. That they're just such good homeboys and brothers that they literally sound like each other. They're not actually brothers, but they really do sound like they should be brothers. And listen, if anybody out there knows Kirk Tusaw, when Matt's talking, listen and tell me after if you think it sounds like him. Because here we go. This is the guy right here. Hey, the rebel. How you doing, Matt? He was the guy who started stirring it up yesterday, and man, what did you think about that whole thing? They kicked you out.
I couldn't listen to it anymore. I couldn't listen to him go on and on about the health issue. the health scare, the health. It was like, what are you talking about? And I literally, my heart was just pumping.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's it. And I was just like, show me the harm. Can you prove that? Can you show me hospital records of the harm and damage that's being caused, right? And it just couldn't do it. Like, show me a victim. You're not ever going to be able to. Show me the harm. And the other thing was the 54 complaints. It's like, oh, this was a massive bust because we had a whole bunch of complaints, and then he's like, oh, well, we had like 54 or 55 complaints. Where I guarantee that Pamela Call was probably half those.
Exactly.
Right?
And they didn't say if they were local complaints or what they're for.
You check these complaints. Say complaints versus how many people are getting their medicine that, literally it's tens of thousands of people versus 54 complaints. I have 54 complaints. It's just that where's the balance in that? There's no balance, right?
No, it's completely ridiculous.
For them to use the health issue, the health scare, the health, we don't know what the THC values of these medicines are, so we have to bust them. But yet there's been no recorded death in human history.
And what a joke anyway, because it doesn't, as much as it's helpful for patients to have those numbers, it doesn't really have anything to do with safety.
It has nothing to do with safety. It has, there's nothing. If cannabis were to cause harm, we would have found it. Say
thousands of years ago.
Say like 10 or 20 years ago, right? Where you would just buy a bag of weed. Where did that weed come from? No one had any clue where that bag of weed came from. Molds, mildews. I mean, this weed is there would be tons of it in it.
It's still like that on the black market now.
And because cannabis has such antibacterial, antifungal properties to it, you never ever see an issue. Even smoking moldy weed. Don't smoke moldy weed. Right. Don't smoke weed.
But it's not going to kill you.
It's not going to kill you. It's not going to. It's now there. I always draw the line because there are a small group of people with autoimmune deficiencies and HIV/AIDS and things that those people need to be extra careful in what they buy. But 98% of society, and you can smoke a moldy joint and nothing is going to happen to you. I don't recommend it. I don't think it's a good thing. I think regulations are a good thing, but going in and busting 40 or 50 compassion clubs isn't doing a positive thing for society.
It hurts so many patients, and man, good on you yesterday for starting that up. It was hilarious. And I mean, really, these guys had no argument, and they were embarrassed, I think, because they really hadn't thought it out.
No, they hadn't. No. They thought that they were going into a press conference and people were just going to sit there and listen to what they had to say. And maybe that's how press conferences work. I don't know. I snuck in. I didn't have press credentials.
They weren't letting people go in. They were saying you have to get press credentials to go in and all this stuff. It was actually open to the public. It was not limited in that way. The cops were just telling people it was limited in that way.
I walked up to the cop once and asked them, I'm like, hey, can I go in? And I was smoking my medicine. And he's like, no, get away from me with that. And I'm like, oh, what? And then he pointed to the no smoking sign. I was like, oh, okay. And I started walking away, and he physically pushed me. He's like, get out of here. And I'm like, whoa, that was kind of weird. And then I was like, well, screw that. And then I just said, I'm going to walk in like I own the place. And I just walked right on in. And
we did the same thing. He tried to actually physically stop us from getting in. He was getting in our way, so we just went in a different door. And he was chasing us down like, you guys can't go in there.
Yeah.
We were allowed to go in there. I actually complained later, and I got the media consultant person down and was like, this cop told us we couldn't go in there, and he was telling us all this stuff. And she literally told me that he was wrong to do that. And then she tried to retract it afterwards. And then the cop came over, that same cop, the thuggish-looking mafia guy one.
And tattoos on him and
yeah,
stuff?
well, he was like an older guy. He looked like, I don't know, he looked like your stereotypical police chief from New York or something.
You could tell he
yeah.
spent a lot of time on the beat.
But he actually, when he came over, because when I opened the door, it kind of slammed open, and he's like, I'm going to arrest you. And when we were coming to the hallway, and when I saw him afterwards, he's like, I'm going to go look at that door right now, and if there's a mark on it, I'm coming back to arrest you. That's what he told me afterwards, and I was like, I'll be waiting.
What can you do, right?
But I mean, the larger thing now, you're speaking here at the Lift Expo. We're here, this crowd is gathering to see you right now. And I mean, you were on the bill before any of this stuff happened, but you said you're going to slightly modify your speech or something?
No, I don't know. I think
You gonna bring it up?
I think I'll bring it up. I think I'm gonna, but it's not. I'm not here to slam anybody. I'm not here to call anybody out. I'm here to sort of say, you know, the community. There's been a crack. There's been a crack in the community. You know, there's a sort of the LPs and then you have like the dispensary side, and there seems to be, and I think it's government driven, right? The government has put people in certain situations that they don't have any other choice but to go down certain avenues, and I just think we need to stand together more as a group.
Totally. Okay, all right, we're going to watch Matt. Thanks for talking with us, Matt, here. I'm going to try and get you guys the best sound possible. I need your help, brother.
Hello?
We're going to get a little closer, and hopefully you guys will be able to hear this. Yeah.
Are you going to record this whole thing?
My name is Matt Mernagh. I own House of the Great Gardener Seed Company. I've been growing cannabis for over 20 years. I've been working with the Compassion Clubs in Canada for about 15 years. I first started working with the Compassion Clubs in Victoria, and I've won awards all over the world. I work with Compassion Clubs all the way across Canada now. And today I don't really want to talk to you about growing cannabis. I want to talk to you about sort of intention and the intention that's been put into cannabis, and really just the intention that you put into whatever you do. So for me, I got into growing weed because I was a raver. I lived in Toronto in the 90s, and I went to a lot of raves, and I did a lot of psychedelic drugs, and I had a fantastic time doing it. But in the midst of doing it, I had a few experiences that were different, that were way outside of a regular psychedelic experience. Some people may know, some people are like, oh, well, that guy's just doing psychedelics, right? But a couple of those experiences were so far outside of the regular experiences that you would have that for me, I needed to search out what those things were. So I started reading books. I started reading books on meditation. I started reading books on Australian Aboriginal culture. I started reading books on South American Amazonian tribe culture. And a lot of these cultures talk about the same sort of experiences, these same events, essentially these experiences that in society there is recorded history of for a long, long time. And one of these books was called The Way of the Shaman. And it was written by Michael Harner, PhD anthropologist. And what Michael Harner did is he went around the world to indigenous cultures and stripped away all cultural beliefs in the spiritual practices in which that culture followed. And what he found and what he eventually called core shamanism was a basic beliefs in journeying to non-ordinary reality and getting things done. Not just going to a party and having a good time, having a great experience. And at the back of this book, there was a phone number. And on this phone number, I was like, oh, cool, I'm going to call this phone number. And I called the phone number, and they're like, oh, well, we can send you a pamphlet that has seminars and people that sort of teach this stuff. So they sent me this little pamphlet. And within the pamphlet, down in Windsor, Ontario, there was this drum circle. And I was like, holy cow, they're having like an introduction to shamanism course in like 2 weeks. I was like, wow, synchronicity is like knocking on my door. So I called this number, and they totally were like, oh yeah, sure, come on down, it'll be a great thing. And I showed up, and it was like a group of old ladies, white hairs, and a bunch of drums, right? And then I got into a lot of conversations with these ladies about some of the psychedelic experiences that I had, and they were like, oh yeah, tell us more, tell us more about these experiences. And they really understood, and they really recognized the experiences that I had. And the other thing that they said to me is they were amazed at the amount of kids that were coming out of the rave scene that had these questions. And I spent about maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years with these ladies. and they taught me how to drum, and they taught me how to experience these experiences without the psychedelic drugs. They call the psychedelic drugs a tool. They call the drum a tool. To them, it's just a way of getting there. It's a meditation, it's yoga. Yoga gets there. Anything you sort of do can get you there, right? Psychedelic drugs, is just, the way they used to explain psychedelic drugs to me was, it's like going up to a door, like going to non-ordinary reality is like going up to a door and knocking on the door and saying, hey, you know, cool. Taking psychedelic drugs was like taking the door down. And there was no door. You have no control of sort of what happens. You're gonna have this experience, and if you like it or not, you know, it's your thing. And for most of the part, it was just for fun. It was just to have a good time. I was out with my friends. But what these ladies always asked, they would be like, well, what are you gonna do while you're there? Get something done. Put your intention. So that's where intention came in. So with me, a lot of my intentional set journeys was, how do I grow better cannabis? How can I grow weed better, right? So, and they would always laugh. They were always like, oh, you're just this kid who just cares about weed, right? But that's what my intention was, and I would journey on these drum journeys, and you know, at first it was like, okay, well, what do you grow cannabis for? And you know, why? What's your reason for growing cannabis? And, you know, my answer at the time was like, well, I don't want to work because I party all the time, and I guess I got to pay my rent. And they're like, oh, so you need money, right? You gotta pay your bills, and so for you, you're growing cannabis to pay your bills. Money, right? Money. My intention is to make money to fuel my professional party career, because for a few years there, I was pretty much a professional raver. And then, you know, it makes you think about that. Like, why, you know, okay. And they're like, well, you're gonna have to change your intention. Why? You wanna grow better cannabis, maybe that should be your intention. Journey on that, right? So I would journey on it and be like, well, how do I grow better cannabis? And eventually these journeys came to move to BC. And I did. I packed up my house and I moved to BC, and my intention was to grow better cannabis. And my entire journey took me all the way across Canada. Started looking for houses in like Chilliwack and Vancouver, and the signs were never right. And got to Vancouver and got to Vancouver Island, and I didn't even know the Vix was there. I just went, and all the signs were there. Rented a house and set up shop, and then I went and found the guys at the Vix. But the whole sort of time, it was the intention, right? The intention of growing something to make somebody feel better. And years later, when on the island we have an organization called TAMS, it's the Traditional Amazonian Medicine Society, and we actually fly shamans in from Peru to conduct ayahuasca ceremonies. And during one of these ayahuasca ceremonies once, and now I don't know how many people in here have done ayahuasca, you know, very little. So ayahuasca is a super powerful shamanic drug. There's no doubt about it. You are gone. And during this may get a little bit weird for you guys, but during one of these experiences, I was hanging out with the tall, luminescent blue beings, and they were there. And I asked them the question about growing cannabis with the intention to make somebody feel better. And they said, okay, we have something to show you. And I was like, all right. So, you know, and the way ayahuasca works, boom, we're there, and we're like watching a scene, and this dude comes walking up, and one guy sells the other guy weed, and the blue beings are like, well, we want to show you what it's like to grow weed with the intention to make money. I'm like, all right. So I'm watching, and the one guy goes up to the other guy, and he's like, oh, I want to buy a bag of weed. And the guy's like, all right. And then at the moment the exchange happened, the guy that bought the bag of weed started emitting this super bright blue light. Like the essence, the intention of that cannabis, the goal, the fulfillment of that cannabis's life was fulfilled. Because that cannabis has this symbiotic relationship with the person that grew it. So that person's intention was to make money. So at the moment that money exchanged hands, the bag of cannabis was like a blue light. And then it showed the guy getting on his bike, and it showed him putting his bag of weed in his pocket, and as he's riding down the road, that blue light was like still coming out his pocket. And by the time he got home, and he started rolling it up, the blue light had sort of faded and was a little bit dim. And the guy smoked it, and he smoked it up and picked up his PlayStation, started playing his PlayStation, and that was that. And then the blue beings were like, and now I want to show you the exact same scenario, but the person that grew that weed with the intention to make somebody feel better. And the exact same scenario started happening again. Guy came up to the guy, bought the bag of weed, right? I was waiting for the blue light, changed the weed, the guy put the weed in his pocket, jumped on his bike, pedaled on home, rolled up the joint, and then the moment that he lit that joint and inhaled it, the bright blue light filled the guy up. And all of a sudden, the guy himself was like this bright blue light. And I was like, that's pretty cool, right? But it showed me what the power of the intention can be. And for me, working with the clubs, I get to see this a lot. I remember 2 stories in particular. And at this time I was still working with the patients. So I was growing, and I can talk to the patients. How's it going? How's the strain working for you? And this lady comes in one day, and she sits down, and she's like, that strain, the Ghost, which was like a white rhino crossed with the Afghani. She's like, that strain really works for me. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. She's like, no, I've been bedridden for the last 2 months. I haven't got out of bed once. She's like, I smoked that Ghost today, so I decided to come and get my own cannabis today. You're just sitting there, right? You're just like, the power of that is unbelievable. But the one story that I always tell, and he's the first person that I ever grew under the MMAR license for, and his name was Ronald Ranger. Ronald Ranger was a pretty sick guy. He had glaucoma. He had like MS. He had like severe arthritis. Like, this guy was down and out. And he started telling me his story. This story's an impactful story. It's hard even to get it out sometimes. But he had glaucoma, and he would go blind, and he couldn't see like you or I. He would smoke cannabis, and it would get to the point where he could decipher shapes, and he could get around stuff, and he could get around his apartment, and he could do things. And he used to have to go out onto the street, into the alleys, and he was blind. He couldn't see anything. And he was robbed a few times. And he was raped a few times. And all this guy wanted to do was see. He just wanted the ability to see, to move around his apartment. And we met this guy, and I mean, cried for days. Like, the fact that society could okay the fact that this guy just wants to see cannabis, just wants to smoke cannabis to see, and that he's forced into the streets and he's forced into the alleys to a scenario where some guy rapes him, pulls him into the alley and rapes him. And this guy just wants to smoke cannabis to see. So for me, that was one of the scenarios where it was like, if you want to arrest me for growing weed to help people, like, it's half of what this guy has to go through in his life, right? So, then after that, the story goes, we got busted with the Vancouver Island Therapy Cannabis Research Center. We had taken the sale of cannabis right off the street. We had control of seed to sale, and this is 2002. This is 14 years ago. And then I come to Toronto here, and like 40 dispensaries get raided in one day, right? Like 40 dispensaries have been raided in one day. I don't know if any of you guys know, you watched the news the other night or anything, you heard about the guy that got kicked out of the Toronto police station for causing a ruckus. I was that guy. I was the guy that got kicked out of the Toronto police station the other night. Because I asked for the harm. I asked the Toronto police chief to prove the harm. He said it was a public health issue that they went in and destroyed these clubs. But I asked them to prove that. I asked him if he had any doctor, hospital records. I asked him if he had any statistics to show me on the harm that this was causing. He said he had 54 complaints from the community. Where do those complaints come from? Who knows where those complaints came from? For all I know, they came from association groups. They came from, there's a few people out there that's what they do. They call and they complain. And I think it's terrible. I think what I see going on right now, and I don't necessarily blame anybody, maybe except for Health Canada, because the way that Health Canada has made the regulations and the way that Health Canada makes the licensed producers jump through the hoops or the regulations that they have to go through. I don't blame the licensed producers for the scenario that they're going through. They're doing their thing, right? If they were allowed to grow weed like we know weed can be grown, I have no doubt that people would love buying weed from the licensed producers, but their hands are tied. They can't do things. We can't do things. So what's happened now is that we're fighting within. We're fighting within each other. They're doing this while they're doing that. We don't need regulations. Well, we have too many regulations. It's like a plant. It's the most benign plant on the planet. It doesn't need regulations. Like it needs to be grown in your garden. It needs to be grown in the ditches. It needs to be the number one nutrient that the body needs, right? Like the cannabinoids in the body are responsible for the homeostasis of the body. It's like vitamin D doesn't work unless your body's able to, like your plant's not going to be able to use extra phosphorus if it's unhealthy. And to be able to get your plant healthy, you got to get that phosphorus level up, right? Well, it's the same with the body and cannabinoids and the endocannabinoid system in the body. Every single day we learn more and more about what the endocannabinoid system does in the body, and it literally is responsible for everything that's regulated in your entire body. So, like, it should be in everything. It should be in your cereal. It should be in everything. And the day that we get there will be a great day. But right now in Canada, I come to Toronto, and sort of Toronto's in turmoil, right? Like, people are clapping that the dispensaries got busted. People, the Toronto mayor's trying, or the Toronto police chief's trying to make it a health issue. Like, there's just no health issue to it. So I'm just sort of here today because I wanted to just tell a little bit of my story and the journey in which I'm on. And, I'm an MMAR grower. I'm a consultant. I help other people grow their cannabis. I have a seed company that on an international scale has won awards all over the world. For me, my intention still is to grow good cannabis. So, I'm working with Serious Seeds over there. We're taking our strains and we're crossing it in with their strains. And we're creating, like, top-of-the-line genetics that are unparalleled. Like, my CBD breeding program, I have 17 to 1s, I have 13 to 1s, I have a 4 to 3, I have a 2 to 1, I have a half a dozen 1 to 1s. I probably have 50 different genetics in CBD farm that I'm working on. I'm sort of annoyed that the cannabis industry is using industrial hemp to make medicine, even though I know it works. It works a little bit. but it's for me, it's like, okay, well, we're using an industrial hemp strain to produce medicine. I'm like, well, what happens if I make a medicine strain that's eligible to be grown as an industrial hemp strain? So I'm working on a strain right now that's high in CBD, but low enough that qualifies to be a hemp strain. But yet it comes from the cannabis world. And it'll have like 18, 20% CBD to it, but it'll have like 0.2% THC. Will I be able to get it licensed as a hemp strain? I think it would revolutionize sort of the hemp strains. We'll see. Canada may not allow it, but I know like, is it Germany or Slovenia? There's like some countries that will allow that. So that's where we're working on right now. And yeah, House of the Great Gardener is I'm over there. If you guys want to talk to me more, I'm in the 420 Kingston seed market. Where all the seed guys are there, all the European seed guys are there, and these guys are really the professionals. You go over there and talk to Simon from Serious Seeds. There's nobody on the planet that has the breeding knowledge that he has in his head. Like he is a master at what he does. And these guys are the guys that need to be brought into the legal cannabis world. Like you can't just bring $10 million into a facility and hire a bunch of people and say, okay, we're gonna grow weed now. Doesn't work like that. I've been growing weed every single day for over 20 years. I have had a plant in my care for over 20 years. And there's things that I learn today that are like, man, that would have been useful 10 years ago. But it took me 10 years to figure that out. And I don't write that stuff down. And, you know, we're all here because of cannabis. Cannabis makes everybody feel better. It's the most benign substance on the planet. And I don't see what the huff and the fuff is all about. We're coming out of prohibition. Sure, it's going to be a bumpy road. I have no doubt that we're going to get to legalization. I have no doubt that you're going to be able to get cannabis in everything. I have no doubt that it's going to be salt, pepper, and cannabis sitting on the table at one time and say, hey, could you pass me over the cannabis? You know? And that's the way it's going to be. So my name's Matt Mernagh. I'm from House of the Great Gardener. And grow cannabis with good intention because it tastes way better. Questions? Time for questions? Anybody have any questions? Anybody? Questions? Have you got a mic? Have you got a mic? No? Yell it out. The question was that as ayahuasca continued sort of to be a spiritual plant with me. And really, to tell you the truth, I've done 2 ayahuasca journeys. The first one was the angelic, heavenly, every answer to the universe came to me, and oh my God, I am this bright, blue, luminescent being that lives in the universe. Awesome. The second ayahuasca journey I went on was the epitome of hell on earth. And a lot of it had to do because of the fact that cannabis is such a strong spiritual teacher in my life that there was almost a clash, and I had this ridiculous conversation with the beings within ayahuasca, and the experience was horrific, and I pretty much made a deal with them that I would stay away from the ayahuasca plant as long as I was still within the realm of cannabis plant teacherism. So my crew and a lot of people around me, they still do. They do it all the time, and it's one of those things I believe every person on the planet should experience. You know, my mom is a very religious person, and she always talks about these special experiences that she has, right? And she's sort of locked up into the organized religion aspect of it, right? It must be Jesus, it must be God, but I guess with me, I think I've opened her eyes a lot because I have these open conversations with her about these experiences, these events, these, you know, special, enlightened moments, however you want to call them, however they come to you. They have great significance. The synchronicity, everything like that is is there. And it's interesting. It's interesting that people all around the world can have these non-ordinary reality experiences, and they're all similar, right? For me, it's an instinctual thing. For me, it's a part of humanity that I think humanity is slowly losing. You know, my perfect example of it is just due dates on things, right? Oh, my bread, it's bad because it was best before yesterday, right? But do you eat it? Do you smell it? You know, like you look at the milk and it's like, oh, the milk is bad. How do you know? Did you try it? Did you smell it? Did you sort of be involved in it? You just sort of read the label, and the label tells me it's bad, so I throw it out. And that's like a prime example, but I think it goes way deeper, right? I think the goosebumps and the hairs on the back of your neck and the butterflies in your stomach and, you know, the overwhelming sort of moment of emotion are instinctual aspects to our humanity that people don't use. It's a muscle. Just like journeying with the ladies, and at one point for me, drumming became irrelevant because I would set my intention, and when the ladies would start drumming, my answers would come to me just super fast, boom, and it was like I didn't need the drum. The drum for me became too much time, right? Sort of set your attention, ask your questions. If you get good enough at receiving the answers, you can pick them out. Sort of little tricks and things, like, am I on the right path? You know, the goosebumps on your arm for me are like I'm in the right place at the right time. No matter what the scenario is, I'm in the right place at the right time. And that's the journey of life. And the journey of life is going to take you to some crazy places. It's going to take you to some dark places. It's going to take you to some light places. And that's the like even Steven of life. It's like you can't have too much of one without the too much of the other. You can't be happy all the time. There's going to be days where you're not going to be happy. It's going to be a crappy day, but that's okay. It's okay to have a crappy day, and to be able to be strong and sort of walk your convictions without, you know, veering off when someone puts a barrier in front of you. Like when I was busted in 2004. For me, it was like, all right, man, let's go to battle, right? And I battled the government for 6 years in a federal court constitutional challenge, and in the end of it, I walked right out the front door with praise from the judge, saying, you know, in the 16 years sitting on the federal court bench, I've never seen a case more deserving of an absolute discharge. I was busted for growing 1,100 cannabis plants, and at the time, I was legal for 11. I walked right out the front door, changed the law. It's named after me. You know, irregardless of the barriers put before me. So, yeah, no, ayahuasca is a great thing, but for me, I don't put it right away. But for now in my life, because I'm so involved with cannabis, that I don't really need another plant teacher like that. Another question? I'm out of Vancouver Island. I was originally from Ontario. My hometown is Mount Forest. I don't know if anybody knows of it. Our motto to Mount Forest is high, healthy, and happy. And the short form for Mount Forest is MOFO. Just want to say that. Question? Another question? What's that? What did I discover? What did I discover about my spirituality? That I have one. That it's mine and I can do whatever I want with it. I'm not locked in a box. I'm not locked in, right? Like, for me, it gives me I walk my path, and if I walk into people that don't sort of feel my view, I'm cool with that, right? I'm a sort of acknowledge and dissipate kind of guy, and I sort of walk without conviction. Like my spiritual path is sort of mine, right? Like as anybody, I say, follow your own spiritual path, make your own traditions, make your own rituals, make your own ceremonies. Like, why do I have to do a ceremony that's 2,000 years old? I have no meaning, I have no understanding of where this came from. I have no idea, right? if you make your own, it has meaning to you. You make your own altar, you make your own intentions, you make your own convictions, you make your own goals in life, and just let them be yours, right? As a whole, as a community, as a society, we all glow together, but really we don't glow together unless each and individual light bulb is lit up. Just walk my path, right? Right now, my intention is to grow cannabis. Making it better. How can I make it better? And that's my, I get up in the morning and 9 in the morning until 6 o'clock at night. That's what I'm doing. Other than that, I watch Y&R and then I go to bed. Questions? Tips on growing good weed? Having great intention. And then the rest will lead. You just need to follow that, right? The yellow brick road, right? Like for me, like House of the Great Gardener. Like the Great Gardener is another entity that I met on an ayahuasca journey. I came up to a staircase and there was a large platform looking over Earth. And I went up on this platform and there was this old man sitting on a chair, and he had long white hair and a long white robe. And I walked up to him, and he was sitting there, and he was puffing on this big Sherlock pipe, and he's just like, and he looked at me, and he got up, and then he went over to the edge, and he looked down, and he's like, having a good time down there, aren't you, Mr. Barron? And I was like, yeah, man, I'm having a great time. And he was like, yeah, keep it up and everything. And then after, the next day, my girlfriend, she had a book of famous ayahuasca paintings of non-ordinary reality, and I was flipping through the book, and I had already told everybody the story about this cool guy on the platform that I met, and in one of these paintings there was the staircase, there was the platform, there was the old guy in long hair and a robe holding onto a Sherlock pipe. I was like, that's the guy I met. And in the side, they had a little description. And in that description, it said, this is what the Peruvian people depict as the great gardener, the one who looks after all vegetation on Earth. And I was like, holy shit, I fucking met the great gardener. So that's where the great gardener, so people sort of call me the great gardener. I always sort of joke around, because people are like, are you the great gardener? I'm like, no. And people are like, yeah, I saw you're the great gardener, man. I saw you on Facebook. And I'm like, well, I just work for him. Right? For me, the great gardener he is that person. He is the guy that looks after all the greenery on Earth. And then you get the House of the Great Gardener, and the house for me is just an homage to 1980s kung fu movies, because I was a 1980s kung fu movie watching kind of person. And I take karate and I do kung fu and all that. So the House of the Great Gardener. And that's how that came to being. So it all fits. Any more questions? One more question? Nobody? We're currently working on CBD barb. We have 3 phenos right now in final stages of selection. And our final stages of selection actually include the dispensaries. The members of the club actually pick our phenos for our strains for our seed bank. It's the way we've done it. I figured out a long time ago that the members of the compassion clubs like different strains than I like. Hayoma was the perfect example of that. The strain that they liked the most was the one I liked the least. And the one I liked the least is the one that they liked the most. Which at that time I realized I had no business picking medical marijuana phenos for people. So we now let the members of the club choose the phenos of the strains. CBD Renee is a classic example of that. We just took first place at the Lift Cannabis Expo in the CBD category for CBD Renee. We sell those seeds over at the Indoor Jungle. Or no, not the Indoor Jungle. The Indoor Jungle used to be my old hydro shop. Wow, that just jumped right in my mind. Over at the House of the Great Gardener booth over there, you get CBD Renee seeds. Indoor Jungle. Any other questions? Yeah. Just a personal thing. I know lots of ayahuasca circles that use cannabis during their ceremonies. A lot of the ones that we use, they use tobacco. So for me, it was just a personal thing in sort of my development of me. So I don't think there's any sort of clash I think they're two they're like two cooks in a kitchen, really, right? Sometimes they work together, sometimes they don't. So for me, they don't. It's like opium. Opium's the same thing. Opium and me, I don't like opium. It doesn't agree with me, but some people like it. So.
What's up, Hot TV? We're doing a little roll here. We're gonna keep on moving here. Okay. Matt's gonna keep answering questions, but we're gonna head around.
We're all gonna stay here for Bubble Man's speech. He's coming right up after me. He's gonna talk to you about terpenes.
Does Pot TV want to see Bubble Man's speech? I think
Any more questions?
I think we wanted to move on. We were gonna go do some other stuff. What we'll do is we'll upload Bubble Man's speech. There are people recording this stuff, so all the speeches will be available up online, and we'll make sure we get those. Yeah. So that was Matt Barron. Yeah. Oh, he's talking about the Toronto Police Station again. Yeah, I liked what he said about.
Anybody for anything. I think we're all in here on this struggle, and some people are on different aspects of the ladder, and we all have our struggles every day. And I think at the end of the day, everybody just wants to be happy and chill, and just be safe and peaceful.
All right, we're gonna roll on. I did want to see Bubble Man's speech because I love Bubble Man and I love what he has to say, but at this point, I think we want to go roll and do some more stuff, checking the actual place out. Some people are saying Bubble Man, please. Yeah, but we can't. We want to actually check out the rest of the expo. You can watch Bubble Man's speech online later because somebody will record the whole thing. And Bubble Man's going to go on forever about all kinds of awesome hash-related stuff, I'm sure. But we want to check out the expo because, hey, what's up? We have Jamie here. How you doing, Jamie?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm good. What do you think of the expo so far?
It's good. It's a lot like the Treating Yourself Expo, actually, but it's
pretty much everybody that was at Treating Yourself is here.
Yeah, and some more players. Yeah,
and the more players, of course. Yeah. We're actually going right now over to Tilray because I'm going to ask Philippe or somebody at Tilray if they'll sponsor the idea of a campaign to call for the ceasing of Toronto police action against dispensaries. I want the LPs to jump on board and they have power now.
Some have, right. But it's a crazy time in this industry right now. Every single, on the activist side, on the gray market side, the black market side, the white market side, right. Everybody's split and divided right now. So. We'll see what happens.
Well, and I don't expect, I had a conversation with Philippe yesterday about it. I don't expect that they will, but I want to ask all of them if they will do something like that because,
you'll get a couple.
Yeah, but you're probably right. Not too many. They don't want to touch this issue very much. But I think unless they do something like this, I can't be supportive of any of them.
That's a difficult thing, especially when they're in associations. Like you're getting some that are saying, oh no, we don't support these raids, but they're in an association with other ones that do. And the association does. So it's like, well, then how do you say you're not supporting that, right?
Exactly. And I've seen, are you part of this lobby group? What are the lobby groups? Do you know which lobby groups it is that's calling for the closure?
I don't. I believe it was the CMCIA who've changed to BC something.
Right, they're trying to change their name because they already, they've already, it's like Blackwater changing its name. Or something. They just don't have the controversy. They don't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
But so, Jamie,
they're also moving away from medical, right? It's also a pretty clear move away.
Right now, do you think there's a hypocrisy where we have the LPs moving into the recreational side, but yet criticizing, we have them criticizing the local dispensaries for making a profit?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of little pieces here. You don't hear them talking much about online dispensaries that do mail order, which is a giant market that's much bigger than the dispensary market. And of course, if you have the product and you have the customer service and you're caring for your patients, then they'll keep coming back to you, whether you're legal or not.
Which actually, you touched on a good point there for a second. It's not just dispensaries that are operating in the so-called gray area or black market. There is a million other online retailers doing it, and so far we haven't seen a crackdown on them.
No. Well, and we haven't seen any move to take in edible producers. Even in Vancouver, where they do have oils and butters, there's no testing facilities, there's no licenses. You're going to have to see commercial bakery licenses.
Well, and that's sort of why the Cannabis Culture brand at this point isn't really messing with much of the way in the edibles, because it's Al Capone and they get them on the tax evasion, right? You get them on a health code instead, as opposed to get them on anything else, and you don't give them the opportunity. To me, I feel as just somebody who bakes and somebody who makes cookies for friends. There's a very close group of friends of mine who trust me enough that, and I'm organized enough and put together enough, and they know my place, they've been, and they feel okay with it. And I have considered, should I have made edibles? And really, you should be doing a commercial kitchen, the bandwidth to be able to do it, to maintain it and do it. It's if you're going to do it right, the packaging, everything. I'm a reasonable believer in some sort of responsibility, whether we call it regulation, I think more of an agreement, if you will.
When you live in a capitalist society, if you don't have regulations, people are going to make profit, and they will do whatever it takes to make profit. And it might only be 1 or 2% of an industry, but it's going to happen.
And I think even if more standards is anything, a minimum standard, I think you have a certain level of responsibility. Even if you're at a farmer's market, if you go out and make something, you give people a bunch of salmonella or E. coli or some shit like that, that's not a good look, right? Yeah. So I feel that, not saying that any of the manufacturers aren't doing a good job, but chances are some of them are killing it, and they're doing it fantastic. And some of them are putting out some backdoor basement shit, and most of them are probably in the better, higher end, but you know, all it takes is one bad apple, and I'm not horribly against some level of testing or standards or labeling of something, because people do like to know, as long as it's accurate. Now, as we've brought it up as activists, and you get seasoned smoke, well, not as activists, but as a seasoned smoker, you get to the point where you can sort of self-medicate and regulate. But if we got to an acceptable standard that just everyone agreed to, okay, we'll package. They said Project Claudia was launched, there's a quote in there, and I'll mess it up right now, but due to concerns over the unknown levels of THC. Cool. So if we put that on the packaging, then we're fine. Then we get to operate, right? Throw your words back at them. So I mean, I don't disagree with bits and pieces of that. It can be cost prohibitive, and the access should be made more available to make that more readily available.
That can be made easier, though, right? Like there's no reason why every dispensary, like right now, they all have to send off the same products, even though they're buying from the same producers. Like, why isn't the producer just doing that per batch with the labs? Eventually, that'll happen.
I think, like, we'll see. You know, the Colorado model has sort of worked, and now, so I'm talking. Shouts to Amy Schumann. Check out 420 Swarm. Check out my girl. She's down in California, and she talks a lot about everything. Every place you go is labeled the fuck out of it, and it's just how it rocks, man. And I'm not awfully against that. I mean, for some shops, it can be, you know, like I said, a little cost prohibitive, and when things come and go so quickly, it can be hard to keep up. But if the infrastructure is in place, and if it starts at the root level, it's a lot easier to manage, right?
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
All car manufacturers make license plate holders the same size. It's not that fucking hard.
You need some sort of standardization, and that's what's more important than what it is.
Yeah, more regulation, it's standardization.
Yeah, if you can walk into one dispensary and you can walk into another dispensary and you know what you're getting, dosages are certain amounts, then that's exactly, yeah.
Which is, for those unfamiliar, it's kind of a little bit what CamCD is sort of trying to agree with. There's this level of standards that if we propose this, and will you guys accept it? And they won't really, but you're still trying, and respectfully, probably not everything in there is the ideal model for anything really, but it's a good place to start, and what the work that you guys have done for the last few years has been foundational, and it is sort of being, at least if not a recognized fully or standard, it's at least a reference point now and a line in the sand to some degree, right?
And we're written into regulations. That's the only trade association of any kind that's ever been like written into city regulations that way.
Yeah, which is a great development, a great growth
start. Yeah, I mean, those city regulations need some work, but you know, we're seeing them improve already. And Nanaimo's coming out with something that hopefully will be a little better than Victoria's. Victoria's is a little better than Vancouver's, so I mean, that's...
And I know you guys know your shit, and I know you've done your research, and I think your model, you know, definitely has a lot of good points to it. Of course, there's going to be a few little bits I foresee, just when you get in the actual application process, you get to the point where the logistics may have to change a few things, but I think you guys have a really comprehensive plan. And if you want more information on CamCD and or Jamie Shaw, how do you find you?
Well, probably on Twitter, at Jamie S.A. Shaw would probably be the best.
And CamCD?
And CamCD, I'm no longer with CamCD, but you can find them at www.camcd.ca.
Yes, absolutely, that's right. Sorry, they got the badge over here. I'm juggling a lot, still says it. But yes, check out Jamie Shaw, support her, and of course, Women Grow.
Absolutely, yeah. Hopefully you guys can come back at 4 and catch my speech on racist roots of prohibition.
Well, we're going to run around. My whole thing with prohibition is a racist thing from the beginning. It was protecting a few people's interests, but it was racial. Anyway, we got to rock and roll.
Which is about.
Can't wait to see it. Thank you very much. And we want to talk to you on Expert Joints Live. Okay, we got to move. We got to go to Tilray. We're off to Tilray. Johnny B. Johnny B.
Oh, Johnny B. Oh, Johnny B. Oh, my man Johnny B. The Medtainer Master. How you doing, Johnny?
Guys, what happened? What, I mean...
What, the cart?
I love the cart.
You like the cart?
I love the cart.
What do you mean? What happened?
What's up, Pod TV? I missed you guys. Is it tomorrow? Friday?
It's today is Saturday. Yeah, yesterday.
I know. I know. You know what? I'm not
Missed
high.
the show. It was at our new opening of our location and everything.
How'd
It was pretty
go?
dope.
Was it dope?
It was
good?
packed. It was
packed?
awesome.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
So you enjoying the show today? You guys are running around here. Things are going very well.
How's the Medtainers going?
I'm gonna sell out.
You're selling out. Nice.
Yeah. I'm also a bit of a Canada now.
Oh yeah, you have your say that again? What's the name of it?
Bovida.
Bovida. That's where
So
you
all
put
your
it
Bovida,
to.
all your
Tell them
Bovida.
what it is, Johnny.
Bovida.
Give us the spiel, slang your shit, and then we're going over to Tilray to ask them if they'll
Well,
support.
you know exactly what's going on with Bovida and how they work. The two-way humidity pack. We did that whole squish rosin moisture and humidity, and it works so well. They're awesome. They're like one of the best products out there when you're going to get into squishing and making your own press. At the same time, the best part about it is when it comes to patience. We know how terpenes modulate cannabis so well. So with these Bovida packs and the side of the Medtainers, the best part about it, you're not losing that freshness. That means you're not losing.
Put it in the Medtainer. Yeah. You should sell them together as a package, Johnny.
Package. We put these.
Oh, Johnny's slanging.
As you can see, Bovida goes inside of your Medtainer.
Oh, there you go. Wow, I didn't even realize you could do it that way. There you go.
We just came up with a 4-gram pack that no one has even seen before until today.
Nice. So launching it.
Yeah, so
beautiful.
we're launching things. We're going to get together. I haven't been able to sit down and talk to you and say hello. I see you got this whole entourage following you around.
Yeah, we got a crew here now. Let's show off. Let's show off what we got here. We got the whole Medtainer booth. I want to show off the booth, but we got peeps in front. Hold on here. Oh yeah. Medtainers. And let's spin around here. Oh, you're going to be on Live Pod TV right now, actually. Yeah, you were about to be. Oh, we got too much stuff in the way, though, here. Oh, hello there. Now you are live on Pod TV. And you're from Cannabis in Canada, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
Well, tell us who you are and what you're doing here.
Well, I'm a cannabis lover and advocate, and totally into media, obviously, and raising awareness to accelerate the cannabis industry.
And what's your name?
Alana Kindry.
Alana, nice
Yes.
to meet you. I'm Jeremiah.
Nice to meet you, Jeremiah. And yeah, I'm a Torontonian. I do love BC. I love the West Coast. I visit Cali often. And yeah, we got really good bud in the West, really good bud in the East. Yeah. And here today to check out some of the awesome vendors. We have Ganja Yoga, we have Tokyo Smoke. Amazing activists here talking about really solid information that's really needed. And yeah, the whole thing with the dispensary raids in Toronto is just madness. It's totally not the way to go. I think the Lift Expo is a really positive thing to show people what the cannabis industry is all about. We're live here.
It's okay. I just moved it back.
Yeah, and I love all the people here I get to meet, and I love my job. I love, just learning so much. I'm constantly learning about so many things. It's such a dynamic plant and such a cool industry to move forward in. The road is clear, and we have the opportunity to just pave it in our own way and do it in a really beautiful way. And yeah, heal people and make people happy, which is what life should be all about.
Cool. So are you doing some stuff with Cannabis in Canada? I saw you had the microphone in your hand earlier.
This is my crew.
And so
we just finished up some interviews. Probably going to come tomorrow and do some more. Probably going to go hit the little dab lounge now. Yeah. Maybe do some.
It's pretty nice over there, actually.
I didn't get to check it out yet, but
you should give your address where people can find Cannabis in Canada, where they can see what you're recording today.
Yeah, you can check it out on cannabisincanada.ca, and you can check out videos I've done so far there from the 420 event here, Dundas Square, and the Tokyo Smoke public events that we covered on 420 as well.
Nice.
And yeah, a story about Bill C-45 shutting down the vapor lounges, and been covering all the press releases at the City Hall, at Queens of Cannabis, yesterday at the protest. So stay tuned and check that out as well on cannabisincanada.ca.
There you go. Thank you. Very nice speaking with you today. Awesome. I really appreciate it. We're going to go hit up Tilray right now and ask them some tough questions. We're going to ask them if they'll... What did you ask? What did you talk to them about?
Well, I didn't want to discuss too much on the dispensaries, but... I'm
going to go ask them about that.
Go ask them, with dispensaries, there's going to be, lack of control on safety, cleanliness, because Health Canada doesn't have that standards that dispensaries do. So, and they also have they financed and supported the dispensaries, or they're lobbying against them. What's going on?
Right, and I don't think they're actively lobbying against them, but because I had a conversation with Philippe yesterday, but I don't know if they're in the mood to support what I want to ask them to support, and that would be a campaign to call for the ceasing of action against dispensaries by the Toronto Police or any other police force in the country. And part of the whole Tilray thing, these guys are on our side of the fence. They're over in Nanaimo, where I was born and raised. And Philipe Lucas, who is a longtime guy from the VIX, which is a Victoria Compassion Club, he kind of helped to invent the dispensary system. Oh, Johnny's doing snaps over here.
I'm the self.
Nice. But anyways, we're going to roll over there. Thanks for doing this today. It was really awesome talking with you, and we'll definitely check your stuff out. And you said you're going to be here tomorrow too, then?
Yep, for sure.
Well, we'll probably get you back on cam again.
Cool, man. I'm feeling
Hot
the
Dog TV?
hearts.
You like the hearts, yes. It's Toronto love. I'm trying to, show the love. I like the heart glasses too, actually. Yeah, I know I'm kind of shady today, but it's all good, though.
Yeah, man, it's all love. The LPs and the dispensaries need to come together and support each other. And I don't think there should be this separation and disconnect. It's all about the patients at the end of the day, not about profits.
Right, and that's what a lot of this divisiveness does. Is it's what the government wants us to be doing. They want us to be splitting up between two camps and attacking each other because then they don't have to do it.
They want to do that with lots of things, not only the cannabis industry.
They're provocateurs. This is what they do. But it's up to us to identify who the bad ones really are when it comes to this stuff. Like we want these guys to be on our side. I would love for Tilray to come out and be on our side.
Of course. We all want that. We don't want to create enemies and have disconnections and tension. We want this to accelerate in a beautiful, positive way. We're all together, and we are all in this together, just like we are, with everything, with environmental industry, so many things. We need to support each other.
Totally, and I believe everybody should be allowed to grow cannabis no matter who you are, and that includes the LPs. But what we need is less restrictive rules and not stopping anybody from growing it, so.
Yeah, go find out.
All right, we're hitting the road. Thank you very much. Yeah, on our little card. Yeah. Yeah. You man the cam there, brother. Bye, see you later. So here we go. Craig, you got a handle on that cam because you'll be able to see. I'm going to go up front here. Wow, it's really packed in here, actually. As we look around here, there's a lot of bodies in here. It's kind of how TY was, I guess. I think TY at some point on Saturday was pretty jumping, but I seem to remember that at least one of the TY Expos had 3 days rather than just 2 days. There was a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I could be wrong about that, but my memory sometimes isn't perfect. But yeah, it seems a little tighter, and I'm not sure if that's because there's more bodies or more vendors. A lot of growing equipment. I've been to other expos too. I've been to expos in Spain and in Amsterdam, the High Times Cannabis Cup, and Spanibus in Spain. Spanibus in Spain was the big one. And we have Philippe. How you doing, man? Good to see you too. Hey. Yeah. Can I talk to you on Pod TV, Philippe, about Tilray and stuff? Yeah, nice.
I'm a customer. I was just showing them some of the Tilray product I got.
Nice. Let's show it off here.
I'm a licensed medical marijuana user. I use it for post-traumatic stress disorder. Yeah. It assists me. I just stopped by to see the booth and see what's going on. I think it's good to see the show. I attended the Treating Yourself show, and unfortunately it was closed down, but it's good to see that Lyft Expo has come in and taken over. And one thing I got to say is I love your sunglasses.
Yeah, people. I'm getting lots of love for the sunglasses.
Can we get a shot of his sunglasses, somebody?
That's
if we're going to put this online, we got to get a shot of his sunglasses.
Yeah, totally, man. I love the glasses. That's why I wanted to represent the Toronto love.
And we've had some bad stuff that's happened here in the last 48 hours, 72 hours. Yeah. And it's good to see people out here and happy vibes. I'm feeling good. I'm glad to be back and see what's going on here. And I hope all the best for the unfortunate store operators in Toronto that had that, how would you describe it, what happened this week?
A massive crackdown?
A massive crackdown, but was it legitimate?
No.
Was it bylaw, criminal charges, bylaw? I've never personally seen criminal and bylaw charges laid at the same time. They're two separate divisions. Right. Bylaw officers don't carry guns, and police don't normally lay bylaw charges. So
It doesn't make sense to any of us really that, there's a few people it makes sense to, but those aren't the ones that are very supportive of the dispensaries.
Yeah, so we've got to see what's going on. Justin Trudeau, I think, is taking us in a good direction, and we'll see what happens. But even you're going to be 2017 for recreational. I'm here. I'm a licensed medical patient, and I'm happy that Tilray can support me, and I'm happy that I can get products from them. And
as a person who gets from Tilray, I just wanted to ask you, do you get pot from dispensaries as well, or is there a dispensary out there that you like as well, or do you get all of your stuff from one of the licensed producers?
Okay, so I do enjoy what I get from Tilray. I try to focus. I have met some people, and obviously, prior to dealing with Tilray, I had established places, dispensaries that I could go and obtain my medicine from. And now, because of what's going on, especially what's going on lately, I'm going to focus on my Tilray and my prescription because I have to maintain my legality. I've got a good job. I've got a wife and kids. If I get arrested, I could lose my job.
So unfortunately,
Exactly.
politics associated with you're almost forced to. You don't really have a choice.
And we're seeing this with a lot of patients where there's so much stigma against the dispensaries, and there's a lot of fear around what happens if you are a customer or if you're working or in there. They could come in and arrest the customers too. So, that's a legitimate fear.
It is. It's scary that I need to worry about something like that when I was in Fort McMurray last week. I traveled out there on 2 different airlines. WestJet allowed me to fly with my medical marijuana. Yep. And flying home, I flew home on Air Canada, and they both allowed me to fly with my medical marijuana. But you got the police in Toronto arresting and raiding shops, things like that.
No, it's WestJet. Yeah, they actually used to let people vape on there, but I think MamaKine got in some trouble.
Yeah, I don't think we'll do that. But it was nice to know I could legally travel with my medications.
Yeah, it was great talking with you, my friend. Thanks so much for your input on that. Absolutely. All right, so here, Craig, you grab the camera, brother. I'm moving over here. Philipe Lucas from Tilray. How you doing, man? Give me one of those. Yeah, here, come around this side. Good to see you again, man. I saw you yesterday. You stopped by the Cannabis Culture store there on Queen Street West. Just stumbling by, actually, just like, oh, there it is. Yeah, so Tilray here. Now, Philippe, I haven't actually had the chance to really talk with you about Tilray or about your job there, but you come from a long history of cannabis activism and, what happened in Victoria and all of that stuff. Maybe first tell us a little bit about your history and what you've been doing for this movement for a long time. We'll get into the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was first started using medical cannabis when I was diagnosed with hepatitis C in 1995. Right. I'd gotten that through the tainted blood system in Canada from an operation when I was 12 years old. At the time, I asked my doctor, I said, am I dying? And he said, I don't know. And I said, well, what can I do? And he said, you have to give up alcohol and tobacco. Now, I'm French-Canadian. Those were my drugs of choice. There's no doubt about it. I'd only tried cannabis and was kind of an occasional cannabis user, but I decided to give up those drugs on the spot, and I found that cannabis helped me deal with the cravings for tobacco and alcohol. But I wasn't sure if it was just the lesser of two evils when it came to alcohol for my liver. So I started looking into the research on cannabis and livers, and I found that the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory properties of cannabis, the antiviral properties of cannabis might actually benefit and slow disease progression in my hep C. But the challenge was that myself, a 25-year-old university student, was having a really tough time finding a safe, consistent supply of cannabis. So in 1999, after looking around at what was going on in Vancouver with the British Columbia Compassion Club Society, and also in California with the compassion clubs that opened up around the HIV/AIDS movement, I launched and opened the Vancouver Island Compassion Society. And I was executive director. That's right, VIX, and I was executive director of that organization for 3 years.
We should move back a little bit. Sure, hey, Craig, can we move back over here just so we don't cover their whole booth with our stuff? We just want to get out of the way so people can still go there.
So for 3 years for 10 years I ran the VIX, and during that time I spent 7 of the years that I was running the VIX in court. I was arrested and charged with 3 counts of trafficking in 2000. Mark Emery paid for my legal defense at that point. John Comeroy is my lawyer in that court case. And we not only received an absolute discharge, but praise for the judge for the work that we were doing. And then about a year later, we'd launched the Vancouver Island Therapeutic Cannabis Research Institute, which was being run by Matt Barron at the time, he was being employed by the VIX to run that organization in order to get us off the black market, control the quality of the cannabis, and actually produce research-grade cannabis. Right. And unfortunately, that got raided, and we spent 5 years in the BC Supreme Court before getting an absolute discharge for that case as well. And so Matt was able to walk away free from that case. Since then, I've been a city councillor in Victoria. I'm currently a PhD student at the University of Victoria in the Social Dimensions of Health program, and a research affiliate with the Centre for Addictions Research of British Columbia. But what I'm doing here today is representing the Canadian Medical Cannabis Council, which I'm interim executive director, and Tilray, where I'm vice president of patient research and services.
Right, and so of course Tilray is one of the licensed producers. You guys got in there fairly earlier. You're one of the first ones to get in there. You guys are based in Nanaimo.
That's right. Yeah, we're in Nanaimo, BC. We've got a 60,000 square foot, $30 million state-of-the-art facility there. We grow about 40,000 plants, about 55 different strains, a suite of extract products as well. And we've got about 140 full-time employees right now, all dedicated to producing high-quality cannabis and extracts for Canadian patients.
I do like the fact that cannabis is bringing a lot of jobs and money to the Nanaimo economy, whatever the politics associated are with that. That's cool. I can appreciate
Right, there's positives there. So, Philippe, I wanted to talk with you about what we saw going on in Toronto over the past little while. Of course, there's something in our industry right now, and I mean, you know, because you've been a long time, everything's heated. There's a lot of raised emotions about the LPs and their participation in calling for the closure of those dispensaries, or some of the lobby groups that they're part of in lobbying to actually have those closed. And we have mainstream news articles about the licensed producers working together to try and have the dispensaries closed. Now, where does Tilray stand on those dispensaries, and are you guys part of any of the calling for closure and this kind of stuff?
Well, Tilray has no official position on the dispensaries. What I can tell you is that as someone who's been through arrest, the challenges, the disruptions in my life, in the life of my family because of arrest and associated with providing medical cannabis to patients, that I honestly do not wish this fate on anyone. I think that ultimately, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, not all dispensaries are bad, not all licensed producers are good. I think that there's some good and bad in all of the industries. I have no doubt in my mind that if Health Canada move forward with licensing community-based outlets, that there'd be a great opportunity for licensed producers to work with folks who've been involved in the dispensary movement for a long time, and I think that we would all welcome that opportunity.
Well, I do appreciate your personal opinion on this matter for sure, obviously, but I wonder, when you say that Tilray doesn't have an official opinion on what's happening, why?
Well, I think that ultimately Tilray is kind of focused on what it does and what it's trying to do. So we're lobbying Health Canada for things like expanding the opportunity for higher THC products to be available, so we can develop things like vape pens, for opening up access issues, including the opportunity for community-based access. So we're actively working, trying to work with our partners and working with our lobbying teams to try and expand access as much as possible for patients. I've always been someone who's really felt that we need to open up options for patients ultimately, and I'm happy to see. I mean, I think that the thing to keep in mind is I honestly believe that the MMPR is head and shoulders above the old MMER, that there's far more choices, far greater access for patients than there ever have been. And I think that the next 18 months is going to be really crucial to see not just what recreational access looks like in Canada, but what the future of medical access looks like as well. I think the Liberals have a really big task ahead of them to try and figure out these two regimes, how to make them work together, and how to make sure that we have policies based on science, reason, and compassion that are supporting medical cannabis access rather than some of the fear and misinformation that governed under the previous government.
Well, I know as a member of Cannabis Culture and Pod TV that companies can have a lot of influence when they make a political statement. And in my opinion, I understand the whole idea of, keeping it clean and not getting involved in the politics. But to me, don't you feel like you have a responsibility to get involved in this debate as Tilray, as one of the licensed producers who can make a difference and has the ear of people like Bill Blair? How can you not do this?
Well, I think you may be overstating the influence that any of the licensed producers have here. I think that we do our best to have our voice be part of this discussion, but we are ultimately at the same whether it be the, whatever the Toronto police want to do, whatever the government's going to do, I don't think that we have a lot more power, a lot more say, or a lot more voice than the average citizen or that the dispensary movement does, to be very honest.
But Philippe, respectfully, we have newspaper articles coming out saying that Bill Blair is listening to the LPs, that he loves the LPs, loves what they do. He's fawning over you guys, and we have meetings that are going on between the groups. I just don't buy that, frankly. Sorry, but you guys do have more power than everybody else in that regard. How can you? I just don't understand how you can say you don't.
Well, I'm just telling you exactly what I feel. I think that obviously we're consulted because we have some level of expertise on the production and distribution of cannabis, but I think that that's under the current system and the current regulations. I feel that this is obviously just a starting point. This is not where the MMPR or the medical marijuana program in Canada is going to end up. Right. It's already changed just so much in the last 2 years since the MMPR has been established, and we're going to continue to see more changes influenced by Allard, influenced by court decision, and hopefully influenced by some common sense policy decisions as well. I worry a little bit when we only see changes to this program being made by court decisions. I think that it's always a roll of the dice when you're going into court. You never know what the outcomes are going to be. But I think that
every decision we've ever
expanding forward, right? Yeah. I think Allard is expanding things forward. Smith expanded things forward. Increased options for patients, and that's the direction of things. I don't think that's going to stop.
Well, but Philippe, every time that we've had any change in this country, it's all been through court decisions. In fact, a politician has never actually come forward and done anything for us at all. So I don't really have faith necessarily, especially after watching what happened with, we vote for Justin Trudeau, who says he's going to legalize. He puts a cop in charge of the whole thing from Toronto, and then all the Toronto dispensaries are shut down on that cop's order. So, and this is days after that police officer had a discussion with all the LPs, and that's the way that's the way it's out there. So again, I honestly feel like you guys have a responsibility. Is there not something at all that you can do to say to these people, if you're meeting with them, how does it hurt to actually come out in support of somebody that the model's wrong. So why not make those suggestions as a public, as Tilray, because it could help us. It could help everybody in this movement.
Well, to be honest, I think we have a different view of the Liberals. I honestly think that they are going to move forward with legalization. I think that the first thing that we're going to see that's going to be really telling is who makes up the committee that Bill Blair is putting together. Yeah. I don't think any of us have any vision on that right now. It's the best kept secret in government.
Not going to be Jody Emery, though.
No, I think that what we do know, though, is that we are going to have the one person that we know is going to be on that committee is our provincial health officer, Perry Kendall, and he's incredibly progressive, smart, and informed when it comes to these discussions. He recently did an interview with the Vancouver Sun talking about the benefits of cannabis substitution effect and the fact that if we increase access to cannabis, it might reduce some of the opioid deaths and opioid problems that we're having. So that's a great sign and a good start. Whoever makes up the rest of that committee, I think, is going to be very telling. I think that's going to be very important to see what kind of legalization we can expect, and I really hope that we're going to see that in the next couple of weeks, at which point we can start discussing and all of us working together to try and see and try and influence what's going to happen in the future around cannabis legalization, but also around the medical cannabis industry, because one of them's they're inevitably going to be tied together. The taxation issue is tied together with that. I think that it's really important that we get cannabis zero rated in terms of taxes before legalization comes into place. We really need to create that differentiation right now, not after the fact. So.
Can we talk about product for a second? Because, Philippe, you published a paper back when Prairie Plant Systems was around doing a bunch of shenanigans and growing their stuff in a mine in Flin Flon, Manitoba. You worked on this paper. It was you, I remember, and you were very critical. Okay, we got 9%. Well, we just want to talk about it real quick. You were critical of Prairie Plant Systems and these other places it was only Prairie Plant Systems at the time that were coming up with subpar cannabis that, it wasn't up to the standards they were saying it was. It was irradiated with gamma radiation. So at Tilray, is that, you were the guy who wrote that paper. Yep. You were extremely critical. Does that come into what Tilray is doing? Are you bringing any of that to Tilray?
Absolutely. I keep in mind that at the time there was a single strain of cannabis available to patients over a 10-year period. That cannabis was highly criticized, despite the fact it was subsidized. It was $5 a gram by the government. Only around 10% of legal patients at the time were accessing it. Right now, under the MMPR, you've got a very different system. You've got hundreds of strains available to patients at a large price range, many of which are well above 25% THC, and a number of of which, of course, are also high in CBD, plus extracts, etc. So the situation has changed considerably, I think, compared to what happened under Prairie Plant System. And I think it was the joint efforts of the patients and the movement who were able to say that this was not enough. And it was through court decisions, but also through, ultimately, accommodation by Health Canada to open up access to multiple licensed producers, rather than have this completely indefensible monopoly making a single strain available to all patients in Canada that got us where we are today. So I still see this as moving forward. We're not at the end point yet. This isn't all that we're going to get in the end in terms of patient access. I think we just got to keep moving forward. We got to understand that right now we've got a government, both at the federal level and at Health Canada, that's more willing than ever to listen to patient concerns and to consider all access options. I honestly believe
they're not really
working the system.
They're not considering the dispensaries, though.
I think that storefronts are inevitable. So I think that it's just a matter of timing and allowing the process to take place. Bureaucracies are painfully slow. Listen, I've got a 7-year-old. I was in childcare for 15 years. Nothing has taught me patience like drug policy reform. It is the most you have to have this incredible amount of patience. Nothing moves fast enough for us. And if you're a patient that's suffering right now, of course, that's a huge challenge. I take care of Tilray's pediatric patients. I can tell you right now, they want to see things move quicker as well. But right now, we're still moving forward.
Okay. Our plug is, I want to talk to you more about this. Philippe, I'd love to have you on the show to talk about this. I appreciate it. But please, if you can, I'm telling you, man, the people out there, if you really want to win people over in this movement on that end, we got to support everybody. And Tilray, I think, just has a job to do on this end. You guys can help us, man. Please, I'm begging you, help us.
Thanks a lot, Jeremy.
Philippe.
Good to see you guys.
All right. Okay, we can plug in. Okay. All right. So, how much we got left on the battery power?
It's going to go into sleep mode in a minute.
I wanted. I didn't have the information with me, but I wasn't sure about what's that. Oh no, I think we're going to work it out in Fant. We're good, but we appreciate that, guys. So we're trying to do it on battery power.
Yeah, the chat was a little back and forth on it. There was
I'd love
mixed
to.
reviews.
Oh, I would say so. I didn't really buy any of those answers. I think it's kind of bullshit. And I love Philippe. He's a good guy, but in my opinion, that's not true. Simply not true. There's a lot that Tilray can do. They should be fighting for patients everywhere, and I would not. Honestly, I just can't support them at all. I think it's ridiculous. And that goes for any LPs who aren't willing to do this kind of stuff. So, Fant, here we are. We do need power. So we're here at the Fant. Hi, Natasha. Hi, can I talk to you? Here, let's talk to you in front of the Fant logo here.
Until I get a call, then you can't talk to me.
I see how, so you were one of the organizers of this whole event.
Yes.
And so tell me about how it's going so far.
It's going amazing. I mean, the turnout is so much more than we were expecting, and it's just the energy is incredible. And you can't see this if you're on the live stream, but behind me, there's people there's only standing room to hear the speakers. Right. And no one likes to hear speakers, but everyone likes to hear these speakers.
No, it's true. I've been really impressed with the crowd that's here today, because at TY it usually took a little bit of time to get rolling. But how are we there? We good? We're plugged in? Yeah, no, this is a monster crowd, so expectations are being met, I guess.
I think they are, and I mean, given the time we're in right now in Toronto, it's just nice to feel this energy.
No kidding. There's a positive thing going on. Now, as part of Lyft, you guys, there's criticism of you guys from some of the people that follow us about being in bed with the LPs and all this. But what I think, and I've had this conversation with you a lot, you guys aren't necessarily supporting the LPs in any way on that end in terms of lobbying to have dispensaries closed. In fact, you were on the radio a couple days ago with Jody doing just the opposite. What were you talking about?
And I think the position that Lyft has is that this is a massive industry and there's room for everyone. We just need to find the right way for everyone to work together in this sandbox. So Lyft is not owned by LPs. We are not working to lobby with LPs. The venue here is not wiretapped. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to contact me and I will meet you here and show you how lovely this event is.
There you go. And you were on the radio and you were saying that the closure of the dispensaries is a bad thing. Like, that's not something that you guys support in any way.
No, the closure of the dispensaries, it was a sad day to see what they did. It was an overreaction of the police. I don't know what was behind it, but my guess is it was not a lot of consumer complaints from the community. I'm going to say I think that was a lie. It was a sad day and it was a step backwards for Toronto. And I really hope that other provinces and cities don't follow suit, because that was the worst way of handling a situation that was not bad.
Right. No, it's a super heavy-handed thing to do. Do you have to run? Are you busy?
I'm still good.
Okay.
I have 2 more minutes.
So you guys sent me a judges pack for the Lift with all the different strains in it. It was pretty amazing. And though people were saying, "Oh, it's all LP strains." It's like it can't be LP strains.
And it's not true. If you looked at the judging packs, they came from all over. Our friends here at Fent participated.
Yes.
And this is not an LP. So the way the judges pack was that people who had edibles, extracts, dried flower.
There was a lot in there. It was huge.
I
didn't get through all of it.
I saw your show with Carly. There was so much in there, and it was from all over the industry. So to say it was just from LPs is not true. And I'm going to keep busting all the lies and rumors I hear because we need to get on this honesty train, and we need to work together.
Yeah, and I think that by the position that you guys have, you can be influential. If you totally attack a group or a whole industry, then you can't really influence them in any way. And by doing something like this, where you guys are seizing some of this power, you can actually have a real effect on that. Is there anything that you guys can do to? I just asked Philipe Lucas from Tilray about this to kind of encourage the LPs who seem to have the ear of the government to be more friendly to the dispensaries on that level.
What I always say is we can't regulate the shit out of this industry because we've had almost this cottage craft industry that's existed for a very long time for patients, and that's why we have a legal medical system. Right. And if I could say anything to the LPs, it's just you need to learn to work with the industry as it exists, and the best way this industry is going to go forward is as a free market. And that's how most industries work. That's how jewelry works. That's how fruits work. And the best product is what wins.
It's going to do it anyway because that's what the black market really is. If people don't like the products that are being made, they go...
I could say one thing about the black market is that the only thing really that the dispensary raids here have done in Toronto, speaking from, this is just me speaking personally, is that it's just made it easier for the black market. Because the black market guys are like, awesome.
Oh yeah, they're all like, yeah.
So if the solution was to raid the dispensaries to shut them down for whatever reason, you've just come up with a really bad consequence.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this has been amazing, and you guys have a lot of people here. What I was really impressed with was you guys got a bunch of the Dutch Seed Company guys here, and I mean, how long have you been working on this project, and how did you do it all? How did you get these people here?
It was a team. It was a team of amazing people who were picking up the phone, calling as many people as we could. Tyler, the CEO, who is amazing, he really rallied to pull this event together, and we have such a great team who's based here out of Toronto and out of Vancouver, and that's what happened. And I think this was just the perfect time for everyone in the industry to come together.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Natasha. It was great talking with you. We'll see you again soon. Give me one of these.
Bye.
For sure. Absolutely. Love you lots, and thanks a lot. Grim. Oh, here, you come and tell. Oh, okay. I don't know. Was that something you want to say?
No, not really. No. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess I could say that for a second. So we just ran into one of the guys from Eden here, from the Eden outfit, and they got closed. They're one of the places that got shut down recently here in Toronto. And, hey, how are you? And they'll be back. They're just regrouping. They'll be back, according to Eden. Just sit tight. They'll be all right. And they expect to get 2 to 3 licenses potentially in Vancouver. So good things ahead if you're an Eden customer. And if not, well, come see us at Cannabis Culture. 801 Queen Street West, soon at 711 Queen Street East, and 512 Beatty Street in Vancouver. Jared?
So we actually have Neve here. I guess Neve's just walking by, but Neve, I guess I can ask you about the concept that your lawyer asked you not to talk about it. So Neve was one of the guys who was raided yesterday, and he has been advised by his lawyer not to discuss it very much.
Just stay out of the media.
Right, and this is Pod TV, it's barely...
Pod TV's not media, is it?
Yeah, exactly, what are you talking about? It's just, it's just our friends watching, essentially. But yeah, Neve, I mean, you've had a dispensary in the city for a long, long time.
20 years. We've been doing our medicating for 20 years, campaign for at least 6 months now.
Right, but this isn't the first time you've been raided, though.
This is my third. I got my first hat trick.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but I mean, how early was the first raid that came? When did that first one come?
I believe it was a Thursday or a Wednesday.
No, I mean like back in the day. Like when was your first raid? How long were you in operation before you had that first raid?
We were about 15 years.
So it's all been recent then?
Yeah. Like it was two raids in I think 2006. No, I can't remember.
I remember it. It was around then sometime. I remember, but
better.
Yeah. No, but yeah, and I mean, what ended up happening with that? Did they Just leave it alone until now?
They dropped the charges. I have a corporation for the dispensary. The corporation took the charge, not me. It was a long, painful, expensive negotiation.
Right, I bet, man. No kidding. Well, I wish you the best on this whole one, and I know that we're all trying to stand together on this, man. And this is what would happen. Mark, they tried to do this to Mark in Vancouver over and over again, and he just kept opening again. So, are you guys open again, or what's the story? Oh, I guess that's what you can't say. Never mind. He's not. That's the question I won't ask. All right. Okay. Well, here's my next question: the Global Marijuana March. So, you guys are basically the people who look after the Global Marijuana March, set it up with some other activists out there too. Tell us about how it went this year.
This year was awesome. I think we had about 30,000 people. Parade went off without a hitch. Again, no incidents of injuries, no arrests. Just a peaceful day celebrating cannabis and cannabis culture.
There you go, man. It looked cool on the film. I love the GMM. I haven't been able to come for the past few years, but yeah, it seemed like it kind of came back together. I know there was a bit of a split, but yeah, it seems like you guys are working. And Queen Street, I mean, you used to do the Toronto Freedom Festival as well. Any hope of ever bringing something like that back?
Yeah, well, this is a 710 the 6 is a new brand we're promoting.
Oh yeah.
And it's
yeah, there's the camera there.
over there.
Yeah. There you go.
And then there.
And what's this? What's the brand?
So 710 the 6. It's basically cannabis and cannabis extracts in or from Toronto, and it's going to be a outdoor tented event with music. Hopefully, we'll get an electronics music stage and a speaker stage. We're looking at about 40 to 60 vendors. And just a great old time. It's part trade show, part community, all lifestyle.
And what's the date on that? July 10th?
7/10.
Oh, of course, right. Of course, 7/10. Jeez, I did what? Jeez.
I'm getting
we
close to.
We actually talked about doing something like that on our side.
7/10 day, Cannabis Day, something like. We've got Cannabis Day being Canada Day already, but yeah, 7/10.
Honestly,
man.
like the 420 thing, the reason, like the GMM was huge. It was all over the place, but it seems like the 420 has kind of usurped it in some way, and I think it's those numbers, man.
I think it's just a culturally bigger phenomenon than Global Marijuana March. Right, Global Marijuana March is a one-day event once a year, whereas 420 people use it like punctuation.
Exactly, everybody knows it's just such a
420.
Right, 420, and so now 7/10. So, and this is where's the actual event happening though?
So the event is happening in Toronto. The address is 70 Edwards, which is the parking lot across from Greyhound Station.
Oh, nice. And how is the venue itself? It's outdoor.
It's an outdoor parking lot. Yeah. So it's a parking lot. We're going to fence it in. It'll be ticketed, and about 40 vendors. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get a lot of dispensaries and a lot of related businesses like doctors' clinics and trimming machines and vaporizer companies.
All those peeps.
All those people, yeah. Bracelet guys.
Well, when you did the Freedom Festival, it was huge.
It was huge, yeah. We had over 100 vendors. About 30 vendors were food only. So.
Right. It was a different story back then, but things have changed.
Yeah, the city won't give us a permit for Queen's Park. They won't give anybody a permit for Queen's Park, except a few exceptions. So, we're trying to find another location. I think we'll just have the parade, and then we'll have a 7/10, 6 weeks later, 8 weeks later.
Cool, man. Well, that's really fun. I think it's going to be awesome. Looks like it's good stuff. Sponsored by Crop King on there. Oh, there you go.
And Weed Maps.
There you go. Cool, Neve. Well, thanks for talking to us, man.
If you want to sponsor us, please, reach out via our Instagram, Calm Reviewer. There you go.
There, Calm Reviewer, all one word. And do you guys have a website anymore going, or what's
the website will be 710the6.com. We have a landing page, so we're gonna get content on there really soon.
Awesome, man. Good talking with you, brother. Appreciate it. Give me one of those. We'll see you soon, Neve. Yeah, for sure. I'd like to come to it, but it's just so soon,
Somebody else who's here with us right now.
Oh, what's up, man? Snak? Yeah, please do. Yeah. What's up?
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not. It wouldn't be me and Expert Joints and a little bit of some live expert jointing. Not quite the real show itself.
You guys
but
got joints?
Yeah, right. There's a few around. Yeah, right. I seem to always find myself talking to rappers on my show a lot, and a lot of Vancouver MCs, and a lot of dope Vancouver MCs. Shouts to Neff. Shouts to Prev. Shouts to Alpha Omega. We've had we've had Status Crew on the show. We've had Trey Nice on the show. Yeah. We've on and on. Mama Rude Gal on the show. T. Crispel on the show. Craig Taylor on the show. It's half a hip hop show. One of the cats we haven't had yet. Oh, and we even had Derek and Cy from Thompson Caribou. Side Stomp Down Killer fan SDK Repper Hard. Yeah. What's up to TCC fam in the house? But we got SDK come through here to ref with PHANT. Out here in Toronto. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, super dope MC, Snak the Ripper in the house. What's going on, homie?
What's up, bro?
I'm just here. I'm just here to support my good friends at Fant Extracts. Oh, sorry. Just here to support my friends at Fant Extracts, and you know, we got a show tonight here in Toronto, so I thought I'd stop by. And it's at Rock Pile in Mississauga, and yeah, man. So we're just out here. We're gonna have some drinks. We're gonna do some. We're gonna have some good times with the crew, and yeah, we just stopped by to catch some AC and some good vapor smell, and it's nice in here though.
There is a vape lounge in the back corner too.
Sweet, that's where I'm headed, man. Yeah, for sure.
So speaking of next, I mean, we've heard a lot of news about you, especially in the last 6-8 months, for no real particular reason. But going forward, what's coming for Snak? I mean, we like to live in the moment and looking ahead. We don't need to be living in the past or nothing like that. But what are you saying, and what's going on, and what's ahead for you as a madly talented MC? For those of y'all who don't know, super killer artist. He's been catching a lot of attention lately. He's worked with some huge names in music, and that's what you do, man. And when is the next music coming out? When is the tour coming out? I gotta ask these questions, bro.
I got a new album coming out June 17th. It's called From the Dirt, and yeah, it's my best album yet. You can pick it up on iTunes, Spotify, effin.com, Google Play. It's all going to be available over the next couple weeks. And, you know, big shout out to Fant for really helping me out with everything and keeping me medicated because, you know, I got that anxiety, man. And
you have been known to get a little bit just.
I'm a little angry.
Worked up,
I'm a little angry from time to time, but you know, the good people at Fant have done a great job of taking my anger away, and
yeah, you seem happy and smiling.
I'm awesome. I feel great right now. I love it out here, man.
When do we see you on tour next, and what's the plan for you?
Next up, I'm going to Europe in 2 weeks. I got a bunch of shows in Sweden, Switzerland, Norway, Greece.
They love hip hop out there, man.
They love it. They love it.
Say what's up to Tyler when we get to Greece, man. Shouts to Tyler, Pro Sinners, man.
Yeah.
And Kush Comaware. What's up, Tyler?
Yeah, Tyler, what's going on?
Beast. Absolute beast on the beast. And tell us a little bit about SDK, man.
Stomp Down is like we're like a hip hop collective. We got graffiti writers, we have rappers, we have breakdancers, skateboarders, all that sort of stuff, and we just came together. We came together to form a family, a collective, a family, a movement, whatever you call it, of like-minded people who want to be successful with what they're doing, and we just support each other, and you know, the best way to really succeed is to have a good team behind you, and that's what it is, man. We're just a big team of guys that are all trying to succeed, and we help each other out. You know what I mean? That's about it.
Man, I respect the hustle, man, and you know, I got a friend of mine, a really wise man. He's got a quote that I quite like. If we don't support each other, we have no support at all.
Exactly.
And we want you to continue to support Snak the Ripper. So if you want more information on Snak, how do they find you on social media and online?
Go to Facebook.com, The Real Snak the Ripper, Twitter @Snak the Ripper, Instagram @Snak the Ripper, and snacktheripper.com.
And soon enough, we will catch you Thursday from the Pot TV studio on an episode of Expert Joints Live to put you on the spot.
Hell yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, thank you very much, Snak. We can't wait to see you and have you be there. Thank you so much, man.
I'm going to have a drink.
Yeah, man. Do it. And go have a vape. We'll catch you soon.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, D420K in the back talking to Snak. We got the ladies. You know,
brother, I'm gonna go take some pictures right now.
Okay, I'm gonna post up here for a couple minutes, and then I might move a little bit, but.
Okay, I'll text you if I can't find you.
Everybody's just posted up in the chat right now, having a good time. This guy's making some crazy jewelry over there. It's like made out of bullets. I saw something about, oh, I met them before with Natasha. So do you guys want to say hi to Pot TV? Yeah, you do. Hi, ladies. So you're live from the Fant booth on Cannabis Culture's Pot TV, handing out stickers, giving information on Fant, and okay, we'll see you later. With cheeseburgers? Okay, sounds good. With elephant burgers, probably not. With Fant pens. Shouts to Fant. Check them out. Fant Extracts on social media. You want to rep them, support them. One of the good guys, man. They're big sponsors here. I can't quite call them the title sponsor, but they are highly involved with today's festivities, as are the three ladies in front of me here today. Could I get your names, please?
My name is Erin. Olivia. Amy.
Hi, Erin, Olivia, and Amy. And you ladies are here working with the Fant team to help promote the event today. Yes?
Yes, we are.
So can I come here often?
Every day.
Hanging at a convention
Favorite
center?
place.
Yeah, for sure.
Waiting for this expo to come on.
Just what's the next expo? Just wheel us out of the closet. Well, that's very cool. So all day and tomorrow you guys are down here hanging out, doing it, talking with people. I love it.
Look at these beautiful ladies, man.
Look at this. Oh, I got it. Somebody asked earlier and said, somebody take the twig out of D420K's beard. No. He put in there himself.
Come and try and take the twig out.
Yeah, I honestly, I'll double dog dare you to take the twig out of his beard. Leave Darren's twig alone. So yes, we are here. He's here. Wherever Fant is, he seems to be. And at this point, it's a good place to be. We're actually going to post up here probably for a couple of seconds just while we get some charge in the battery for a minute. But I kind of thought that it might make more sense, instead of me talking to the ladies, if we let one of the ladies talk to the ladies. How about I hand it off to my new co-host on Expert Joints Live, Thursdays at 4:20 p.m. Pacific time on Pot TV. Stormy Ent, how are you, sweetheart?
I am super excellent. A little tired, getting kind of tired, but feeling really good. So there's that.
You feeling okay today so far? Starting to catch up with you?
Yeah, starting to catch up with me a little bit. Stimulation overload. I need to smoke some weed. But other than that, I'm doing really good. Feeling positive.
Tell us what you've been doing all day.
Oh gosh, I've been hanging out with a bunch of different booths, different producers, I hung out with Women Grow for a bit, just getting some info on different companies and what they're about, what they're here for, and yeah, talking to a lot of people, making connections, all the good stuff. Oh yeah, tons of good stuff.
So
Yeah.
who's the coolest person you've talked to and done some things you've done so far?
I think Jasmine from Women Grow.
Shouts to Jasmine Hub.
She's so great. I was able to actually hook up with her and Mary Beth Lafferty and oh gosh, I'm so bad with names. I can't remember the other girl from Women Grow. She was wonderful though.
Well, we saw.
Anyways.
We saw.
Oh gosh, I can't remember her
Jamie
name.
Shaw.
I don't know if that was. Yeah,
Lots of
but they're
Women Grow
great.
folks right now.
We got to hang out with them a little bit and smoke a joint and just like really connect on a nice level. And I was talking about like women in the cannabis industry and how we need to have more voices like them and more than just like tits and ass hanging out and promo girls smoking weed on Instagram and stuff like that, which is great. It's great if that's your thing, but we need more educational voices with knowledge and experience and expertise. Oh my God, I'm so tired. This is great.
Eloquent right now.
I'm so eloquent right now.
And that's what we said earlier. Having expertnesses. It comes down to the point. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point. We're happy to have you associated with the show because you got something to say, and we love it when you've got people who have something to say. And of course, such a big percentage of our following is from the female demographic. So we happy to have them and encourage them. And please support up. There's lots of times it's a lot of dudes at a lot of weed events, and when they have a girl on, it's like, oh my God, is that a girl? And I say, yes, it is. And this is a great girl, and we have a lot of women here, a lot of looks from Women Grow, and I look forward. I've really been itching. I could go back and show you from several months ago where I've been trying to reach out to them on social. It was actually on my list. You saw the list.
I did see the list. I saw the spreadsheets.
Yes, I wanted them on for quite a while, so thanks there. You're already paying off there.
I'm working hard. I'm hustling.
Yeah, Stormy's been hustling hard. We got a lot of people around here hustling and shit. It's been busy. I'm going to try and move this card over there. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I kind of want to just sort of put the camera on and walk away at one point, but I'm going to do one of these for a second. No, not at all. I do want to go burn again pretty soon, though, but we're running out of... I only have so much battery, so I got to post up here for a minute. So, anyway... You can see it's pretty busy in here right now. Hard to get a vibe on what's going on. There is Cannabis is Medicine, MMJ, THC. So yeah, that was another point we touched about earlier. The fact that that the police, there's a massive, not that I want them to target onlines, but in the totally randomness of it all, so far there's been no targeting to the onlines, and there is a ton of online weed business, right? So
There's a lot of them, yeah.
Right, so it's not just the licensed medical producers who are doing it online that are being encouraged to do it online. There's other people doing it online, and it's just
They've been doing it for years.
and where do you draw the line?
Pardon?
And where do you draw the line?
Exactly. Where do you draw it?
Let them all do it as long as they comply with a certain level of standards. Let everyone do it, but let everybody have the opportunity to do it. Oh, puppy!
There's a really big dog. It's like a Great Dane or something like that, and he just freaked the frick out. I know I can swear on this, but I'm just not going to. Yeah, this has been a really interesting time. There's a lot of different people here. We're at the Fant booth, chilling with the Fant ladies. How are you guys doing today? Are you having fun? Yeah? What's been your experience here? Like, working for Fant in general? Wanna come over here? No? You don't want to? Okay, that's okay. That's okay. She doesn't want to come on. She's a little shy. But apparently, she said her experience is really good working for Fant. What's your favorite thing about working for Fant?
Guys are so chill. It's amazing.
The guys are so chill? Is it mostly guys?
Mostly guys, and Natasha, obviously.
Oh, that's awesome. So do you like do a lot of work for Fant?
Just a little bit. Yeah.
She doesn't want to be on camera at all, so I have to go in the corner. Oh, hey, you! What are you doing here? How are you doing? Would you like to introduce yourself to our viewers at Pod TV?
Hi, I'm D420K.
D420K. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm so good. Enjoying this amazing expo right now.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
The time we live in right now is awesome, isn't it?
It's pretty exciting. What do you think about the Toronto dispensaries and all the situation that's going on with that?
Fucking bullshit, man. That shouldn't be happening to those people.
No, not at all.
All the patients away from their meds, all the people, all the stress that caused for everybody involved. Totally unnecessary.
Completely unnecessary. I agree.
Anxieties, panic attacks, all that shit.
Hang on. Speaking of anxiety and panicky issues, sorry to jump in here, but they've seen you before. This is something you don't see every day. No, I'm just kidding on that. We'll see more of him in a minute. But some people have a lot of stress and anxiety, and me as one of them, I find my dog is extremely helpful and keeps me together. Something you don't see every too often. This is 420 Canine, the service you see. They've got a dog over in here. He's like half a Great Dane. This is crazy. Stress management job is exactly what it is. The therapy dog is actually wearing the service harness vest right now. They've got a service called 420 Canine. Trying to get her to come over here in just a minute and talk about this. Puppies, I love the puppies. So I'm a big fan of our four-legged friends there, and it's extremely tough for me because I have not seen Parker. What's up, Parker Bow? I know you're watching, man, because why wouldn't you be? Haven't seen Parker since Wednesday, and every time I see another dog, I'm like, puppy. Anyway, hopefully we can get her over here. It's just a dog. They're so soft, and just instantly I just had a smile on my face and felt better. 420 Canine, I'm trying to interview the puppy. I know it's dangerous.
On vacation.
We want to interview your dog. If we can get her attention in a minute here, I'm going to... Slide this back just a little bit. We're waiting on her. I can't believe I'm waiting for the dog. This is awesome. This is awesome. So happy to see this. This is a fantastic. Sorry, boss. I'm trying to do a live interview on Pot TV with the dog for a minute. Can I steal her for just a second and let you have her back? We're streaming live on the YouTube right now.
You gotta pay for my time.
I didn't want to interview you. I want to interview the dog. So 420 Canine, what is the service, or 420 Canada's service coming up here with the canine? I'm calling them 420 Canine. What are you guys doing with the service dog in the house today?
Well.
Sorry, man.
Well, it's important to have a dog here, a therapy dog at the show. Oh, he's going to knock me over. He doesn't want to sit. But, yeah, he's here to make everybody happy. He's a service dog, emotional support dog. If anybody needs them.
Toronto needs emotional support, and I felt so much better as soon as I touched him.
Everybody needs emotional support over the last couple of days, so Quincy's been a nice little resolve or relief for everybody, a nice little respite.
So who is Quincy? What is Quincy all about? What's age, breed, la la la?
So Quincy is a Harlequin Great Dane. He was born October 8th, 2010, so he's almost, he just turned 6. 2009, so he's actually 7. Oops. So, yeah, and he's, it's hard to get him to stand on a scale, so I can't tell you how much he weighs.
About 150 pounds anyway.
Yeah, at least. Yeah. No, he's very interested in everybody's weed. He really likes the smell.
It smells great, right? So am I. I'm extremely interested in the weed I keep smelling. I need more of the weed that I keep smelling.
Somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from because we're not supposed to have it, but somebody's got a stinky pocket, I guess.
Oh, I bet a lot of stinky pockets here right now. So the service behind the idea is just to kind of, yes, if people want to come in and spend a little time and just pet the puppy and just feel better.
That's it.
Fuck, that's cool. Yep. And if people want to do that or whatever, I mean, 420 Canada, is that just you guys came out to do it, or is this brought on by Lyft, or like how did this?
No, like we have our booth over we represent a few different seed companies, and so Quincy's just at the booth with us because I can't get through the day without him anyways, so.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to see Quincy here. I'm very happy to see him here. It made my day. My little boy Parker is at home watching right now because, you know, of course he would.
Everybody's jealous.
Well, why wouldn't everybody be watching? Yeah. But no, it's very cool. Quincy?
Quincy?
Hey, Quincy, do you want to say anything to Pot TV? No, Quincy don't want to talk to Pot TV. No comment. Thank you very much, Puppy. It was wonderful to see you. Thank you, you too. Quincy, my best interview ever. Shouts to Quincy for coming through. What's up? So they wondered if Snoop Dogg was going to come through today. Well, you were half right. Not Snoop Dogg, but a dog. So you were half right.
We're in the dark.
Right, a little bit. A little bit. Let's come into the light. I'm just trying to keep the camera out of the way just a little bit. Oh, plus also, we've got this turned down a bit because we had the bat. We were, yikes, my bat.
We've unplugged ourselves. Oh no. Yeah, actually, this is the longest a lot of people have gone without weed at this conference. There's a vapor lounge where you can smoke flower and dabs, like vaporizing, but you can't smoke joints inside, which is pretty unfortunate. So I'm honestly feeling it right now. I could go for a break and some marijuana, ganja myself. I imagine a lot of the people in here are feeling kind of similarly, but yeah, just ask around. Oh, we're still finding the plug. We have no idea what's going on. Past Unity. Interesting. Well, oh, I see Alaska coming towards me now. I don't know if he's actually going to stop and talk to us, but maybe he will. Maybe he will. How are we doing on the plug situation? Plug back in?
Somebody unplugged us.
That sucks.
Somebody unplugged us and didn't tell us and just chucked our cord. So I just noticed it. So we're plugged in over here. So now we don't have any battery. That it hasn't been doing battery for at least the last few minutes. And of course, it's been using some battery. Jared's taking pictures right now. He'll be back at one point. I want to get moving around pretty soon. Maybe we could, Stormy, yeah. You want to scout for somebody who might be good to post up and go talk to? Like a friend of the family, if you will, or someone you want to interview next. And then we can wheel over and maybe plug in over there for a minute.
Sounds good.
All right, we're going to send Stormy on a recon mission. Sorry? We've got, well... Yet. There's a lot of folks we haven't talked. Have we talked to Drop King yet?
Weed Maps.
Let's go talk to Weed Maps. Okay, let's go talk to them. Hang on, hold this. I'm gonna now unplug just since I just plugged it.
All right, we gotta rush over to Weed Maps because we have 12% battery left, and that is not sufficient. Hello, how are you? I'm excellent. Oh, I know you're camera shy. You don't want to come in here, do you? No. There is a doctor here. What was your name again?
You're going to get me in front of the camera.
I'm going to get you. Come on. Do you want to come? Yeah, okay, we can. There we go.
Here I am.
She is. Denise, what do you do? What are you here at Lyft for?
I'm here to support individuals that are looking at getting their medical document. I'm drcannabisconsult.com. And I'm here.
Cannabisconsult.com.
That's right. And I'm here to help people to get pain-free and become legal.
Excellent. And are you enjoying the convention so far, the expo so far?
Absolutely. I love it. It's great.
Good. How many people have you signed up today? Do you know?
Quite a few. quite a few, but we still have to go through the process, make sure that they're good, that they have all their medical documents together, and they'll be good to go.
That's great. Very exciting. Thank you so much. It's so nice to see you again.
Ciao.
Bye. I'm making so many friends. Making friends wherever I go.
Let's do it.
Oh, vapor lunch
I
for
wanna
420.
If you want to, sure, but I want to go smoke a joint.
Yeah, I need to smoke some
Outside?
wids.
Yeah, but we can't bring that. No, I know, but we need power somewhere, so we got to go post up somewhere with power.
Oh. Okay, apparently we're going to the vapor lounge, not weed maps. We're on a roll. Literally, quite literally on a roll. What are we walking past here? Huh? Pretty excellent. Okay. We are going. Walking past 180 Smoke Vape Store. Interesting. E-juice? I'm not really an e-juice kind of person. Oh.
Missed it. Shit.
Darn. That's okay. Who's speaking right now? What is this?
So Jamie's broadcast is in the middle of the way. It's like already under. She's talking about racism in cannabis prohibition, and really, it is a less talked about product of prohibition is the racial undertones that it was put in place. Harry Ainslinger felt that marijuana made darkies feel equal to whites. Harry Ainslinger made feel that black men felt comfortable to step on a white man's shadow, and made white women want to sleep with blacks. Also, it was for jazz musicians and Latinos. And if you look at the arrest records in Colorado, 58% arrests increase for black and Latino teens in Colorado, and a 28% decrease in white teen arrests in Colorado. Hang on. Can we stop here for a sec? We're going to 420. We'll come back after. So Miss Envy in the house. We're going to show it to them. So we've got to the point where, that is a massive reason. Racial control. The Nixon administration regularly admitted that they used drug regulation to control the masses and the people and folks of different races. And it is extremely discriminatory, and I don't think that it's talked about enough in the prohibition fight. It's an absolute ridiculous situation. You're famous on Pot TV now. So, you having a good time here, security?
Yeah.
Shouts to security in the house. And what's your name, brother?
Security. My name is Daniel, and I have a very good time. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Rally
for coming
Security
through.
is doing a very good job.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Thanks for keeping us safe. So, that's safety we can appreciate. Okay. Should we try and head back towards Sublimator? Where do you want to go? Sure. Let's try and go see if we can find Enrico. Enrico! Enrico, we're here for 420, buddy.
He's going to the bathroom.
We're here for 420 live on Pot TV. What's going on, everybody? Hey, we got Roji in the house too.
Oh yeah. Here, let me go talk to Rico. Cord. Okay. What's up, guys? Rico, you got time to talk there, brother? My man. What's up, homie? We got time to chat for a second or what? Woo, woo, woo. Oh, hey, brother. Here, where's that camera at? Where are we? Oh, there we are. Hey, man. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you,
It's
James.
been way too long, Rico.
Like, almost a year, man.
I know.
Almost a year.
How's the expo so far going for Sublimator and you?
I'm completely surprised with the amount of people here. It's like, wow, I feel like it's bigger than some of the event I did, and much bigger than a lot of the events we did in Europe. I mean, look at this. It's
huge.
It's huge.
And
It's,
I mean,
wow.
TY was pretty busy in its biggest year, but it wasn't this busy.
No, it wasn't that busy, and it's a lot more freedom here today.
Right, before there was some restrictions on smoking and other things and other stuff, but I mean, it seems pretty open that everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, everybody's having a good time. Nobody's smoking nothing. Everybody's just like vaping and we're at 419. Whoa, let's go there.
Let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Okay, uh-oh. Hold on, now we're underneath of a cord here. There we go. It's all good. Vaping on a, oh yeah. There we go. Nice. Just about 420. So, of course, Enrico, the inventor of the Sublimator, been doing this for a long time, a big, huge sponsor of Pot TV, and has taken me around the world with him to do all kinds of fun things. We've been to Amsterdam, we've been to Spain. Man, I had a great time with you every time.
So did I, Jeremiah. We won some cups together.
Hey, we did, absolutely, man. And so how's that going? Have you been to any other expos besides this one recently?
Yes, I was just in Cannabis in like March, I think. May, eh?
How'd you like it this year?
Oh, I'm loving it this year. I was in a corner, a lot of people.
Happy
it was
420!
420, Jeremiah, come.
All right, let's do this.
Here we go, 1, 2, 3, go.
How was it, Jeremiah's? How was it? Ewok approved?
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Very nice. Yeah, you got to hit this too, man.
Yeah,
Give this going to
that's
this. Hey, but Rico, Sublimator.
It was a donation.
Thank you.
Maxwell, the owner
different
of,
medical patients.
The big man from across international, the ovens.
Oh, cool. Oh, good to meet you, my friend. Yeah, I think we met. Have we met before?
We met briefly. We
Cool,
had
man.
one of the funkier booths.
Yeah, exactly. So that's cool. So what do you think of the expo so far? Do you go to a lot of these things?
I'm really glad that we had a huge turnout, like considering what happened just a couple days ago. It's really interesting that still all the patients wanted to represent that Medical Canada federally is going to stay, and that's why we're exhibiting all this technology in order to basically make the concentrates as clean as possible, whether it be solvent-free, bubble hash, or different kinds of things, butane, propane extractions, alcohol extractions, also CO2 extractions, just cleaning it up, making sure it's pure for the patients. And I'm really glad that there's so many people. There's a lot of really amazing local glass art. And there's one of the coolest smoking devices I've pretty much ever seen.
Yeah, the Sublimator right here. Well, and
420 on that one.
420. And Rico, I wanted to ask you about it because I mean we have a crazy looking, awesome Sublimator there. We have an advanced thing going on here from your humble beginnings with the Sublimator. Tell us about the latest permutations of your product and what you're working on now.
Well, we got the new glass line with the cryogenic series here, which makes your medicine pass through the tube, but under vacuum. Like this tube is like 2 atmosphere under vacuum, and it cools off your product before it gets to you, like up to 15 degrees.
Wow, man. So this is one of, I mean, you guys have come a long way since your little thing you were throwing in the fire.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I'm glad you remember this.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and that's how it started. It started as just a little iron that you had on a string. You throw in the fire, and then you could put it into your bong or whatever to use when you were camping.
Bottle cap of Coca-Cola. Then after that, we did the little metal piece, and then we had mass with a chain to throw in a fire, put it back on for the campers. So.
That's cool, man. But I mean, look at all the crazy stuff. You guys have deals with other, glass companies and stuff doing this. Uh-oh, did we lose our power? Uh-oh, that's right. It happens sometimes. I remember when I think I was relating the story, or I didn't know if I had said it on Pod TV, but we went to Amsterdam to the High Times Cannabis Cup there one time, and that just made me think of it with the power going out. But we were at the High Times Cannabis Cup, and when we showed up in the morning, there was like water leakage all over our stuff and everything. Yeah. So it's not quite the same as this. The High Times one was good and everything, but a little different than like something like this.
Well, this is more classy. It's more like, I don't want to say better organized. It's more
the approach of organizing the event.
The event, basically.
There's a lot of planning here.
Yeah, a lot more planning than certain places.
This feels just like one of those well-organized European events that we always go at.
Right. Like Cannabis.
Like Cannabis and things like this. Yeah, absolutely. Because
How was it this year?
Cannabis was huge, big, like it was almost unbreathable.
Really?
I was packed. I never.
It's the biggest one on the planet, I think.
Yeah, it is unbelievable.
Big that it's inspiring a lot of other countries in like the Spanish-speaking world that go to Cannabis, that participate in this culture, to actually start attracting themselves, like companies like Sublimator, companies like Across International, to bring that professionalism from the hot cap, from a lobster pot with a cap on it, to a sublimation bio-evaporation device that gives you
massive. This thing's crazy looking.
Most ridiculous pure taste of like the cannabis that you can get, whether it be cannabis oil or flower, and vacuum ovens, rotary evaporators, things that Sublimator and I are presenting together to just advance this whole technology and make sure that it's clean for the patient, the best experience, the most advanced. And that's why in Latin America there's Expo, what is it, Expo?
Expo
in Mexico now.
Oh,
yeah.
Mexico City, we're going to both go to. They're, I think, having one in Uruguay and Argentina as well. And Colombia, I think in Medellin, didn't they have a show? I unfortunately couldn't make it, but like it's growing, you know.
Like just like in Europe where they're spreading all over the place too.
I'm on the organizing team for the Expo Weed Mexico, and it's going to be done on the 12, 13, and 14 of August. First fair in Mexico, in the most prestigious place in Mexico, the World Trade Center. I believe Mark and Jody Emery are supposed to come to do a presence there with us. Yeah,
I didn't know that. I'm not sure.
International is coming. We got Bogart.
12 people
in
the booth, freaking signed on the spot. Like, yes, at Cannabis, I want to go to Expo Weed Mexico City. We'll be there across international, represent, because they're legalizing as well, and it's going to be this whole medicinal movement throughout Latin America, just like following suit in Spain, the United States, and Canada, and it's just going to keep growing that momentum and offering this something other than pills on the shelf. You know what I mean?
It's crazy to me. It's a weird sort of dichotomy, or there's this contrast that we have of this entire room here. We're all getting together to smoke weed, to look at weed products, to look at the places that are providing the weed to us, and then we have the Toronto police just a couple days ago ruckusing through town, shutting down a whole bunch of places that are essentially what we're doing here or similar, and with no real distinction or reason to do it, claiming that they're hurting somebody, but they're not hurting anybody. Like, I mean, Rico, you've been in this fight for a long time. Have you ever heard of anybody from a dispensary getting hurt in some way?
Never. No.
The cops are trying to say that we need to have testing on the marijuana because we need to know how much THC there is and how much of this. But that doesn't have anything to do with hurting people.
No, absolutely not. They can't make it's. There's no need to do all these testing and stuff. It's a plant and it comes out in its purest form, and I think that's no necessity to do that.
They're trying to pretend that it's something that it's not. And I think that, you've had some run-ins with the law yourself and stuff. And so, but, what you do is you stand firm and then it just either goes away or you deal with it, right?
Yeah, well,
are you still dealing with it?
And it still goes, it never goes away.
Well, and there's like lasting effects of it, like, going to the United States, for example.
Can go to the States for 2 packs of weed, 2 packs of seed, flying back from Malaga. Arrive at the border, I read my phone, and Rico Bouchard is wanted for being a seed dealer for a big operation with
24 seeds.
They stop guys with me for selling lamps. They stop another guy for installing air conditioning. Another one was there for owning a store, but none of them were selling marijuana or anything. And we all got caught in a big operation. And after going to court jail for 8 days, where we did a live show from.
Yes, I remember.
That was awesome.
You on the phone.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Live from jail.
Yeah, live from jail on Pod TV. Yeah, we have to do it that way.
We've done it, brother.
Yeah. So, Rico, did that have lasting effects on you? Are you still dealing with it? What happened with that whole thing?
Well, the thing is now, I would like to go promote my product in the United States, which would be a beautiful, beautiful place for me to start working. We all know because of the reason why. It's like the whole demography there is.
Other than the United States, I see you in Europe, I see you in Canada, but at the same time, it's
right now we're in 11 countries, but I'm not in the United States where everybody is.
There's 10 times the amount of people there too as Canada,
exactly.
Right?
It's not even like
So
Jeopardy's unjust, man. Because at the same time, currently, in whatever state you were in, it wouldn't necessarily be a crime, and now you're just being prosecuted for what was in the past, and it's really sad to see like someone like you lose that opportunity. I'm really sorry to hear it, man.
So I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about some of the stuff you've been working on. I think this one is this the latest thing? Or are you selling this right now?
Yeah, well, we're selling those right now. Yes, this one now has a choke on it. It's still a 45. Same thing, but it's with the cryogenic series, which gives you the smoothest, coolest stoke ever. I mean, I vouch on this. You should. You did try.
Yeah, I did. It was awesome, man. No, it was totally mental. For sure. I love all the Sublimators. So since the beginning, I've always loved it, man. So.
Thank you, Jeremiah.
No, but
Glad they gave you the big table.
yeah, you're right in the corner with the big table. But I wanted to also say congratulations on your little addition to the world. Man, wow. And so tell us about what's going on. You had a baby.
Yeah.
You didn't have it yourself, but your lovely wife Terry did.
Yeah, when Terry got pregnant, we were at we decided that we wanted to have the baby in Tenerife because it was calm over there and stuff. And after the 2 years of touring that I was doing, I needed that time also myself to regroup on the company and stuff. So we decided to have the baby in Tenerife. Wonderful experience, beautiful people. Everybody on that island are just like diamonds. That's the treasure of that place is the people. The people. It's just
Berry.
They're
Yeah, exactly.
people, fantastic. So we had the baby there. Everybody was helping us to try to get the paperwork done and everything, and get us to go to the hospital properly, having a doctor to follow us.
Right.
Then we had the baby, and then the passport, and we're back home.
Right, and you just got back here recently, didn't you?
I was in Tenerife I left Tenerife Tuesday night.
Oh yeah, wow.
So I arrived in Vancouver like Wednesday. I was here on Thursday, and then here we are now.
Awesome, man. Is Terry with you too?
No, unfortunately, the reason why we brought her back, we came back, is to San Jaime with the family. With the mother, grandmother, and the whole family, to have that family support, so I can concentrate myself on
doing this stuff.
Ahead. Yeah, and
she's got a baby to take care of.
Absolutely, she's got what an angel, what a life right now. I never felt so fulfilled. It's wow. It's undescribable.
Yeah, now you got two babies. Exactly.
Two babies, yeah.
Exactly.
And a Kaimo.
Yeah.
Man.
And we have a new lounge in Tenerife also.
I saw a picture of that, and it has the monkey on the wall and it blows smoke.
It blows smokes, but like really, the whole place gets like smoked in.
That's hilarious, man.
Quite happy about that.
That's very cool. Yeah, the picture. I just saw a quick video you sent me, but I'd love to see more, man. And very cool that you came on Pod TV, man. I love you so much. It's great to see you again, man. I really appreciate it.
Vancouver next week, and
you are okay. Cool.
We'll catch up, and we'll bring you a nice piece for.
Oh man.
If I don't let you leave with one tomorrow, I'll bring you a nice piece there.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'll see you back in Vancouver for sure. And thanks a lot for everything you always do, man. I love you so much, man. And very nice to talk to you, man, for sure.
Pleasure, man.
Awesome, man.
And nothing as cool as that. But.
That's pretty dope, man. That hit was dope. It was like tasty. It came through. It was like, this thing is smooth as fuck, man. I love the Sublimator's great for me because you can do flowers and extracts in it, and and no screwing around.
Yep.
I love it, man. Yeah, all of the different things. Peace, man. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, brother.
Absolutely.
Bye, Jeremiah.
Man.
Peace, man. Yeah, what do you think of this whole deal?
Well, we can roll. I don't know. I don't mind rolling back here. Yeah. I don't mind rolling back onto the floor. We got so much out there left to cover, but we need to post up somewhere we can get some more battery.
Nice. Oh, it's on a Batman angle.
Yeah, because we got a little battery. Shortage.
Juice issue.
So wherever we got to go and plug in somewhere again.
Oh, okay, what are we at? Oh, we're at 16% at the moment. Do you want to plug in over here for a little bit, or you know what?
I don't just want to just sit here in the room. I want to go see stuff on the floor. I'd rather go sit out there and talk to some folks walking by and stuff.
Yeah, well, maybe we have to.
Let's talk about the Miss Envy booth. They were just wanted to flag us by there. We know them.
They have some power.
They have some power.
Sure. Okay,
let's make that happen.
Definitely.
All right. Well, hang on. You grab this.
Okay. We're going to the Miss Envy booth. We just need to go to a friend that has power for us because we're eating a lot of juice here, mobile style, on the laptop, and there's only so much battery power with this thing to go all day long. All right, so, okay, I'm going first. What's up, guys? How's it going? Pot TV cart coming through. We got the Pot TV wagon coming through. What's up, guys? It's hilarious. So I'm having fun. I'm nice and high now. That was really my, second toke of the day or something. Where's the volcanoes at? I don't see the volcanoes. I see the volcano sign, but I don't really see a lot of people on display with vaporizers in here, really. You know, it's the treating yourself one kind of had, I think, more people actually displaying their vapes, but I could be wrong. Uh-oh. Am I in front of the, yeah, there we go. I got to keep it a little distance away from this thing so I'm not standing right in front of it. But yeah, there's the volcanoes right behind us. So I could be wrong here. They're just all around the center. What's up, man? How you doing? What else is there? The air riser. I see a lot of posters for stuff, but I don't see all the products. There's a lot of people chilling, but it's kind of bring your own this time too. Let's go out here. Miss Envy's booth was, we passed it on the way, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's cool to see everybody getting together, and it's nice to see it done in the right way. When we had the Champs Expo here, it just felt like it really lost something. And the people from Champs are really great people. They're from Las Vegas. They do the expos down there, but it wasn't the same kind of heart when, I don't know, it just felt different. Treating Yourself was really cool with Marco Renda. Treating Yourself magazine, of course, a patient magazine. And where's Remo? Oh, I see, there's Remo. I heard somebody yell Remo, and I was like, where? Well, hi, how's it going? Hang a left. Okay, I'm hanging a left. Hanging a left here. What's up, guys? Hanging a left. Here we are. Hi there.
Hi.
What's going on? How are you?
Do I get a hug? Do I get a kiss? Do I get like?
Give me a hug. How you doing? How's it going? Live on Pod TV here. Very nice.
Put some lipstick on your face.
There you go.
I'm so good. How are you? It's so good to see you.
Everything well? How's your lift?
My lift's amazing.
Plug in. You guys do your thing.
Can you even hear me right now? You know I get nervous on camera. Okay, good. My lift experience so far is awesome. Everyone has been absolutely wonderful. It's too bad we can't actually sell THC-based products, but hopefully next year they'll have everything figured out and we will. So we've done.
Tell us about what you have here. Tell us who you are and what your company is for the people that don't know out there.
Mike wants me to wait a few minutes, and then I will be with you shortly so we can show you the logo. I could tell you some funny jokes, but I'm sure they're all really inappropriate, and there might be children listening. Are you sure? I'd let my child watch
No, please. If you have funny jokes to tell. Oh, well, okay. Well, maybe not those ones.
But they're so funny, though, but we won't tell those. I really like your heart-shaped glasses, though. Can I try them on?
Love them, though?
Yeah, let me try those on. I feel like I'm going to look really good in these. Oh, yeah. I think these might be mine now.
You claim it, and they have the, translucent outside.
And I feel that that's what really makes them.
They look better on her.
By stealing them from people.
Look better on her.
Why, thank you, kind sir.
So, okay, we can't talk about Miss Envy yet, or what?
Not yet. Not until Mike's got that banner up, and then we can talk about Miss Envy all day long, because I love the sound of my own voice.
Well, who doesn't? Love the sound of your voice. And also my voice.
Oh, you.
So, okay, what do you this is your first expo in
Toronto? This is our first expo in Toronto. I mean, we were at 420 in Vancouver, obviously, and I keep forgetting that I'm supposed to look at the camera and not look at you.
You can look at me or the camera, whatever
you
like.
I just look wherever I want.
Look back to the camera. Tell the crowd out there. There's a whole bunch of people watching right now. There's 74 people out there watching at the moment.
Hi, 74 people out there watching.
There have, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Okay, so my Lift Expo, this is our first time. This is my first time in Toronto. Beautiful city. I absolutely love it so far. The people have been wonderful. Some really cool things going on here, actually. I went and bought myself some jewelry because, you know, I'm a girl and I couldn't help myself. There's actually a really cool booth going on over there that the Bullets jewelry, and I really want to promote it because they use bullets that are used by the Canadian Army, and it's to help veterans get off pharmaceuticals and onto marijuana. So if I wish I had their card somewhere. And
Yes. I think we're probably going to be having the person responsible for that. Now I'm forgetting what her name is, but she's a very nice person. Yeah, she came with Natasha, and they did a photo shoot in the place about the jewelry actually, and we did have a conversation. We're gonna have her on the show sometime.
Well, while they're still getting set up,
Yes.
we need to steal some power for a minute. So
Oh, we don't have any yet, or we do? Oh, okay.
So I just want to see. Oh, there's my Canada. I was just showing for a second.
So we were talking about Toronto and the things going on.
About Toronto, and we were talking about what I bought because I'm a girl and I like to buy things, even though it's probably all dudes listening. But but boys, go buy your girlfriend something from Brass. All the proceeds go to help veterans get off pharmaceuticals and onto marijuana, which, let's be honest, that's exactly what we want. It's better for everyone to be on something natural than the other alternative.
It's cool to see so many different types of marijuana-related things happening. Everything can be weedified, it seems like. You know, we're talking about bullets, and somehow that's related to weed. You know,
I absolutely love that. I mean, we would like to start getting into a program where we're creating maybe dog treats, and all the proceeds go to, you know, saving hurt pit bulls or something. Because
that'd be awesome.
Everybody seems to have something against a pit bull, okay?
So, and pit bulls are very nice dogs.
Therapy dog through here.
Yes.
Oscar was through here, I believe it was. Shouts to the puppy coming through.
Does Oscar smoke weed?
No, he would make no comment either.
Yeah, that's right. And neither would that big leaf.
You know, and actually speaking about animals, Mike has been giving his own dog CBD treats. His dog he's 9 years old, beautiful old English bulldog, big guy. And he's got some hip problems because, you know, he's getting up there. But he's been giving him CBD treats and putting CBD in his food, and the dog is suddenly running around happier and less pain. And I know other people who have been feeding their dogs little tiny bits of Phoenix tears, not too much though. Be careful if you have a Chihuahua, that could just, you know, shit could get real. So be careful about that one. Yeah, no, be careful about that one. But suddenly this Chihuahua that had cancer for 2 years is running around eating and happy, and you know,
medicine helps everybody, including the pets. Exactly. It's funny to see.
It's not just about us, it's about the animals too.
Exactly. No, there's a lot of articles coming out recently about pets. And like I've seen mainstream articles talking about this subject because I think in Colorado and California there's places doing similar things to what's happening up here on that end. But yeah, no, again, like you say, everything's being weedified. Pet food, everything.
Exactly, you know.
When's the Miss Envy Hotel coming?
When's the Miss Envy Hotel coming? Is it like a dog hotel or?
Weedified hotel, you know?
Wait, do I have to work the hotel, or can I just like take naps and smoke weed? Because
I don't know if Hilton works at his own hotel.
Oh, okay, thank God. Okay, so I won't have to. And I can get some special treatment maybe. We'll have some dog treats. You can have dogs there. And you can smoke weed everywhere. I think those will be the rules. Man, it's time to legalize marijuana. There's our sign. Do we have Mike? As soon as we have Mike, we'll be ready to go. We will be victorious.
So wait, you guys.
I like how I'm just like rambling.
That's okay.
I do like to ramble.
You do sponsorship stuff of events, and I saw you got the girls down at the recent Snoop Dogg thing that was happening and stuff, and I saw the peeps. Why you go to these events and there's a lot of community going on here? What are the ones that you like the best?
You know, I wish that I could say I was at Snoop Dogg. It's heartbreaking, but I was on a flight coming back from China sourcing our new Miss Envy clothing line that will hopefully be ready for release over the next couple months. Ladies, you're going to love it. But yeah, I miss Snoop Dogg and how he's the number one celebrity that I would like to smoke pot with. Snoop, if you're listening, please come find me. Never gonna happen, but you know, Fingers crossed. And I don't know. Here you go. Hold on. I think this gentleman over here wants to buy something. Give me.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, yeah, she does have good marketing. She has like a whole crew of peeps, like girls wearing the Miss Envy clothes and stuff. They were all at Snoop Dogg. It was quite the posse, actually. But I'm going to turn, I think this mic might be a little loud. How's the sound working out there for you guys? I want to make sure. I haven't had a chance to actually look at the chat lately to see how this is looking. But please let me know in the chat if the sound looks good. I'm just going to, everything, here, sound, and look okay. Look okay. So, the chatters, there's 82 people watching now, so it keeps going up and down. It's cool to have so many people tuning in, watching the, hey, what's up, man? How's it going? Here, we got selfies going on here. Yeah, what's up? With my broken fingers. My broken finger. So, peace, man. Have a good one. Bam. Let's give a pan of the, I have a broken finger, yeah. I was a little tipsy and I stumbled when I was sitting on the ground reading the mail in my apartment, stumbled a little backwards and I snapped my finger off somehow just by supporting myself. Yeah, and lipstick guy. Oh, it's Mark here. How you doing, man?
Living the dream,
So, can I ask you a real question?
Sure. What my favorite hockey team is?
The Montreal Canadiens, probably. I know Alex likes them. Shouts to Alex.
Yeah, Alex.
So, Mark, am I allowed to ask who you work for?
Yeah, I am the Canadian Director of Sales for Pure Hemp and Smoking Brand Rolling Papers.
Yeah, he is. You guys are awesome. Hot TV. Boom. Thank you very much. Smoking Papers right here. Boom. Use them, love them, rep the shit out of them. On Thursday, we were supposed to have a little bit of a different show planned. He was most of the different show that was supposed to be planned. However, it didn't all quite work out right. It's a big deal for me. I have wrapped Smoking Papers for so long, and the Pure Hemp line is just such a popular unit. Love them, can't rep it enough. It's not because they pay me. I have used Smoking Papers for a lot longer. They really have nothing to do with it. Unfortunately, they're not really allowed to advertise due to tobacco regulations because they're considered a tobacco product. That said, I'm a huge fan. I support them, and I recommend if you're going to use papers to roll your tobacco, if that's what you choose to, I would suggest rolling a well put together joint. Please use Pure Hemp Smoking and SMK papers.
Yeah, I would say SMK. That's kind of more of the Mercedes of papers. The Master is very, very good. But then there's Smoking Organic, the Smoking Brown, the Smoking Deluxe.
There's the Maize. There's those light blue ones.
There's the A-Ros. There's Pure Hemp Classic. There's Pure Hemp Unbleached. It goes on and on and on.
And different sizes and styles and something to suit everybody.
Is there
that? Right over there.
Nice. So we've got... I want to talk to Terry at MCRCI because it'll be interesting to see what he says on things. I want to come see you guys at Pure Hemp. There's also the Veterans for Veterans, Military for Marijuana thing as well. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be probably here all day tomorrow, it sounds like. Yep. Can we, maybe another time we can try and have the conversation I wanted to have. But thank you for supporting the community. Thanks to Pure Hemp and Smoking Papers.
For supporting us. Thank you to Cannabis Culture for your endless support. And thanks, guys. That's it. That's all I can say.
Sure.
And that's why so I'm always in your hood.
And we'll get you back when you're back in our hood, or we're next back out here. We'll do it proper, all right?
We'll be in your hood in about 3 weeks.
See you then at Pot TV Studios on Thursday or Friday on Cannabis Culture News or Expert Joints Live. Yeah. So what do you want to roll next? Are we done with them here for right now, or are we hanging out here?
I got to get some photos so bad.
You still haven't done that yet?
We are done here. She was setting everything up.
Okay.
So you should probably take over and do the Miss Envy interview here. And you can talk to her about all this good stuff. But I got to take photos. I haven't even Instagrammed anything.
Go take some photos.
Not even one
Go
Instagram.
take I know, I haven't had a chance either. Go take some photos. What's up, brother? You okay?
That's a good idea. I broke my ankle a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't want to wear the cast at the event. So.
I kicked him down the stairs.
He probably deserved it, right?
He did.
Yeah, totally. So you guys were asking about BC Bubble Man earlier? There he is. He's busy working his thing, doing his thing, being busy as shit. So we don't want to blow up his whole spot, man. He's busy. He's an extremely popular spot. Look at they're like literally lined up.
Yep, sorry.
They're lined up to talk to the Bubble Man himself, so that's very cool. Hi Canada, what's up to the Hi Canada guys as well too? Hey, you're live on Pot TV. We're doing it good. I think they're just about set for the Miss Envy interview. The lady with the green dress. For anybody on Pot TV and cannabis culture who might not be familiar with this green dressed little lady beside me, please tell them who you are.
My name is Ganja Babe. Well, Ming, actually. That's my Instagram name. And I'm featured in this month's issue of Hi Canada, talking about cannabis culture in Gatineau, where I'm from, so on the Quebec side, and how I started using marijuana.
Oddly enough, we happen to have the High Canada. Coincidentally, I don't think so. We're just doing it that well put together. So your social media account, fairly popular?
Yeah, so much. I'm starting to get a little bit popular. Just trying to put my name out there to represent the region where I'm from, Outaouais. So yeah, a little bit French there, so. Yeah.
I think it's very cool. Hey, M. Lafferty photo in the house. What's going on, M. Lafferty?
Oh, there it is. I'm great. How are you? Yeah.
Have you guys met?
No, my name is Ming. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Photo, Mary Beth Lafferty.
Yeah, you work for
12 high chicks. Yes. We're making plenty of introductions and stuff here. Yes, so you're stepping up on your social media game, and you're kind of getting out there and recording your journey along the way. How long have you been doing it, and what do you think so far?
Well, I'm just trying to get my name out there for a few years now, but I've been using cannabis for about a good 10 years. So I've just had lots of medical issues, and obviously started using it recreationally, but then I saw that it helped me in other ways, which is awesome, and I'm really thankful that it's helped me out a lot. So that's about it.
And we think it's pretty cool that you're broadcasting what needs to happen.
Jody's speech. It's at 5, I think.
Where?
Go check Jody's speech.
Oh, yeah, we should. Yeah, we're going to maybe work our way over there. Okay, so we're going to head. Sorry. No, that's a really good call. So.
That lets me do anything I want. Well, we can come right. Yeah, we can come right back right after.
No. We just want to see some prices.
Oh my God. But I'll tell you, I just did a long interview with them.
Just exploded.
I just did an interview with the Tweed people, and I don't know.
What did they say?
You just asked me questions, good questions. I thought it was great. I think I won them over. And I also had a good conversation earlier that shall not be named. So I think we're making.
Do you really believe that they'll care about anybody?
I believe that the vision I sold of what legalization should look like is something that they're very interested in helping to create. Maybe not. I don't know.
They're just kissing ass.
Well,
they're out in the public.
I got a mug. What can I say? I love Tweed.
Oh God! Don't say that.
No,
They're gonna hate you so bad.
Oh shit! Really?
Oh yeah, they're gonna hate your ass. No. You shouldn't even show that logo off. There you go. Yeah, Jody Emery sold out for a coffee cup. Yeah. That's how you down
LPs for life, baby.
Yeah,
Shut down dispensaries. No.
What are they putting in that cup? What did they give you?
We do have to go though, cause I speak in 5 minutes.
You really should hide that logo though. I'm not even joking. You really should. Yeah. Oh yeah. I wanted to go and confront these. Yes, these are the guys closing. Why do you think the dispensary? What are you talking about? Wait, who are you? I don't know you. Yeah, no, well, yeah, Italy.
Okay.
What are you talking about? What's going on?
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to fuck you up.
Here's the thing. Remember when I sat beside Mark's prosecutor and said legalize it? Yeah, a lot of people said I shouldn't do that too. But listen, if anybody can win our enemy over to our side, I don't know. Give me a shot. Give me a chance, guys. Give me a chance.
Not going to happen.
Well, okay.
Not gonna happen. Doesn't matter what no, there's no way.
You don't think that the dispensaries and the LP, you don't think the LP groups?
They want this. This is what they've been asking for.
Yes, but we also have to remember that everybody is an individual. And
what are you talking about? Are you insane? I can't even believe it. No. Fuck Tweed. Sorry, fuck Tweed. Sorry. That's Pot TV's opinion on this one, no matter what the boss says there. I hope you're not being serious.
I don't know exactly what.
You think just because you did an interview with them, they don't give a shit what you say.
No, all I'm saying is, like Sun News, which is Fox News Canada, why would we not engage in a dialogue with those who we can maybe convince to change their position?
That's different than saying anything supportive about them.
Okay, the only supportive thing I would say about Tweed is that they provide marijuana to people who are too afraid or unable to access it otherwise. But
While they call for the closure of the dispensaries.
and that is wrong, and I condemn them for it. So don't think I'm just, letting them
Turn
get
that
off-
cup around then.
Don't think I'm just Wow, it's really that heated, eh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Oh
fuck.
my God.
No. These people are bad people.
Well, but who are these?
No, Tweed, who are these people? Everybody related to that company that works with them is not good, in my opinion. We should boycott them all. Simple as that. And so, we say this every day. What did they do to you? Are you insane?
They got her drunk. They spiked it.
No. Yeah, I love the idea of working.
Honestly, I wouldn't take that.
What are you gonna say when you go?
You got a big kiss on your cheek.
Thank you. And
there.
I'm gonna take this from you. You go do your. You go do your
I don't
speech.
like what they put in that drink.
Everybody having too much fun here.
They're mad at me.
Who's mad at you? Oh, your tweed seller.
They're mad at my tweed mug.
Tweed seller.
Get rid of that mug.
What's wrong with the tweed mug? It's a good
Their
mug.
logo is bad.
Jody, you can't have a tweed mug.
No, you know what? We want to put the word.
Tweed is on the sign.
We want to
I know,
put.
but you're not
we
really
want to
carrying
put.
a tweed mug.
She
They
she
gave
was.
me one. They
She was
gave me.
carrying him.
They
They
gave
gave
me.
you one,
They
okay.
put my. They put
Hear what
my
she's
water
saying.
into a mug. All I'm saying
They're
is,
giving you drugs.
listen. If Tweed decided to change their position and not call for the closure of dispensaries, would that be good? Yes. But how are they going to come to that? Yes. Yes.
It would
if
be
they-
good, but they're not going to do it.
If
though.
they. But how do we know they're not? How do we know?
How do we know?
How do we know?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's not hard. It's not
Okay.
bad to try, but do you?
I'm gonna try and flex my muscle. What do you mean plug in?
You gotta be critical of them.
I think yes, you have to be critical, but I think the overall goal is that as many people as possible should grow a lot of weed.
Right.
And what we want is everybody to be legal to grow it on every scale and every circumstance.
Hi, Lisa.
That,
Sorry.
so they're
we should
they're one-
boycott the people that are calling for the closure of the dispensary. Simple as that.
I would agree with
wouldn't.
that.
I wouldn't buy tweed weed myself as long as this is their position. No, but I will not refuse an interview or an
Right.
ability to talk.
Because that's like saying
Not an interview.
if Trudeau wanted to talk to Jody Wood, she'd say no because he's been a
Oh
bad
hell yeah!
man.
I'd meet with John Tory. I'd meet with Bill Blair. I'd meet with.
But don't say anything supportive about them either, though. You're not saying supportive things.
Well, what did I say supportive?
Oh, I don't know. You seem to be sort of supportive.
No,
Maybe
she's
we got you wrong.
She's got you there, though, Joe. I don't think she is. She
Okay.
just
Well,
saying
she was holding the
she's
mug and
willing
said,
to
"What's wrong with
become-
Tweed and yay LPs?" So that's
Oh,
literally
this-
her
Me
word.
being joking, of course. You guys saw I was joking.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I
now
said
now
it.
you're
Be
gonna learn
careful,
the
be
price
careful.
of a sense of humor.
Yeah, you got to be careful about that around here with these guys.
You
Yeah.
always say that I
Okay.
go off on tangents that are like a little risque. That in our culture, it's risque saying that about Tweed.
Yes. It is, definitely. Oh, no. The people watching this know what's up with Tweed, and they don't like them at all.
Yeah.
No. Because they are hurting patients a lot.
Okay, well, I'm
so,
gonna go grab a chair 'cause there's-
what do you think of the expo so far, though, Mark?
I have done many photographs, a staggering number. So I've had lots of fun meeting people from all over. And of course, I'm from Ontario, so this is kind of like old home week for me. And I'm having a delightful time. And I look forward to meeting anybody who's still out there who wants to come and see us later tonight or on Sunday. I'm going to go sit down and see Jody.
Okay, Mark. Awesome. What's up, guys? No, can we put it right over here? It's not going to be in your way. Well, we need to be able to see it.
She's the broadcaster.
Yeah, it's her network. This is her studio. Can we go on this side of you? Is it that bad? That's totally fine. Yeah, you see where I'm moving it? I'm moving it out of the way completely. Thank you. Whoop. There we go. Look at that. Okay, hopefully that's working there. Okay. All right. So hopefully this is working. Yeah, I think we look all good. Everything good out there, chatters. You guys out there? Let's see. From the Lost and Found. I think this is working. Yeah. Well, Jody, I have to say, I hope you're as amazing as you were yesterday and as critical of the bad people as you were yesterday.
You guys made me nervous. I feel like I'm in the wrong mindset. What happened to me?
I think you are in the wrong. If you were being supportive of Tweed in any way, you're in the wrong mindset. Fuck Tweed.
How long do I have to talk, too? Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, I see it. Jody yesterday just totally destroyed them in this press conference.
12 minutes. It's good. It's 10 to 12 minutes.
good, okay.
So I can do that. So do I wait?
She's got 10 to 12 minutes. Yeah, and it's funny because here people are trying to be really supportive of everybody, but we have to be honest and draw the clear lines of distinction about who is good and who is not. And they are the not good folks.
Right, but you don't negotiate with your friends. You negotiate with your enemies. And I'm not saying we need to negotiate. I'm not trying to defend.
No, we boycott them.
I agree.
No, we don't negotiate with terrorists.
You're right. I understand that process. But she did bring up one valid point that if we speak with them, not that they necessarily will change.
Talk to them for sure.
We should continue to be able to talk to them and try and continue to win them over to our side. Whether that happens or not, I don't know. But they won't do it if we don't give them the opportunity to do it, or if we don't try and force them to do it. So we're going to keep all over them the best we can to see if we can make any change happen. Don't really expect it, but I mean, like you say, you got to talk to somebody at some point. But anyway, we're going to hear Jody talk pretty soon. Good crowd. Good crowd.
Everybody say hi to Pot TV.
See, everybody in the house getting ready for talking logistics, talking show details. Where do we get the money to travel around Canada? Through our lounge at the Cannabis Culture guys. For me, I'm Expert Joints. My own little business. We're a multi-platform a multi-platform media outlet for the cannabis enthusiast. We just crossed about 80,000 followers. We've been working with Cannabis Culture for the last few months, and it's been fun. Anyway, have a great show, Jody.
Hello, Lift Cannabis Expo. Thank you to everyone for coming and showing your support for the Lift Cannabis Expo. My name is Jody Emery. I am an activist. I own Cannabis Culture Magazine, Pot TV, and Mark Emery's Cannabis Culture Head Shops and Vapor Lounges in Vancouver, BC. And last night we opened Cannabis Culture Cannabis Retail Shop for recreational sales to adults 19 and older here in Toronto at 801 Queen Street West. Now, I don't own it. This is a franchise model. Somebody very generous has decided to help us build the vision that I have for what legalization should look like. And I move around a lot, so can I remove this mic? Yeah. So I'm supposed to speak today about cannabis businesses and how to open them and operate them. But I'll be honest, I haven't actually opened my own shop. My husband is Mark Emery, the Prince of Pot, who was freed in 2014 from 5 years in U.S. prison for selling marijuana seeds, millions of them, to raise millions of dollars to fund legalization reform long before any of this was even possible or envisioned as a possibility. Mark Emery paid the price by using a strategy that pretty much every business here today is also using. It's called peaceful civil disobedience. Marijuana consumers have long been punished and discriminated against and called criminals and druggies. Cannabis users are forced to urinate into cups and lose their jobs and lose their kids, lose their homes and their right to travel. Students lose their scholarships and their ability to graduate simply because they choose cannabis as a safer choice to alcohol or pharmaceutical drugs for relief from pain or for pleasure. Cannabis helps millions of people around the world, and all along it's been illegal. Of course, ancient history, I hope you heard from Jamie Shaw today and others who, Dana Larsen, speaking after me, will give you a history of cannabis in Canada. But cannabis has been around forever because it helps so many people, and we have all been forced to be ashamed of what we do. And long ago, the governments decided that they would like to make these peaceful pot consumers suffer a criminal record for using cannabis. And that's why civil disobedience had to be employed. Civil disobedience means you break a law
to demonstrate the injustice of that law. Civil disobedience is used in many ways to forward movements for progress and freedom and liberty of people. And many brave patients, growers, dispensaries, head shops, all of these people bravely defied the laws in this country to provide access to cannabis as a medicine and as a plant that many people enjoy recreationally as well as therapeutically. Civil disobedience meant that you had to be willing to get arrested to change the laws. In the 80s, the Canadian government banned cannabis books and magazines, and you may be shocked to know that right now today, find something with pot on it. That sign, well, not so much, but give me some pot literature, that is still criminal in Canada. Cannabis literature, bongs, vaporizers, magazines, all of these things are actually still illegal in Canada. But by violating those laws, as Mark Emery did long ago in London, Ontario, by bringing Jack Herer's book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, into Canada and selling it, breaking the law, these books and magazines and information about cannabis have been banned and prohibited, and people have been arrested. But because head shops opened up, because magazines like Cannabis Culture, which Mark Emery produced, because they existed and gave the education and information, we reached more minds. More people got the truth. I myself was a prohibitionist in high school. I thought all marijuana users should be arrested and jailed. I was against cannabis and all drugs, and my friends began using marijuana. But they also introduced me to Cannabis Culture magazine and Pot TV, one of the first video streaming websites on the internet ever. And I realized after taking my first puff and drinking my first beer, I didn't really care for that, but after consuming cannabis, I realized I'd been lied to. And it was very distressing for me to believe that those authorities I trusted had been lying to us about cannabis. What else were they lying about? What else are they doing that's not fair or just? And that began my career into cannabis legalization activism. I moved to Vancouver in 2004 to work for Mark Emery. I became the assistant editor of Cannabis Culture magazine a year later, in 2005. And that very same year, in July, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration raided Mark Emery's store in Vancouver, arrested Mark Emery, Greg Williams, and our late beloved activist Michelle Rainey, and had them all facing life in prison in the U.S. for selling seeds, even though the DEA admitted that it was all about using money to finance legalization reform. They said legalization has suffered a big blow. Legalization lobbyists have one less pot of money to rely on. But Mark Emery had already won. He said, when you buy these seeds and you buy Cannabis Culture magazine and you come to my head shop and you buy a vaporizer, we will use that money to finance reform, to finance election campaigns and global marijuana marches, to finance the legal defenses for dispensaries who got raided back before they were as plentiful as they are now. Although, to be fair, as of today, many dispensaries are now shut down. Shame on the Toronto police for that brutality and action. And if you saw me at the police headquarters, where I somehow got into their press conference,
They didn't know who you were.
I managed to question the police chief. Where are the victims? Where is the harm? Cannabis consumers and dispensaries do no harm. It is the criminalization of cannabis that causes all of the harm. And that's why I grilled the police chief. And that's why he told them to take me out of there. But that's why I stayed and I refused to leave. And I continued to demand answers. So he's pretty pissed off, and maybe my recreational pot franchise might have a visit. I'll admit I was nervous last night when we had our grand opening. But if you feel that you deserve access to cannabis without having to pay for a doctor or having to fake an illness, I agree, you deserve access to, and that's what our model is going to be. So when Mark Emery started Cannabis Culture, it's a name that represents our culture. It's our music, it's our art, It's our medicine, it's our history, it's our symbols and our rituals. Ever heard of 420 or Bob Marley or a pot leaf? These are the symbols of our culture because we are a culture all around the world with tens of thousands of years of history, of use of cannabis and hemp to help humanity. We have evolved with cannabis. We are cannabis. We are here today, the cannabis culture. It's business to create jobs, and there's no shame in making jobs. It's to create an enormous industry of awareness and education where you can sell medical marijuana at a standard your patients require, but you also sell recreational cannabis like in Amsterdam, where nobody's being harmed by their coffee shops. So Mark Emery's model of using business to create money to finance reform is what got us to the point here today. It's what inspired many businesses in Toronto and across this country to open. And that groundwork was laid, and with it came a heavy price. Prisons, arrests, charges, people have died, people have been killed, and even today, every 9 minutes, a Canadian is encountering a police officer for pot possession. Every year in BC, $10.5 million is spent on pot possession cases. Where's my doctor and my health care while they waste my tax dollars on this? That's what everyone should demand. Stop the waste of pot prohibition enforcement. But unfortunately, the Liberal government does not seem inclined to go that way. Ralph Goodale, the public safety minister, and Bill Blair, in charge of legalization, have said, while you wait to buy it legally in the future, today you are a criminal. Today you will lose your job. Today your doctor will still deny you access because he doesn't believe medical marijuana is legitimate. Today, every day, more Canadians are paying the price for pot prohibition, and the Liberal government is not stopping it. The Liberal government is maintaining the status quo under Stephen Harper's government. The mandatory minimums still exist. We have the government promising a very strict, restrictive system that has heavier penalties for those who operate outside the system. That's shameful. It is wrong for anyone to campaign for the shutdown of dispensaries or peaceful citizens operating, doing no harm. So I will say this. Shame on those licensed producers who campaigned to shut down the dispensaries that laid the groundwork, that made medical marijuana legal, that allows the LPs to operate. But I am open, as always, to talk to the licensed producers, to find a way that we can coexist peacefully. Because who am I to condemn a grandmother in northern Canada who does not have a dispensary and wants medical marijuana only because her doctor said it would work, but otherwise she's scared of it and doesn't know anything about it? She should be allowed to order marijuana through the mail if she chooses. But freedom of choice must be protected. And freedom of choice means you can choose an LP, you can choose a dispensary, you can choose a recreational pot shop, you can choose a farmer's market, or you can choose to grow it in your yard and nobody can stop you. Legalization means no more arrests and marijuana is available. That's what legalization means. It does not mean to criminalize your perceived competition. It does not mean people who don't use pot opening businesses to sell pot to make a profit while they continue to criminalize those who peacefully consume and provide it, causing no harm. Legalization means no one is a criminal anymore. And the Liberal government continues to criminalize Canadians. That is why this expo, the Lift Cannabis Expo, I want to thank them for bringing us out. I do have to thank the sponsors. They're right there. It is Tweed, an LP, who has been campaigning to shut down dispensaries, and Crop King Seeds, inspired by Mark Emery Seeds, to fund the movement with money from marijuana seeds. These are two separate type of elements in our industry, but there's no reason why they can't coexist on a sign and coexist in reality too. So no more discrimination against anybody in this industry. No more telling those who built this industry that they're not allowed to participate. No more arresting the consumers, be they teenagers who want to use it instead of booze, or adults who want to use it instead of pills, or patients who want to get off their pharmaceuticals. Everybody deserves access to cannabis. Cannabis does no harm. There should be no sin tax because we don't cause harm. Cannabis reduces harm. It reduces pill abuse. It reduces alcohol abuse. Cannabis is safe. for our communities. And any politician or policeman or anyone who supports any form of prohibition is supporting the violation of civil liberties, which unfortunately is not a surprise given that the man in charge of legalization, Bill Blair, oversaw the greatest massive civil rights violation in this country, in this city, G20. Do not turn 420 into G20. I mean it. Do not let the police continue to call you criminals and pull your blood out of your body because they want to penalize you for pot use. Do not allow doctors to tell you marijuana is not legitimate medicine because their own pills are killing people every single day. Pharmaceutical medication in this country is causing a crisis. Marijuana can save people. That's what we're here to represent. This is cannabis culture, cannabis community, cannabis commerce, and freedom. This expo represents what our industry can do. It's professional, it's peaceful, and everybody here can get along. I hope the licensed producers who push for dispensaries to be closed will reconsider what they're doing, because that makes you no better than the cartels who want to force people to buy cartel pot, and it makes you no different than the police who enjoy using guns to arrest and handcuff people, peaceful people. The discrimination against dispensaries and cannabis distribution of all kind must end. Cannabis must be made as available as coffee, an addictive stimulant drug available everywhere. Cannabis has to be available as a medicine produced in a sterile factory for those who want it to be as such, but it must be allowed to grow in your garden to take to a farmer's market alongside your beautiful heirloom tomatoes and your carrots and your lettuce. Cannabis must be available to all those who need it and want it. And I am not a patient, but that doesn't mean I have fewer rights than those who are sick. We are all equal. Equality must be maintained. That's why we need to be brave and bold. And I understand some people want to open a business. They don't want a pot leaf on their logo. That's fine. You can do whatever you want to in this market and create your own model. But do not ever seek to criminalize your own competition. There's enough room for everybody. Cannabis is plentiful. More and more people, when they're no longer afraid of the law, they're going to do what I did in high school. They're going to use it. They're suddenly going to realize the truth. And maybe eventually we'll have hemp fields growing hemp for manufacturing cars that are indestructible. Maybe we'll have hemp houses as architecture that absorb the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and create temperature-regulated homes that are fireproof and floodproof. Maybe cotton will be replaced by hemp so we no longer use toxic chemicals to flush into our water systems. Maybe we can save our beautiful forests from deforestation by using cannabis hemp for paper. Maybe we can use CBD medicine and we can help give people the lives they deserve. And this all comes from peaceful civil disobedience. Open your pot shop, open your head shop, start your dream business, turn your passion into an industry that can create jobs and economic benefit for all while providing the access we deserve and representing what legalization should look like. Thank you so much to everybody for coming here today to lift. Be sure to support all of your activists and businesses, because as we saw on Thursday, they're willing to come in with guns to shut you down. And my own vapor lounge was ordered to close as of the other day by the city of Vancouver. So you'll see me probably harassing those politicians as usual. Stay tuned. Thanks so much, Jody Emery, Cannabis Culture. Thank you, Lift.
Dana Larsen is up next. Oh, is he coming right now?
I've had a shower and sweat, so like there you go. I'm nice and sticky.
So that's
High
better.
pot TV.
I like that. That sounds great.
That's me. I'm not you guys.
I know.
I can't believe you thought I'd like drink from a tweed cup and turn into a. No, it's all good. Message remains the same. Dana
know.
Bear.
Mr. Dana Larsen. Hi, Dana. Look at, oh, there they are. Dana and Jody. Dana. To Dana. Hi, Dana. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing good.
What, you got like the...
You lost your pass.
He's a mystery man.
He doesn't want people to know his name.
Yeah, no, I'm here incognito. They keep ripping off. Oh, I got a bunch of passes, and they keep tearing off. I think
Were you the one who took our passes earlier?
Next year, that's tell them. Make sure you tell them.
Tried a few times, yeah, and it's all. I kept popping it back in, and
With it.
so I just carrying them
He's
around.
like he's doing fighting on the
Well,
floor.
I was trying to reattach it. I was trying to reattach it.
He's chewing them like cocoa leaves.
Fighting on the floor.
You are up
Street
front.
Fighter lift.
Oh wait, you could wait for 5:30.
Yeah, well, I can talk now. I just wasn't sure what.
I was arrested during the. I was arrested while working at a dispensary. Yeah, and I just was helping a woman get some topical for her rheumatoid arthritis, and then they came in and busted me, and I've been charged with marijuana. Oh, I'm sorry, I was charged with marijuana and trafficking in narcotics, and I have to show up to get fingerprinted, and it's a real court and everything. So, just for being a bud tender.
Dispensary do you work at?
I was working at SWED Society at Chester and Danforth.
Yeah. Wow, man. Crazy. I just want to hear more of Jody, but we should talk soon, my friend.
Work for Mark Emery or marry him or both came true, I guess. But I was incredibly inspired by everything I've learned is by activists who have done so much work before even me, and they're still working hard and facing criminal records. I mean, this guy's been arrested. I still haven't. So, brave man. I'm just wait till 5:30. Tell everybody. Dana Larsen, Cannabis in Canada, Overgrow Canada campaign, free seeds. Come talk to Dana Larsen to hear him speak in 10 minutes, 5:30. Get to the speaker's corner. Okay, thanks again. If you're on the schedule for 5:30, you should just...
People are all sitting here waiting for something.
No, but more will come. It's okay.
They're all leaving. They're all leaving.
No, they're not all leaving. Well, get up there and start talking to people.
You can't. You can't. It was. Yeah, there you go. So.
Trying to get your attention.
All right. So we have. My goodness, it's packed in here. Yeah, we're gonna come back and watch Dana, I believe here. Happy 420, somebody said in the chat. Must be 420 somewhere in Winnipeg. That's where it is. So. Yeah. I know. Dana. He thought he lost his audience now, and she was trying to rally troops, maybe. So Dana, I got you here now for a few minutes. So I wasn't even sure you were coming to lift or not. Now you're getting too close to the camera. You're coming. And so how do you think the Expo fares as compared to some of the many that you've been to?
This is great. I think this is, this used to be the Treating Yourself Expo, and then it was the other group, what was it?
Champs.
Yeah, for 1 year they tried it. It's hard to make money at an event like this, although combining the LPs and bringing them in, they weren't even really around, didn't really exist for most of the Treating Yourself days, but bringing them in and having that be everybody together, I kind of like that, although I got issues with a lot of the LPs, and I'm not a big fan of Tweed, but I do like that we're all in the same room together, kind of doing our thing in one group, and that we're all, here anyways, we're all kind of equals.
It normalizes it. They actually will learn about what our movement is in a way, and then feel, I think, really guilty and bad about the fact that they've been calling for the closure of dispensaries. I hope that happens, but I have a feeling that they're concerned more about their profits, though.
There's a 24 LPs, right? And they're not all the same, right? So they all have different attitudes and different things. Tweed and Tilray have both been in the media kind of attacking dispensaries, which is kind of odd because Tweed employs Hillary Black and Tilray employs Philipe Lucas.
I talked to Philippe about.
Yeah, who are both people who I consider heroes and have done amazing work and opened some of the earliest dispensaries, and I don't really, I'm not their friends, they work for those companies or whatever, but it's interesting how people are finding their roles and how it's coming forward. But there's plenty of LPs that are people who just want to grow the highest quality medicinal pot they can, and if they can get a permit and do it legally, that's great. But they're not in it to, they want to make a profit, but they're not in it to crush everybody else and for them to be the only ones.
But a publicly traded company, though.
But Tweed is like that. That seems to be their goal, right? And from their public face and the statements they make in the media, their desire to see all the dispensaries shut down, nobody can grow their own, and they're going to control things. And that's not, I guess, going to work. I think it's a shitty business model, personally. I think that although, there's a market for cannabis regardless, and people who don't really care where they get it from, I think that the cannabis community and the medical marijuana community, they're aware politically. And if I'm somebody who's buying my medical marijuana from an LP, I'm not going to pick the one who's being a jerk about stuff and who's putting down dispensaries and who's maybe not supporting my right to grow at home. I wish there was an LP that would actually donate to some of these court cases. I would recommend them if it was an LP that was putting money into Allard and putting money into Owen Smith. And the Owen Smith case has pretty much benefited LPs more than anybody else. Yeah. And that none of them put in a penny to it. None of them said, like, thank you afterwards. Even the kind of cool ones, I don't think really made any public statements that I saw.
Yeah. I asked Philipe Lucas why Tilray can't come out and say they want the police to stop going after dispensaries. He didn't really have a good answer. I thought he was kind of full of shit.
He's not making those decisions either, right? That's not his job in that company, but he's deciding to be a part of that company, and you take on that karma when you join an organization, right? I said, I don't want to be putting down Philippe or something.
No, I love Philippe. I love Philippe. I just don't think that's very honest in a way. I mean, I know he's got a different opinion, and maybe he truly believes that, but it seems like a little flimsy that if you're part of a big corporation like that, coming out how does it hurt? I mean, it can...
Maybe they're lobbying from within to try to push those places to be better and how they behave and that, and I don't really know what's going on there, and I do, you know, but it is interesting that the two people that are sort of heroes of the movement that really got the dispensary thing going are both working for LPs and working. I mean, Hillary didn't start off working at Tweed. Tweed bought out Bedrocan where she was working there, and so now de facto she's under the canopy too, right? She's right over there actually, but no, I mean, I wouldn't want to do that either. But I can, and ultimately, I think LPs are great. I wish there was 5,000 of them. If there was 5,000 LPs in Canada, we would be a lot better. We wouldn't be having these concerns.
Make all the dispensaries LPs.
I mean, it should be easy to become an LP. Being a licensed cannabis producer should just mean you can meet a minimum standard, and that standard should be a lot lower than it is right now with what they're doing with the dispensaries. So that's really... I'm all distracted by that now, but
let's see this guy. He's interesting here. Can't understand him. I think he's been drinking the syrup.
The
syrup.
I didn't really realize all the syrup, like that's coming out of that syrup culture, right? Like that's something that's not really part of my scene or whatever, but the syrup thing is a big...
You don't like the cough syrup in your vodka and 7-Up?
I don't do the cough syrup stuff. I mean, I know judgment of those who enjoy that or whatever, but I realize it's kind of there's aspects of, I guess, the rap scene. Not all of them, like some rappers are in the syrup and
Lil Wayne.
talking about it. They don't necessarily
3
have
6
it.
Mafia.
Yeah, so I mean I didn't really realize why they're all making syrup. Oh, it's because of the syrup. But hey, it's way better having that kind of syrup than having the other syrup.
The cough syrup, yeah.
Move them on to the marijuana syrup. That's probably a good thing, right?
I agree, definitely. Well, yeah, Dana. Now you've been to. Did you go to Spanibus? Have you been to?
I haven't been to Spanibus. No.
This one.
I've been to Spain, but not to Spanibus.
It really reminds me a lot of where the European expos have gone, other than the High Times one, which is always kind of weird, but.
What I think is interesting here is what's allowed and what's not allowed, because we're selling our MJ creams at our booth. And a couple of people came by and said, well, we were told we couldn't sell our topical creams here, right? That's against the law, and we shouldn't be selling illegal products. And I thought, well, we were pretty much sold out now anyway, so.
Who came to talk to you about that?
Oh, other people who wanted to sell, other companies who had creams, who were like, well, we got a booth, and they told us we couldn't sell our creams here, but you guys are doing it. And I'm like, nobody told us not to, and now we're almost sold out, so whatever. But what's interesting is they're selling seeds, which are also illegal, and people are selling bongs and vaporizers and pipes, which are also illegal, and they're selling books about pot, which are also illegal. So it's interesting how they pick a line, and they've all that stuff, which is still technically, not even technically, which is still illegal, is on the okay side of the line now, but just don't sell any weed. That's not allowed, but you can sell seeds and bongs and pipes and all this other stuff. It's all still banned, right? So they don't want us selling illegal stuff. It's interesting how that line has moved. Well,
I think you make a good point, because it's like that in the whole system itself too. Like the police are the ones kind of making these determinations. Even in Vancouver, where we have the city kind of stepping back and saying they're not going to go after anybody. They don't say medical in it at all. But it's the police who have come out and said, well, if you're not searching for medical licenses, they'll go after you. So it seems like some authority figures are just making it up.
Oh, absolutely. Just like me getting busted for seeds in Calgary when there's at least 2 shops in Calgary that sell seeds over the counter, and nobody cares, and they shouldn't care, right? But it's only because I'm doing it in a different public kind of way that gets you in trouble. But if you're doing it, not that. It's just
it's the same thing that happened with Mark. I mean, that you're basically the poster boy for that whole concept. Other people were doing right after you left, there were seed banks all over the place, and nobody ever got busted.
Nobody ever has been busted. Although one fellow in Victoria got busted with 7 pounds of weed once and a lot of seeds, and they did convict him on his seeds.
It was Baghdadly, and he got a $200 fine.
No, it wasn't $200. It was 2 years of house arrest and $10,000, but it was negligible.
10. Oh, I thought it was only.
It was, but it's meaningless.
Right.
They seized $2 million worth of stuff from him,
Right.
and I believe he's living in Greece now on money that was probably shipped away.
Oh, jeez.
But I mean, but then if you're only in it for the money, well, that's fine. But those of us who are doing it for better reasons live on in people's memories for a much longer time for better reasons. So these are all good. Dana's going to be going on speaking.
It's going up right now.
Awesome. Okay, good. Who's Jody? Come back.
Yeah, we should do another introduction. She did it and then she left. I'm not sure. Maybe she went out to smoke a joint.
That was one smoking speech she gave. I'll tell you. Wow. That was
Hello.
Oh, here's
Expo.
Dana. Okay, let's watch
Hello,
this.
Everybody. We made you wait 10 minutes just to hear me talk, so thanks for waiting and sticking around. My name is Dana Larsen, and I've been a marijuana advocate and battler against the war on drugs for pretty much all of my adult life. And it's wonderful to be here and see all these people and see this amazing expo happening, especially considering the harsh police actions over the last couple of days. And I've been hearing that some places are still getting raided today. Hopefully that's not true, but I think there's been more raids continuing on. But people are here. We're celebrating the cannabis culture, and I know that most of those dispensaries are going to reopen, and that in a couple of days or maybe a week or two, it's going to look exactly the same like it did before the police did their action. So they spent a lot of money, took away a lot of cannabis, but it's not going to deter the movement. It's not going to just stop people from moving forward any more than the last 100 years of prohibition has stopped us from smoking and using and enjoying cannabis. This war on cannabis in Canada has gone on for so long, and so many people have been arrested, so many people have been charged, so many have gone to jail, so many have lost their children, lost their jobs, lost their privileges and rights as a human being because they enjoy this plant. And we are in historic times now. This coming to the end of the war on cannabis in Canada, this is something that our kids and grandkids will read about in their history books. This is something that is not only in Canada, but is all around the world, this war on cannabis and the greater war on drugs, which I really call a war on plants, a war on all the world's most useful, wonderful, medicinal, and culturally relevant plants. And the cannabis plant is the world's greatest plant. There's no plant that can do all the different things that cannabis can do. I like to say that if cannabis just got me high and that was it, that would be enough. I mean, that in itself is enough for this plant to be wonderful. But the fact that this plant that gives me these warm feelings and this wonderful inspiration and all the sensual pleasures that we get from using cannabis, it's also an incredible medicine that heals us physically and spiritually. It's also a food source that in itself is medicinal, that the high benefit of cannabis seeds makes those seeds really medicinal to eat and to bring into our bodies, and that this same plant also gives us fiber to make textiles and fabrics to clothe our backs and to run our machines. And this plant, even the roots of the cannabis plant are useful and can be made into salves and other medicines. And so every part of this plant is so wonderful that there's no plant on earth that is as good or as useful as the cannabis plant is. But the coca leaf and the opium poppy and the psilocybe mushroom and the peyote cactus and other plants like that, they're good plants too. And those plants also have thousands of years of cultural and spiritual, religious use, medicinal value, and especially in their whole forms, they are also wonderful medicines. And for me, although I want to see cannabis legalized, and that is the real effort to which I've devoted my life, I really want to see the whole war on plants ended. And I want to see all plants be legalized and be free to grow in your garden if you choose. I don't want our governments to go to war in South America or in Afghanistan to stop people from growing poppies or from growing coca leaf. And I believe that the things that we fight for when we fight for cannabis legalization, that this is a medicinal plant and that we want to be able to use it ourselves and not to have to rely on a corporate middleman to sell us cannabis medicines. Those same principles apply to all other plants as well. And so for me, my work will not be done until the whole war on drugs is ended. And we may not live to see that in our lifetimes. That's going to go on for a long time. But ending the war on cannabis is the first step and the most important step to ending that whole war on drugs, the whole war on consciousness, which we have been fighting so pointlessly in our society for so long. And I've written a book recently about the history of cannabis in Canada, and I learned a lot writing this book myself. And I've been in this movement for a long time, but when I worked on this book over the last few years especially, I learned a lot of interesting stories and anecdotes and tales from the history of cannabis in Canada, and some really fascinating perspectives that put things into perspective now about where we are and where we've come from with this movement. And I think this is a good time for Canadians to look back upon the past 100 years of prohibition, and past that to the 3 centuries before that, when cannabis was such an integral part of our economy and our society, when cannabis has played such an important role in Canadian history, that really the cannabis leaf should be on our flag, not the maple leaf. The cannabis leaf is so important to our culture, to our history. They weren't bribing farmers in Canada to grow maple trees, but for 200 years, from the 1600s and the 1700s, the British and French governments both did everything they could to get Canadian farmers to grow more cannabis. They bribed them, they pushed them, they punished them, they did everything they could to grow more cannabis, because this plant was so important to the navies of the world and to keeping the merchant boats and the combat ships afloat, keeping them active. At that time in the 16 and 1700s, it was Russia that was the world's capital of producing cannabis hemp, because Russia had vast territory and large numbers of peasants who would work for cheap and who would do the difficult manual labor involved in processing and preparing hemp fiber for boats and for navies and to get that fiber material ready. And farmers in Canada didn't really want to grow hemp. Between the 16 and 1700s, they wanted to grow food crops. The labor and the effort involved in growing hemp for them was not pleasant, and they didn't want to do it. And so the governments were so desperate for hemp, they bribed them, they pushed them, they did everything they could to grow more cannabis hemp in Canada. I wish it was like that now. That's what we really need. We're allowed to grow hemp in Canada, but our government should really be investing in the infrastructure needed to bring our hemp industry forward, to let us grow hemp for fuel, to grow hemp for fiber. That requires more infrastructure, more effort to put together. Most of the hemp in Canada now is grown for seed. But in the 1800s, that was the peak time for cannabis in Canada, an unparalleled golden age of cannabis in Canada. Throughout the 1800s, hemp was being grown industrially in every province in Canada. The hemp industry was thriving, and because we had enough people and enough labor and enough mills to really process hemp properly and bring it forward. And even more than that, more relevant to now, is that during the 1800s, cannabis medicines were widely available. From 1850 until 1930, you could buy cannabis medicines at a pharmacy in Canada. You could buy pre-rolled marijuana cigarettes at Canadian pharmacies from 1850 until 1930, when Prohibition really kicked in. I wasn't even aware of that pre-rolled joints were being sold and used widely in Canada for medicinal purposes for at least 80 years, from 1850 till 1930. I've seen ads in the newspapers. I've seen many references to this. And it was very common. In fact, the first person in Canada that we have a record for of being charged and convicted for marijuana possession was in the mid-1930s. Now, marijuana was banned in Canada in the 20s, but they didn't really know what they were doing when they banned it. It wasn't until the 30s that they actually began prosecuting people. And the first Canadian charged with marijuana possession was a man named Harry Forbes in Vancouver. And he was caught with several marijuana cigarettes. And he told the judge, "I bought these marijuana cigarettes at a pharmacy to treat my hay fever." And the judge said, "This is a deadly narcotic drug," and gave him 18 months of hard labor. That was the first person in Canada that we know of to be convicted for marijuana possession. And the first person convicted of trafficking was a pharmacist in Vancouver. A pharmacist who was selling pre-rolled marijuana cigarettes. And they convicted him. He told the judge that he didn't think that marijuana had any narcotic content. And he was also convicted and sent to prison. And so this confusion about, is medical marijuana legal or is it illegal or what's going on, this goes back 100 years. This goes back to the 1930s. It's people buying a product they feel is legal at the pharmacy and then getting busted and sent to jail for it a little while later. And it's time that confusion ended. But there's a nice story about cannabis in Canada that I like to tell. It's that when they were selling these marijuana products, and although they were selling marijuana joints, certainly tinctures and extracts were by far the more widely used form. Most people who used medical marijuana or recreational, personal cannabis, whatever you want to call it. They were taking it usually in tinctures and extracts and things like that. And in Canadian medical journals, you can read the story of Canada's first hashish overdose. And we know what a marijuana overdose is. It doesn't mean you're going to die or really risk your health, but it means you're too high and you don't feel comfortable, and maybe you think you're going to die or you feel a bit paranoid, right? And in Canadian medical journals, this shows that not only was medical use widely common, but recreational use of cannabis for fun was also common. And a doctor wrote an article in Canadian medical journals in the 1850s about a friend of his, and he says, my friend's only crime was the love he bore for science. And basically this friend really wanted to get high. And he tried marijuana, he'd heard the wonders of the Indian hemp, and he wanted to try it for himself. And he tried it a few times, and nothing had happened. He'd never been able to get high. You might know someone like this who has tried cannabis a few times and says it doesn't have any effect on me. So his doctor said, being a great doctor, which we need more of these days, well, I got some marijuana extract. Why don't you try some of this? It'll get you really high. And so the guy takes a few grains of this very potent extract, and an hour later he's leaving his body and floating around the room and having a panic attack and thinking he's going to die and having moments of ecstasy and exhilaration, but also moments of terrible fear and paranoia. I'm never going to do this again, he says. It was a dread experiment, never to be repeated. But what I thought was interesting about the story, first it shows that people were seeking out marijuana just for fun, to try it out because they'd heard how cool it was. And also that this guy's negative experience was so rare and unusual that the doctor wanted to write it up in medical journals and talk about it. And he says in his writing, this is a very uncommon situation, and I thought it would be interesting to share this overdose story. So it shows that at the time, a lot of Canadians were using cannabis, but overdoses or negative experiences were quite uncommon. And when you come into the 1800s, they knew that marijuana was good medicine, but they didn't know how it worked, what THC or CBD was. These things were all decades away from being discovered. And so they didn't know how to judge the potency of their extracts. When they would make tinctures and edibles and things, they didn't know how strong they were, how to judge the potency. And so sometimes you'd buy a cannabis medicine and you'd end up having very minor effects. Other times you'd buy a different one and you'd have very strong effects. And we face some of these same challenges now. But now we have modern technology. At the time, they did not. And so Park Davis, one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies, would advertise in Canadian medical journals. And what they would advertise is that is true. There is no chemical test for cannabis, but we have a biological test to ensure the potency of our products. And what that biological test was they would test their marijuana on dogs. And they would make extracts, and for at least 50 years in Canada and the US, there was hundreds of dogs who would be getting very, very high every couple of days. And your job would be to make an extract and to give this in a fixed dosage to the dog, put it in the back of its mouth, rub its throat till it swallows the capsule. Then you record how long until the dog's front legs buckle. The dog would get excited, and then it would get sleepy and pass out, right? We all know that phenomenon. And so you would take careful notes in all this, and they would use these dogs and these experiments to determine the potency of their cannabis extracts. Probably better than nothing, although I'm guessing there was still a lot of variation at the time in potency. I'm not sure how accurate these dogs were, but they had a really detailed protocol and procedures on this. I even read an interview with a guy, an old fellow, who that was his job, and they tracked him down and talked to him, and he explained how they did it and what the system was and what it was like getting all these dogs high as fuck every couple of days. But it shows how important this plant has been and the effort that they've gone through history to understand and to use it. And there's one more story from our history I want to share from the 1800s. That's 1895. And there was a lecture given by the head of the Nova Scotia Medical Association. And this lecture was reprinted in their journal of the Nova Scotia Medical Association. And it's quite long. And really it's something that could have been given last week, the things he talks about. He talks about cannabis medicines and using cannabis extracts and topicals and smoking cannabis. He recommends liquid extracts as being the best medicinal form, but he talks about it for a wide variety of different medical ailments and problems, from anything from bunions to menstrual cramps to depression to all kinds of other ailments. He also talks in this lecture about people using it recreationally and doctors who are giving themselves extremely large doses of cannabis medicine to prove to their patients how safe it is. And these doctors talk about things like how they feel fine, but the second hand on their watch seems to take a really long time to go around that dial. Or they're in their carriage and the wheels on the carriage seem to be going really slowly, even though they're traveling at a rapid pace, this kind of time dilation experience. And so, you know, we've got doctors and patients and people using cannabis recreationally, writing about it very openly. This doctor who gave this talk, he also talks about cannabis and sexuality, and that cannabis can make more sexual pleasure because for men it will delay their orgasm and enhance their sensations. And he doesn't really get into female sexual pleasure, but it was 1895. But nevertheless, it definitely shows that they were well aware of all these aspects of this plant and how it was used and all the benefits recreationally, medicinally, socially. And then we come to the 1920s and the 1930s in Canada, where the war on drugs, well, the war on drugs really begins in Canada at the turn of the century. In 1908, we saw our first anti-drug laws passed. And those were against the opium poppy and opium. And that's the origin of Canada's drug laws. And you know, these laws were passed, the anti-opium laws are passed, not out of any scientific research, not out of any health research or sociological research. The first laws against drugs in Canada, the anti-opium laws, they were passed to get rid of Chinese people. They were passed to get rid of Chinese people, mostly out of the West Coast, because we had a lot of Chinese who would come to Canada, be lured here to work in the gold mines, to work on the railways. They didn't get treated as well as they were promised. And when that work was done, we had a large pool of Chinese single men living in Vancouver and other parts of the West Coast. And white labor groups resented this competition. And there was regular rallies and riots, groups like the Asiatic Exclusion League and the Anti-Chinese League. They were not subtle in their names or their opinions. And they would regularly storm into Chinatown and beat people up and have rallies. And in 1908, there was a big protest in Hastings in Maine of the white union groups, and they marched into Chinatown and they threw bricks through windows and they beat people up, and they wanted the Chinese to go back to China. And so William Lyon Mackenzie King, who later became Prime Minister of Canada, he was the Minister of Labor, and he came to Vancouver to make reparations to the Chinese businesses that had been damaged. But while he was here, he saw that opium dens were also seeking reparations, that some of them had been attacked, and he was in communication with the groups that were pushing to ban opium as a way of getting rid of the Chinese people. And he decided on his own to launch a war on opium. He wrote a report calling for opium to be banned, and within a few months, the first drug laws in Canada were to ban opium. And these laws were passed and introduced and passed by the Minister of Labor, showing it wasn't a justice or a health issue, it was a workplace issue. And over the next few years, we saw thousands of Chinese sent out of Canada. In Montreal, in 1 year, 2% of the whole population was kicked out of the country. They were deported. Many more were arrested and jailed, and it was really a largely racial effort to get rid of what was seen as an undesirable element out of white Canada. And there was a real fear at that time among white Canadians, not a fear based on reality, but a real fear they had that the Chinese and the blacks were getting together to dominate the white race, to take us over and to control the white race through drugs and through marijuana and through opium. They were going to control us. And historically, it had actually been the white British that had gone to war with China to force China to take Indian opium. But nevertheless, now they were saying they're trying to addict us to their drugs. It was very common. Emily Murphy, I'm sure you've heard of her in her book, The Black Candle. That's the most famous example of this kind of xenophobic, racist fear that people had. But there was other books as well. There was a book called The Writing on the Wall, a very popular novel written in Canada about a white couple, a rich white couple who become opium addicts, and then their Chinese overlords who control them use them to ultimately control Canada. And the book ends with Canada under the thrall of our Chinese dominators, and we're all hooked on opium, and that's the end of the story. A terrifying vision of the future at the time, I guess. Now it just seems laughable and ridiculous that these kind of ideas would perpetuate, but these were very common. And so the laws against drugs in Canada are very much race-based, very much aimed at minority groups. And if you look at who's being busted in Canada, certainly brown people and First Nations people are the ones who bear largely the brunt of prohibition. The further north you go in Canada, you see incarceration rates and arrest rates much, much higher. In Nunavut, arrest rates for cannabis are 10 times higher than in the southern parts of the country. And that gets even more of a difference when you look at certain cities like Vancouver compared to other areas. But there's no question that the war on cannabis and the war on drugs in Canada has been, from its inception and until modern times, incredibly racist in both its ideology and in how it is enforced. But we come to the 1930s where cannabis is prohibited. We saw how useful it was for our history. And in the 30s when cannabis is banned, and you know, when they first banned cannabis in Canada in the 1930s, that year they banned it, the RCMP went around and burned hemp fields to the ground. As we heard, they were going after pharmacists, and medical marijuana people were some of the first ones to be arrested for cannabis. You know, when they would go out and burn these farmers' hemp fields to the ground, and the media would report that the farmers had no idea they'd been growing a deadly narcotic drug, no idea at all how harmful and dangerous cannabis was, and why would they? They'd been encouraged to grow this plant for so many years and so many generations, and now suddenly they're burning it to the ground. And just like in the US, we actually had a resurgence of cannabis in Canada during World War II when they allowed farmers to grow it again. In America, they made a movie, Hemp for Victory, to push their farmers to grow hemp again. In Canada, there was no movie, but we grew hemp again for the war effort. And when the World War II ended, hemp was banned again in Canada, and that was it for hemp cultivation until modern times. In the 1940s and the 50s, although there was a thriving cannabis culture in Canada, it was a very dark time for our movement. Access to cannabis was difficult to get. Many soldiers who came back from World War II had been exposed to hash and marijuana overseas in France and Africa. And when they came back to Canada, they used this plant. We know now a lot of those soldiers probably would have had PTSD, and that medical marijuana would have helped them with those symptoms. But that insemination of those soldiers and those people coming back, coming to colleges and campuses, spreading knowledge of cannabis through the 50s and the creation of the Beat generation, then through the 60s. And you know, in the late 1950s and early 60s, Canada passed harsher laws than we have now. It was a mandatory minimum 7 years for growing cannabis in Canada or importing it in Canada. That was deemed unconstitutional eventually, but that law was never overturned by a government. It was overturned by the courts. It was a 6-month mandatory minimum for possession of marijuana, and people would get 6-month jail sentences all the time. This was a very real thing. We think we have it rough now, but in the 1960s in Canada, they had passed, in the late 50s, they passed the strictest laws. In terms of severity, it went treason, first-degree murder, marijuana. That was how strict it was. It was the third strictest laws in the books. And yet that was the time of the biggest growth of the cannabis culture our country has ever seen. In the late 1960s and early 70s, marijuana use exploded across Canada despite these harsh penalties. And then we saw things begin to change with the Ledane commissions calling for decriminalization. They eased up a little bit, but they did not really change the laws in the 70s. And when the 80s came, we had lost that chance to change the laws. People thought it was going to be legalized in the late 1970s. We had governments on board. We had Jimmy Carter in the States. We had Trudeau and Joe Clark in Canada, both saying they wanted to decriminalize it. But we missed that chance. And in the 80s, we had Brian Mulroney and Ronald Reagan take over. Brian Mulroney passed some of Canada's harshest anti-censorship laws against the cannabis culture, and hundreds of bong shops were shut down. High Times magazine you couldn't get in Canada. Grow books you couldn't get in Canada. Information on this stuff was all banned. Very hard to get. Bongs and pipes are hard to get too. And that was also a dark time in the 80s. There were still activists out there and rallies and protests, but it was hard, and the penalties were hard, and things were challenging. And in the 90s, we saw this rebirth of this movement. Mark Emery led the charge, selling bongs and pipes and then seeds, and stores started opening up, and things started to change in Canada. And what I see now with dispensaries happening over the last few days and being raided, it reminds me so much of the 1990s when we saw bong shops getting raided. There wasn't quite as many bong shops and quite the same scale, but bong shops would get busted on a regular basis. They would reopen the next day. They'd get their inventory seized. They'd spend the weekend in jail. Some people got shut down. Some spent one guy from Kingston spent 2 weeks in jail over his bongs. Others spent time there as well. But ultimately now, even though those laws are still on the books, bongs are de facto legal in Canada for the most part. Marijuana seeds are legal in Canada for the most part. At this event, we can't sell marijuana at our booths if you're a dispensary, but they let you sell seeds and bongs because those are de facto legal, even though on the books the laws are still the same. Selling bongs and pipes and seeds is against the law. I'm facing a mandatory minimum for selling cannabis, giving away cannabis seeds in Calgary as part of my Overgrow Canada campaign. So that's the history of cannabis in Canada, and a bit of the story of where we come from, where we're going. But I know I'm out of time, but I'm going to keep talking for a bit anyways because I'm the last speaker, so no one else has to wait.
Well, you got a Q&A for a second
Okay.
after too.
Well, what I want to say about where we are now in our movement with this division between licensed producers and dispensaries and the two halves of this thing is that they've all got to come together in the end in some way. And the cannabis industry or the cannabis market in Canada is so vast that no one company or handful of companies or a few people are going to be able to dominate it. And cannabis is so easy to produce. Without prohibition, high quality cannabis is so easy to produce that the natural price of cannabis should be about 10% of what it is now. High quality buds should be available for about $1 a gram. And high quality extracts of almost pure THC, they should be very, very cheap and affordable. And so, I'm a big part of the dispensary movement, and I believe in dispensaries. I think we're important right now. But what I want to see in the future is a situation where we don't really need dispensaries, and we don't really need LPs, because Canadian farmers are growing high-potency marijuana, and they are growing it by the thousands of hectares, and they're able to make extracts from those products at incredibly low prices. Right now, Canada's hemp farmers make more resin than all of our marijuana growers together. Doesn't matter how big your grow room is. You can't compete with a guy who's got a tractor. It doesn't work like that, right? They're making way more resin. Now, right now, that resin is all CBD resin, right? But they can harvest, they're throwing it away. They're making enough money off those plants just with the seeds. That CBD resin, tons and tons of it, is a waste product. They could gather that stuff up and sell it for pennies. They could sell it for 5 times the cost of what they sell the hemp seeds for. And for pure extracts, it would be a huge boon to our farmers. They would be very happy about that. Patients would love it because the price would go down. My dispensary could not operate on that model. We buy cannabis from growers who are growing it at home under conditions where they've got to sell it for at least, $3 to $5 a gram to make their money, to make it worthwhile. And that's good as it stands now. But in 5 or 10 years, if that's still the case, I won't be happy with that. In 5 or 10 years, the only people growing marijuana at home should be people who want to do that for their own purposes, hobbyists. It shouldn't be a market like that, because if our farmers can grow cannabis on such a vast scale and so cheaply, that is going to change the whole industry. That is the future that I want to see. I want to see cheap, high quality, affordable cannabis. I want every Canadian to be able to grow cannabis if they choose. Absolutely. And that is a future that will require dispensaries and LPs to change their business model. I don't care how big Tweed's grow room is with their big warehouse and all the plants they're growing. They're not going to be able to compete with a farmer. It's not going to work like that. And so once our farmers are able to grow cannabis on a large scale, maybe Tweed will buy from them and resell it. I don't really care, but that product's got to be cheap. It's got to be pure. It's got to be affordable and accessible for everybody who wants it. And if you want to grow your own cannabis, that should absolutely be allowed. To me, that is one of the key aspects of legalization, is that everybody's got to be able to grow at least like a dozen plants to start with. And then eventually we just don't have any limit on that at all. But I also want to see a future where the vast majority of Canadians don't bother growing their own cannabis, because they don't have to, because they can get much higher quality, lower priced products. Why would you grow your own when you can buy world-class cannabis for $1 a gram or get extracts? I mean, if you want to, you should be able to, but you shouldn't have to bother. But that's the vision that I want to see. And that, I think, is one that will change the market for both LPs and dispensaries. It'll change things a lot. But having us fighting each other, having LPs in the media saying, some of them anyway, saying they wanted to see dispensaries shut down, having dispensaries hating on licensed producers and that's happening now. But ultimately, I feel that conflict is not really relevant to where I want to go. I want to go to a place where that doesn't matter anymore, because things are very different. I want farmers to grow marijuana. That's how I want to see it treated, like any other plant. And people think that's unrealistic, but we're getting close to that. For the first time ever last year, Canada's hemp farmers asked the Canadian government, can we please keep our resin? And when I saw the hemp movement starting and hemp farmers starting, they were always like, we are totally different than marijuana. Marijuana is like a wild dog, and we're like a friendly little chihuahua or something, right? And they would totally want it to be separate. But now they're like, well, actually, yeah, there is some good resin in there. We're kind of tired of throwing that stuff away. And of course, there are hemp farmers out there who are storing their resin. There's hemp farmers out there who are moving their resin to dispensaries. And that is the future that I want to see. So that's what I'm working for, and that's my perception on this conflict that we're seeing. It's going to be a thing of the past. When the real legalization comes, when we grow cannabis like other plants, that's what I'm fighting for, and that's what I want to see. So that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much. I guess I have a few minutes for a question and answer period. If you have any questions, I'm happy to try to give you some answers.
5 minutes?
However long it takes. That great question.
Well,
Where can you buy my books? I've got 3 books out. One is called Harry Pothead and the Marijuana Stone. It's a fun Harry Potter parody. One is called Green Buds and Hash, which is a fun Green Eggs and Ham parody. And one is called Cannabis in Canada, the Illustrated History, which is a serious book, beautifully illustrated. And the stuff I told you here, those stories, it's really only scratching the surface of all this amazing stuff that I've uncovered with the history of cannabis in Canada. We got a booth over there. We're right next to Organogram, but I'm not selling any more books today, but I'll be here tomorrow. And if you go online, if you Google my name or go to greenbudsandhash.com, you can order my books online there. They make great gifts, and there you go. I have not taught, I mean, I think from writing this book, I think I've learned more about cannabis than anybody else in Canada, really, like going through this. And you know, there's a couple of websites that I found were really useful. The newspaper's website, I was able to scan hundreds of years of articles, but I toured across Canada, and I gave this similar talk like about 20 times and gave away cannabis seeds, and so I've got it pretty down now, and I would be happy to go on campuses and do a talk about it for sure. So make it happen, and I'll be there. So far, we've given away about 2.5 million cannabis seeds all across Canada.
That's impressive,
You know,
Dana.
I made
Nicely
this announcement. I'm
done.
going to give away all these seeds because a friend gave me a big bucket of these seeds. But I didn't really think about the logistical effort involved in mailing 13,000. We've had 13,000 requests for seeds. So we mailed out 13,000 envelopes. And that is a huge logistical effort. A lot of them come back in the mail because the person put their address in wrong or we did something wrong. I mean, it's a small percentage, but out of 13,000, it has been a huge effort. And I have to give thanks to the volunteers that have come out because dozens and probably 30 people easily put in 20 or 30 hours or more each making this thing happen. These have been 1,000 hours of volunteer labor put in, sorting the seeds into envelopes, putting stamps on packages, getting them out to people. And so I'm very grateful for the help that I've had. But it's a 2.5 million seeds, and I'm really hoping, even if only 10%,
Okay, guys,
of those seeds
we're gonna
grow to some kind of maturity, that's 25,000 plants growing openly across Canada.
We're gonna let Dana finish his question and answer period. We're gonna duck out the little back gate here for a second. I gotta get on with the show here. This computer's acting up. I gotta find Jer. I don't know how to fix it. Jer is the master of this OBS system. I am not. I'm not the guy, but I'm heading over to find him. Let me call him. Let me make it happen with him. I'm trying to go find Jer right now. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey man, I'm coming to Miss Envy right now. Apparently there's a problem with some people are saying there's a problem with the audio. I'm about to check, but I'm coming to Miss Envy right now. Okay. Thank you. So chatters, please refresh your streams and then double check to see if there is actually indeed a problem. I'm heading to Jeremiah right now to see if he can help me with this. Hold on. They've been busy as shit sending out seeds lately. I saw them like crazy. Excuse me for a sec, boss. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to bump you. Stream is fine? Audio's good there? Okay. Thank you for the feedback, guys. I'll come back after. So, we want to talk to the Miss Envy. We want to talk to Miss Envy herself. So, in the meantime, we're going to come back in a second. They're just waiting for her. I know it's a little vibratey right now as well, too. Let me see. It's Terry's booth over there. Excuse me. Hey guys, how's it going? So, hi. How are you doing? Well, I was gonna come ambush Terry for a second, but I saw he's not there. But that's okay. Is he gone for the day now? No, he's here. All right, we might check him later. Yeah, well, it's all good, no big deal. But I wanted to talk to the folks here at. Yeah, right. Anyway, we've got some folks from MCRCI here quickly. They don't want to be on camera right now. We'll talk to Terry from MCRCI after. Wondering if we might be able to, I don't just want to ambush completely, if we might be able to talk to, yeah, is that okay? Take care. I know. Well, we got with Dana Larsen's talk we had to cover. He's our homeboy, so. Perfect. So let me just get everything associated here. Sorry, we're rolling around here. Okay, so I want to get it where we got your logo in the background or something. Something like that. This logo, that's pretty good. So hi, how are you? Good. My name is Craig X. I'm with Cannabis Culture and Pot TV, also Expert Joints. We have run a show Thursday on Pot TV. We are actually live right now, Cannabis Culture News. We're basically covering here from the Lift Expo. I've been seeing the shirts all around for Marijuana for Trauma, Veterans for Veterans. We've actually run a few articles recently on PTSD, and we've talked in a couple of news clips about the veterans, some of Veterans Affairs in the States being able to recommend now. There's been a lot of changes and stuff, and I've although I'm not a veteran, I've never had to do that. No one's ever sent me to kill anyone I don't know against my will. That's good. Basically.
We're willing to go. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, for right now, for you guys being willing to and going out to do it, that's great, and we appreciate that. I have a little problem with that whole, required to go by that kind of Vietnam era thinking, that was a little bit awful. But, I mean, you guys putting yourself in harm's way, and then to come back and people tell you that how you got to then live your life. Well, you just went and saved someone else's life, so now why you got to be listening to them on doing that? You were prepared to give your life, and now they're going to tell you that if you want to go home and choose to medicate yourself or treat your conditions that were caused by the bullshit they did, and you don't want to poison yourself with chemicals, I don't understand why they would even question, but that's me. Anyway, can you please tell us more about what you guys got going on here and who you are and what it's all about? I'm so sorry. It's a big deal for me.
That's awesome. Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Fabian Henry. I founded Marijuana for Trauma 2.5 years ago, living in my best friend's house because I couldn't afford rent and child support and all this stuff and suffering with trauma, but been smoking cannabis. There was no legal means, no platform. So in 2010, I tried it for the first time, and I stopped taking 9 pills a day. And I've only used cannabis for 5 years now. Through yoga and some other therapies, you can get back on track and live a more balanced life. But
can I ask what branch of the military you served in? And
yeah, I was a combat engineer. I did 6 tours for Canada in 10 years.
Some of the countries you went to or places?
Yeah, went to Afghanistan twice, Pakistan, Africa, and Haiti twice.
Wow, that's been some fairly hot zones. I'm sure there were some moments in there that were extremely stressful and very hard to deal with, and are still probably you're dealing with.
Well, now that I'm in the cannabis industry, there's one thing that really haunts me, is that we stood by and I watched 12-foot-high marijuana plants burn to the ground by the Afghan National Army. And if I had to go back, I'd cry to have to do that today.
Damn you, Afghan National Army.
I didn't know cannabis was medicine. I thought it was drugs, too. I was one of those ignorant people.
Well, I mean, they did a really good job convincing people that 4 people needed to protect their financial interests and also control blacks and Latinos and jazz musicians and Filipinos and people who weren't white. And it's amazing the amount of people who've had to suffer for 80 to 90 years ever since, including people who, are supposed to be the bravest and the finest that we have.
Yeah, so talk about the bravest and the finest. I got a team, and this isn't a one-man show. We have a massive team here of the bravest and finest men and women that served our country, one of the finest countries in the world, and they stepped forward to say this medicine works, and they're wearing it like their new uniform. Good. They hung up one green uniform for another green uniform.
I actually have a little uniform shot over there for a second. That's pretty cool. And so, yes, I want to get back to the little logo shot there a little bit again. So, and maybe I should move the fuck out of the way a little bit so we can, there we go, that's maybe just even a little bit better. Ah, nice. So, yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about your team and obviously your organization, of course, the mission of your being and why you're doing this for?
Yeah, so we created a 3-phase program. Phase 1 is cannabinoid therapy.
Continue, sorry, I just moved
It's education, veteran affairs entitlements, etc. Phase 2 is to treat the actual injury through neurofeedback, hyperbaric oxygen therapy, EMDR therapy. And in Phase 3, we're developing a holistic retreat out in nature. It's a maintenance program so that once you're stable, your family's good with you using cannabis, you're educated, you got treated for your injury, now you're going to come out in nature and do some holistic stuff, horticulture therapy, meditation, mindfulness stuff, drum circles, you know what I mean? Using your medicine. There's treatment facilities in this country that don't allow you to come to their treatment facility if you're on cannabis. It's a fucking medicine.
And yet, if you grabbed a glass of wine with lunch before you went in because to calm your anxiety, that's no problem.
No problem.
You don't even need a doctor's note.
Or fill your face full of Seroquel. No problem.
Oh, yeah. I actually have had a plethora of pills to take for a number of years. For my own, I got an obsessive compulsive personality disorder issue, and the balances and the depression, the anxieties that come along with that is, a lot to handle on my own. And I didn't go and have someone try and blow me up. Life is hard enough. I describe it as life kicks you in the nuts plenty as it is anyway, and it's just trying to, eventually you get a little like this. I could see, if you spend all day for 10 years waiting for a bomb to go off next to you, that could probably start to wear on you. Yeah, you're actually, he's 17 actually right now. It's put some years on him and shit. No, but at least you're all here, and please tell me you're in one piece.
Yeah, I'm in one piece, man.
Thank you very much for your efforts.
Unfortunately, there's 158 that didn't make it back from that conflict, and 180 that took their own lives from the same conflict. So alarm bells need to go off, and our country needs to support veterans using cannabinoid therapy if it works for them.
I feel awful and so sorry for the 158 people who put themselves in harm's way and died to give their lives for what people believe in and can live. The 180 people who took their own lives afterwards.
Alarm bells. Where are they at? They should be going off.
That is the absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
That is.
And they're worried about a $25 million spike in a medication cost, and it's cannabis. How about the cost of the pharmaceuticals you got us on? How about the erectile dysfunction claims from the pharmaceuticals you put us on?
It's cheaper. How about the cancer you get from the pharmaceuticals they put you on and the cost of treating that?
Yeah, 80% reduction in SSRIs from those who are using cannabis.
Absolutely. Complete reduction in pharmaceuticals.
That's going to hurt somebody's shareholder price.
Which is why everybody wants in on it and why we're so adamant of you need to ask an expert. And we should honestly just need to do what's right. I mean, there is a point where everyone, sure, they can make money and we can all get along on this to some degree, but really, you need to put patience over profit.
Yeah, so right now the biggest problem in this industry is there's no dignified access for civilians. Veterans, okay, we're taking care of our own guys and we're getting coverage, but outside of that, what are patients left with? $10 a gram? I know lots of people who can't afford that.
Well, I will not defend, but I have seen on some of the online models and some of the places are trying to offer lower prices, $6, $7 grams and stuff. But Dana just did the speech over there. If we do it right and we put it in the hands of our farmers, not in licensed producers, but in actual farmers, costs will be down to dollars, pennies a gram in concentrates and extracts and the beautiful things we can get out of this plant and actually bring it down to a point where, everyone should be in a lab, everyone should be in their yard, everyone who needs it should be able to get it, because the standard is for lottery tickets, the standard for liquor, the standard for tobacco, all that, it's 19, and that's the only thing they say. If you're old enough to die, you're old enough to make your own fucking choice.
Well, that's it. I agree. And the end of Prohibition is coming. It's going to be a beautiful day in about 2 years from now. Yeah, no, it's coming, man. It's just ridiculous now. That you can buy alcohol, but you can't buy cannabis.
Yeah, I think that's awful. And sorry, I'm just trying to tell my co-host where we are right now, so he comes down here. I think it's amazing that you guys are doing it. So you guys are a group who are providing let's get the mission statement. I sort of see it there. Let's hear the mission statement.
No, man, we're a veteran-owned and operated company, helping our own group access cannabis therapy as an option to treat PTSD. We're done taking pills. Read the back of the shirt. Plants, not pills. It's very simple.
And for more people who want information on you, how do they find you?
mftgroup.ca. Go to the website. All the information's there.
Are you based out of here? You help people all around the country. Where's your?
We have 8 clinics in 6 different provinces, and we're opening another 7 by the end of the year. So we'll have 15 across the country by the end of this year. We'll take care of our own veterans.
Well, if we can do anything to help you out, please check us out at Expert Joints. Talk to Cannabis Culture, Pot TV as well too. We want to do our part. I've never had to go shoot anybody or get shot at in that sort of regard. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's moments of the explosions and driving around and, yeah, I'm sure at times, and I'm sure it was pretty fucking awful at times too, so.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit of both.
Well, you're here now. Hey, we're used to a fight. What can we say? We're Cannabis Culture. We appreciate everything for giving us the opportunity. Thank you. And we'd love to hear more about this. Maybe we can do a Skype in. Maybe if you're in Vancouver sometime, we can definitely chop it up. Thank you very much, man. Please support your veterans. Thank you very much, man. I'm going to head back this way to see if we can run into MCRCI. And, sorry, excuse me. Okay, sorry guys. Trying to head back to the Envy booth for a second. Well, Miss Envy isn't here. Miss Envy herself is not here. We got Benny himself in the house, and we got the Buddha in the house. Where is he? So we were looking the other day. I don't want to do too much of a sneak peek, but we did see on the show the other day. Remember we showed on Expert Joints Live, if you were watching the other day, the all-new packaging. Cypher St. Clair brought the new packaged Buddha butter over here. Super, super dope cream. Love this shit. Actually, my 78-year-old father or stepfather really likes the Buddha butter a lot. So anyway, new packaging. When you hear more about their exploits. Remo's here. I gotta go see Remo. Hold on, we're gonna go see Remo. If Jared comes, I'm at Remo. Are you okay? Oh, right now, so I'll wait here then. Okay. There we are. There we are. There is. Here we go. Here we go. Let me get set up. Shouts to Miss Envy. Make sure you check them out. missenvy.ca and Miss_Envy. Somewhere out there on one of the socials. Are you ready, my dear? Do you want me to come up this part first? Or this way? Where do you want me to go? Sit down. I would love to sit down. I haven't sat down in the hours. In the hours and the hours.
Me neither.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, of course.
All right. So for anybody who
missed me that much.
I really did. For those who didn't tune in a little earlier and are just joining us late, we are at the Lift Cannabis Expo, one of the favorite places we've been looking out for because friends of ours from Vancouver are out from here, and friends of the Pot TV environment, and friends of my show Expert Joints Live, and the Hip Hop Hot Box, and we're just really, really happy to. Oh, even the heady Ewoks back here again. But for those who just tuned in, can you tell us again who you are?
Miss Envy.
That is Miss Envy herself.
My name's Taryn.
We've had her actually on the Hip Hop Hot Box with Creed Taylor on a Friday night on Cannabis Culture's Pot TV.
Yes, where you got me so stoned. It was the first one I'd ever done. And I think I was shaking like a tree.
And then in the playback, when we played it back, it turns out we had a glitch in the audio. We had no audio for your segment. So
and that's why I wasn't there, so thank God for that one.
I'm at the point where now I was really wanting to be able to come chop it up with you because I had so much fun talking to you, and I didn't really get a chance for anyone to hear what you had said before. So we're going to go back. We're going to rewind time.
Rewind, and you know what? Now we have all our new packaging in, so.
Which we got a sneak peek at about 2 weeks ago at Expert Joints with
Yes.
Shouts to Cypher. What's up, Cypher? We know you're watching because why wouldn't you be? Fabulous guest. Roll back to Ghost. Fabulous guest. It's been a long day. We had her on. Roll back to last week's Cypher. I envy you, Boo, with the team Shatterboo team from Thompson Caribou Concentrate.
Yeah, it's all me now. Hi.
So, Taryn, Miss Envy, tell us, a little bit more about your new packaging. Tell us again who Miss Envy is and what you guys are all about. Start with that.
So, I mean, Miss Envy really it's all of us. There's a group of us that do this. Everything we do is fair trade, organic products. We take huge pride in what we do. The energy has to be right for what we make. That's really important because what you put into something is what you're going to get out of it, of course. So, I guess I can start with some of the products here.
Yeah, because you got a whole line of various different things.
Yes, we do. So, you know what? Let's start with our honest products. You can grab it.
And I'll let you grab them.
Okay.
Hold them while you show them.
Hid them under my chair.
All convenient, right? Boing! Jump up. Okay.
Okay, so first off, we have our medicated coconut oil. There's 500 milligrams of THC in there, 125 milliliters. So a little bit goes a long way. And from the research that we have done in countries where, and now you're taking photos of me that I have to pose for. So for those of you that don't know, in countries where 60% of their diet is actually comprised of coconuts, there is 0 heart disease found. So that's wonderful to know. Next up, we have our honest olive oil. There's 400 milligrams of THC found in there, 125 milliliter bottle. You can take that one away now. It's quite delicious. Throw it in your salads. That's what I like to do. Or just drink it if you really like the taste of olive oil that much. I mean, the coconut oil, I just eat by the spoon, but I happen to love coconut oil, and I could eat about half that jar. Yeah, you might not be able to talk to me after I've eaten half the jar of coconut oil, but...
You just might be talking to everybody.
Next up, we've got the Honest CBD caps, 20 milligrams per, 30 per bottle. So those are great for muscle pain, headaches, any kind of anxiety. I myself suffer from anxiety, so I take them as regularly as possible.
Yeah, I am very curious about these. I want to know more. CBDs are a hot button. Plus, I want to get these into some hands of some people I know who need them desperately.
We need them desperately, and we actually also... We do Phoenix Tears, and we do carry CBD Phoenix Tears, which are very hard to come by, and I'd like to recommend to those out there, be very careful who you get those CBD tears from. You want to make sure that they are cannabis-based CBD tears and not hemp-based, because in that kind of concentration, it could be bad for you. Hemp absorbs a lot of toxins and metals from the earth. So when you're taking it in a really concentrated form, you know, there haven't been enough studies done yet, but 10 years from now, who knows what we will see. But from what I have read, there have been people getting sick. So just be careful where you're buying them from.
Err on the side of caution for sure.
As always.
And is there more?
Well, that's those.
Wait, there's more.
But wait, there is more. So next, let's move on. This is actually probably one of my favorite product lines that started Miss Envy, the first one to ever come out.
Is it the famous?
The famous and very well-known Buddha Buddha. How badass does that look? Like, for real. And look at that little Buddha on top. How much better could that get? So,
Not like it has a smiling little fat dude. on the
smiley little fat dude. Who doesn't love a smiley little fat dude? So in there we have 200 milligrams of THC. It contains castor oil, jojoba oil. We've got some essential oils in there, birch oil. It's good for psoriasis, eczema, arthritis. We've been getting tons of feedback. I read a couple of emails a day from people suffering from eczema, thanking us for this product, that it's completely changed their lives.
Well, my 78-year-old stepfather actually uses it when his knee is sore from walking too much, and he's like, it's great. I put it on in a few minutes. It doesn't bug me anymore. I don't know what to say.
Your stepfather is 78. How the hell old are you?
41.
You're 41? You look like a 12-year-old.
Thank you, Cannabis.
It really does do the job. I actually also put it on as a night cream.
She's 87.
87.
Oldest woman in the whole room.
87. All right, and then next we have, this is mostly for the ladies. Although boys, we all know you like these too. You better like it when we're happy. So there's 50 milligrams of THC in these. The famous bath bombs, also in some brand new packaging. Nice and relaxing. We hear different things from different people. They do, I mean, me personally, I have gotten high from it, but I also like to sit in my bath for about 30 minutes. Other people, not so much, but it's nice and relaxing for your muscles, as THC always is, and helps with any kind of inflammation. One more time. And next, and this is actually my personal favorite. I got the test jar last year. Mike was nice enough to hand me off one of these. So a little bit different from our Buddha Buddha. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use it as deodorant, it smells amazing. We use lemongrass and bergamot in there. It's, oh goodness, does it ever smell good? That is why I smell like that 24 hours a day. And very similar to the makeup of the Buddha Buddha, 300 milligrams of THC, if I didn't already say that. Contains jojoba oil, castor oil, etc. Also, all fair trade organic. And like I said, this one is probably my favorite product.
How do you use it? What's the best way to use it?
So roll it on, use it for muscle pain. My dad actually, my dad's a golfer.
I need on my feet for later.
Yeah, I bet they. I don't want to smell those when you take those shoes off.
Actually, they're not bad. I got a fresh pair of insoles.
I know mine weren't so good yesterday when we got back.
It's gonna be a little tough.
Thank God for makeup wipes.
Hand sanitizer wipes too.
I'll have to make a note of that one. That one's actually one of my favorite. That was probably one of my favorite products. And so next, our brand new Canna Sutra line. If you want to, I don't even know if they can totally see it because you're right in front of the camera. Bam! There it is. So with that, we have released a massage oil. A little bit of the new packaging.
But it was just the tube.
It was just the tube. We've got the whole box now. There's 420 milligrams of lab tested THC. And who doesn't like matte black and a little gold? Come on. And then out of the package.
I like a higher level of intimacy, if it will. It's not focusing. Focus. Well, that says a higher level of intimacy. Intimacy. That's not what it says. I can't.
Your English is just above and beyond.
Rapidly falling down.
Keep smoking those J's.
6 hours into the broadcast. At this point.
I know, I totally feel you right now, especially after that nice flight we had. So obviously massage oil, I mean, duh, you're massaging it. But with the THC, it does help, again, with that muscle pain, relaxation. So I completely just thought, thank you. It can always use a good massage.
Does it help with tattoos or any of that sort of, or like, is it okay to safe to use across the board or any kind of?
I would say that it is safe across the board. And it helps with any inflammation, muscle pain, and who doesn't like getting a little slippery with their partner?
Yeah, now, is it safe to use everywhere?
Well, yes, it is, and that is why we have also developed a pair with it. Oh, and don't forget the box. And more of that matte black and gold. And so that is also 420 milligrams of THC and mixed with an MCT oil. MCT oil is a coconut oil where all the wax has been removed because, let's be honest, you got to be careful what you're putting down there. Got to be safe with that hoo-ha, you know?
One of my favorite parts on here is the warning, if I may. May cause multiple orgasms. Please be prepared. That could be the best warning I've ever heard in my life. For the experience of your life, if performing oral activities, use sparingly or sparsely. And then it goes on to talk about the not operating motor vehicles and storing away from children in cool, dry places, but still, may cause multiple orgasms. That's the best warning / sales line ever.
And I'll tell you a little bit about my experience the first time I ever tried this one out. You know, I was a little skeptical, you know. I was like, this isn't gonna work. So I gave myself a few extra pumps, just a few. And I used it with someone who didn't smoke or ingest whatsoever. I was having a blast, I tell you. That was one great orgasm, I tell you. And he on the other hand, he had no clue what was going on. He was wide-eyed and not very bushy-tailed, I might add. He was not too pleased with me, but I was very pleased by the end of it. And let's be real, it's all about me. Of course.
Well, we've been extremely pleased with this interview, and it's a pleasure always to talk with you. And your products are fantastic. I want to get more of them on the show. I want to do more giveaways. I want to try and do more cross-collaborative stuff between Expert Joints, Cannabis Culture, Pod TV, especially since I don't know if you heard the announcement, but House of Envy's Stormy Ent is going to be the new co-host of Expert Joints Lives on Thursdays at Pod TV. We made the big announcement yesterday. We're welcoming, she's now Cannabis Culture and Pod TV's Stormy Ent.
Well, and I absolutely love Stormy Ent. So we could probably, a minute, I think you just left us here to talk for hours. That's awesome. Congratulations. So happy to hear, and I absolutely can't wait to do another interview with you. I've loved being on the show, and hey, hopefully this time the volume works, because as I've said before, I love hearing the sound of my own voice. I think until you hear it on playback, and then you're like, oh my gosh, that's what how do you listen to me all day? And then Mike's like, that's why I tune you out. Anyways, thank you so much for having me on the show. I have enjoyed every minute of it. And I will hand you off to Stormy Ent.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. How do we get a hold of us? Where do we find you guys? Where do we find you in Vancouver and Toronto? Both of the things. All the things. Tell us.
Presently, we're in about 100 dispensaries across Canada. You can find us at missenvy.ca. Right now, our website is under construction just because we're developing a way that you can purchase online. Just going to show you the card there.
that is, again, missenvy.ca and miss_envy_botanicals_ on Instagram, right? That's the one?
I'm impressed that you were able to do that. That was something fierce. I feel like giving you a standing ovation, but I'm way too comfortable in my chair.
I'm just used to shilling shit left, right, and center. So you've seen Expert Joints live. I've been known to plug the shit out of it, and we can't wait to have you back anytime the door's open. Please come back soon.
Well, you just let me know when you'd like me in for an interview, and I will be there if I'm not too stoned and can manage to remember.
And I want to do a giveaway at some point of some of these fabulous products to some of the fans.
We would absolutely love to do a contest. And I'm sure Stormy can put it all over her Instagram.
Oh yeah, all over the grams.
All over the grams. The grams on grams on grams. Anyways, thank you so much to everyone who is listening.
Miss Envy Botanicals, everybody. Well, my favorite product personally from Miss Envy Botanicals is the Buddha Butter. I use it literally for everything. For my tattoos, dry skin, freaking eczema, arthritis, pain, all the things. So yeah, you can find Miss Envy Botanicals all over the internet and in your local dispensaries, online in 2 weeks. Their website's launching in 2 weeks, so you'll be able to buy online, which is really great. Yeah, freaking love this place. This is comfy. This is like the classy area.
It's pretty good. I haven't sat down really all day.
Neither have I. Oh my god. I mean, like, no, that's a lie. I sat down for 10 whole minutes and I smoked 2 whole dabs.
So can I ask, how are you feeling today?
I had a moment earlier where I was having a little bit of sensory sensitivity, and I was feeling a little irritable, and I had a little moment, but now I'm feeling great.
Excellent.
Yeah, I had a lot of medication, a lot of marijuanas. And the anxiety, the marijuanas and the anxiety is going down. My knees, I wore my knee braces today, both my knee braces.
They're actually quite fashionable as well, too. I like them. They coordinate nicely with the rest of your outfit. It's actually pretty good. Yeah.
People actually usually think that they're for fashion, and then I let them know, yes, they are $500 on my legs for fashion. I'm not one to spend a lot of money on clothing. I make a lot of stuff, so the knee braces and braces in general are about as much as I spend on fashion.
Right.
Fashion.
I did see you wearing a really nice Expert Joint shirt one day.
Yes, and I maybe will see me wearing that tomorrow because it's in my bag of things. But it might be cut up this time when you see me wearing it.
It could look way nicer. It could be stormified about 80%.
Yeah, exactly. Because honestly, the Toronto heat has me like.
It has you half naked on Instagram at Stormy Ent.
Yeah, Stormy Ent. STORMYENT. Yeah, Stormy Sweats. Honestly, like, I love Toronto. The city is so gorgeous, but I'm sweating. I know I've been saying that a lot. Like, everybody's been hearing me talk about how much I've been sweating the past couple days.
Speaking of sweaty.
Gross.
See if we can't get the. No, I was.
Mike,
Jeremiah.
are we getting? Who's getting? Oh, Jeremiah. I was like, who's the sweaty one? Because there's a couple sweaty Ewoks around here.
Yes, ma'am.
Please take all the buttons. You're welcome.
There we go.
Oh, there it comes. How are you feeling today?
I'm good. My feet are starting to get a little sore. I'm starting to trip over my words a little bit. Like I'm starting to run out of blah.
Energy. Have you eaten?
I haven't eaten.
I had a granola bar.
I haven't eaten. I had 2 dabs. And
we smoked a joint.
2 hits from the Sublimator, actually. Shouts to the Sublimator on and Sublimator Vapor on Instagram and Twitter, respectively. Rock them. And, of course, don't forget Pure Hemp and Smoking Papers. PureHemp.com.
Pure Hemp. Pure Hemp is one of my favorite rolling papers ever. It's so good. Tastes so good. Burns well. The glue sticks well. It's freaking beautiful.
I think the Pure Hemp booth is here. Do you want to take a couple minutes and roll by there for a second?
I would actually. No.
They have something set up, though, don't they? But we're not. We'll check it out tomorrow, maybe.
Oh, apparently they were
tomorrow.
busy today. They were busy. We'll go tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's crazy. We were supposed to talk to Remo next, but did Jared get a hold of Remo? He's gone, right? All right. So where do we want to go next, Jared?
Oh yeah, where should we go next? Where haven't we been?
Well, where haven't we been? Where do you want to go, Jer?
Sarah Sunday. Sarah Sunday was just here. She is going to come and talk to us tomorrow. But should I sit down for a second? Hi, Stormy. How are you?
I am super excellent. How are you?
I'm very good. I know. I've been having a lot of fun. I got like a press kit I just picked up from across the way, the Scissor people. They're the #1 selling. This is a press kit. You want to see it? They're the #1 selling scissor in the United States, and they're now moving to Canada. And so they're here. It's a trim scissor. They're for trimming. But yeah, I talked to Sarah Sunday, who is amazing, runs the Karma Cup. She is fantastic and a very good friend of mine, and we'll get her on Pod TV tomorrow. But I went around and took pictures of just about everything. How's your photography going?
Oh, excellent. I've been taking a lot of video, actually, a lot of video stuff, because I figured that you and Mary Beth Lafferty, who's another photographer that's working for CCHQ right now, and everybody else would be taking a lot of photo and stuff. And I know that we have the live stream going on, but I really wanted to get like some good close-up shots of all the products. And I also took got some other people to take videos of me dabbing and smoking some cannabis and talking to other people, and I
So happy you did that, because I literally was just thinking, damn, I wish somebody was shooting a lot of good video. So
I'm shooting all the good video. Yeah, I'm leaving the photography up to Mary. That's more her thing. I love photography, but I like photographing macro bud more than anything else. I love doing video though. Video works.
what do you do with the video? So you take the footage, and what do you do with it then?
I post it on 2 different accounts, Temple Meds and First Class Medicinal, or First Class Meds now. Our first account was deleted, unfortunately. But I take lots of photos of Temple of Calyx products for the most part and post them on the interwebs on, different social media.
Can we steal them and put them on Pod TV?
I mean, I could take other photos for you guys to use for Pod TV.
Do they have embeddable YouTube window? Like when you upload them, are they on YouTube?
They're not on YouTube, but I could put them on YouTube for sure. Yeah.
Put them on YouTube.
I can make them all fancy with I could put the logos in the corner and make it all like go all slow motion across the screen and I mean like fucking basic video editing, but like it looks chill when it's about marijuana. You know what I mean?
However you do it, if you do it for somebody else and you put it on YouTube, I can embed that on Pot TV and have like posts about it, or you could shoot it for us, and I'd be happy to have you shoot it for us anytime you want.
Excellent. Sounds good. Yeah.
I'll pay you for it even.
Sounds excellent. Yes.
Yeah, but if you're shooting for somebody else and we embed it, then I can't pay you for that. But I'll pay you for the stuff you shoot for us, always.
For sure. I'm always looking to do all the photographs of the buds. There was this guy earlier that had like a magnifying, like a tiny little magnifying scope, and he had some full melt dry sift, and he pulled out we looked at it, and I almost cried because it was so beautiful. Like the little tiny trichomes, you could see all the little heads from the trichomes, and I was just like, oh my God.
That's really cool. And that was here just recently?
Yes. He's actually in the Vapor Lounge. We should talk to him tomorrow because he's the coolest guy. He does this thing where he has like 30 different samples of rosin that he's pressed himself. Amazing quality. I've tried multiple of them. You have to roll the dice 5 times and count the number from the 5 times, and then you roll it again a 6th time, and he goes through the pile, counts from the bottom up, depending on like your number, and then chooses just your it's like the universe chooses your dab for you.
It's so cool. It's a random dab generator.
Seriously, and he's like a really cool person. We should definitely go talk to him tomorrow.
Where was he from?
His name's Dion, and I know that he visited BC, but I don't know where he's from. I didn't ask that. I just know that he recently visited BC for 420, and he was extremely impressed with our bud. Yeah, he made a lot of dry sift, or a lot of rosin and stuff from our buds, so.
What else have you seen here today that you liked?
Oh gosh, well the main stage there were a lot of interesting speakers and a lot of passionate people, so that was cool. A lot of technological stuff that I like nerd out on. I just get really interested when I see like the lab equipment that they use to make extracts. So that's been really exciting. I know
there's some crazy machines here. The big terp, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, crazy!
Stuff.
Yeah, stuff that I don't really get to be exposed to unless I ask my friends. Like, hey, could I go to your lab? Maybe could I see? Can you maybe show me a beaker that you use or something like that? Because everybody's really private about what they do and what they use and how they use it. You know what I mean? But totally.
Bunch of nerds.
Yeah, you've got to be private. I understand that. Oh, yeah. But coming to this kind of place where it's all just displayed out and everyone's just open and they're like, here's what this is, here's how you use it, here's how you can implement it yourself if you were, the right person. And just seeing all of this stuff out here, I feel like I'm learning I'm just taking all the pamphlets from everywhere. All the pamphlets.
No, it's really, I'm really impressed with the way it's been put together. It's very classy. It's one of the classiest ones I've been to of any city anywhere.
Yeah, and I find it really interesting because everybody was worried that it would be heavily LP run and heavy-handed. But there's a vapor lounge over there. People are getting dabbed up with a Sublimator, and there's a huge mix of LP, science, industry, independent. There's a couple.
There's not that many LPs here, actually. I only saw a very few compared to what.
There's no weed here.
No weed? What?
I can't believe there's no weed here.
What do you mean, weed inside?
Yeah.
Well, we don't. There's weed. There are people selling things.
No, you can't sell bud. They also can't sell consumable THC products. They are able to sell consumable CBD products because CBD doesn't get you high. I know that they're able to serve dabs to people. I don't know if they've been doing it all day. I know that they've been doing it in the Vapor Lounge specifically. But I know that at some booths we can see that they're activating some of their equipment, but it's kind of towards the end of the night, so maybe that's why. But the flower that people are bringing inside is solely used for the vaporizers. You're not allowed to actually smoke combusted inside. But there's
Mikey boy, anytime, brother. We got to get him on here to talk.
They pull his pants up.
That's just how we do. Usually we keep that off camera, but.
Keep it all on this trip.
So no, I'm loving this. It's totally awesome to see what's here, and again, I see a lot more of our community than anybody else. So
seriously, yeah, tons of our community. I'm meeting so many people in Toronto, so many industry people, and the thing is I meet one person, and then they're like, oh my God, you have to meet this person. You would connect with them so well, or you would do business with them so well. And then next thing I know, we're all exchanging cards and information and phone numbers. And
these are networking opportunities unlike any other in our community. That's kind of why people come to them, I think. It's not just to sell stuff. It's because they really connect with all the people in our community, and that's gold, basically.
Definitely, yeah, and it's amazing to see, and I'm definitely coming back very, very, very soon. Very soon.
At Champs, they had an industry night that was completely dedicated to having people just mingle and meet without the public. But to me, that seems like you're wasting some cash. But
yeah.
It's nice to have it open to everybody.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. Yeah, is there an after party going on tonight?
I'm not sure what's going on after here, but if I know. Candyland. There's. Yeah, Mike, what's going on what's Candyland?
I heard there's a party for all of us at Candyland, some nightclub.
Oh, a nightclub, cool. Hookers and blow.
No.
The Cannabis Culture at 801 Queen Street West is open until 10 o'clock tonight with our lounge in the back and everything. Same thing we were doing last night. So if short of anywhere else, we got that to go to.
Excellent. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much for being on this trip and doing stuff with us. It's totally awesome, and I'm very, very happy that you're on Pod TV now. It's going to be excellent. It's going well. But this place is wrapping. What time does it wrap up in here? In an hour? Oh, 7. Oh, shit. So in 15 minutes. I haven't talked to Johnny B. We should totally talk to Johnny B. Johnny B, do you want to come in? Thanks, Stormy. Awesome. Much appreciated, of course, always. We'll be hanging lots. That's right. Johnny B. Mr. Burfellow. How you doing, my brother?
I'm fantastic. Do you want a child-resistant med tanner?
A child-resistant?
Yeah. It's child-resistant for even Jer. It's a push top, dude. Push down. Push. So the best part about this event here, guys, is about patients and working with the patients. And really, for Med Tanner here this year, we decided to come out and they're talking about the legalization. Everybody's been complaining about kids and stuff like that. So why not a child-resistant Med Tanner? And not only that, for here, today, if you were at the event, buy one Med Tanner, you got a free one. And a lot of people, Jared's got a broken finger, he's screwed. I couldn't believe this event. The amount of people that came through here today and the interest with the cannabis community was quite overwhelming in a sense. It was really good to see that it wasn't a big, I know what's happened in the last 48 hours with all the raids. I was there live. I witnessed it. I saw what was going on. I got in the cop's face. I was with people like Johnny B's in action, really jumped in front of the cop's face. Hey, what is this? Is this a robbery or is this a fucking, or are you guys raiding the place? I was like, you guys are robbing patients. I couldn't believe that. It was ridiculous.
No, you told me. Tell us
So-
what happened in Kensington Market.
So I first walked into Kensington Market, and I'm walking down the street, and I see the cops pulling in front of the top shelf dispensary. So right away, I'm like, I got some med tanners there. So I pull in, and I went in, and I grabbed them, all 12 boxes. I had 6 boxes there. I left there and went down the street to go to another dispensary to start talking to them. As this happened, what did I see? I started seeing the cops raiding and coming in, and they started going up the stairs, and I'm like, this is a raid. Someone goes, oh, I think it's a robbery. I said, no, this is a raid, and I started filming it. And I got in the cop's face. Not only did I just do that, I started following. The video's got like 25,000 hits on my Facebook page, John H. Perfella. You can see exactly what happened. We watched it live. We saw exactly what happened. I went to the news cameras and walked in at one dispensary, knew he was getting busted. Hey, can I get in? Like, no, you can't with the news cameras. Like, what do you mean you can't get in? Like, let me in. I want to get up my patient. And the undercover officer, he looked at me. He's like, no, you know where to go. And it just kept going as you went down the Kingston Market's a very small area, and they just kind of went from one to the next. I went to one dispensary. I watched the owners leave, and I'm not going to say who they are, and it disgusts me, hide in the other store as they watch their employees get handcuffed. I also watched other dispensaries, and people running out of the store. I was taking their pictures. They go, don't take my picture. I said, why? I go, I don't want my picture. I said, but you're representing patients. Aren't you going to stand up for their rights? You're going to run around the corner and hide and watch your people get taken away? So I was a little disappointed with a few places, but I mean, overall, I was more disappointed with what the cops did here, and they're not RCMP. I don't know what they are. I'm from Vancouver, and I'm in Toronto, and you know what? Hey, they could have done a lot to me. They completely ignored me, and I was in their face, Jar. They threw you out though, didn't they?
No, well, we were
I heard. I couldn't make it on Friday. I really wanted to, but I mean, I'm here. Yeah, but I'm here for business and stuff, so it wasn't really. I haven't even had a chance.
That was great.
I know that I saw the pictures, and I saw they ended up like we're some kind of drug cartel.
Matt Mernagh.
All right, he told me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was, and Jody just ripped him a new asshole, basically. You know, Jody, I think what the stuff that she's been doing the last couple of days is really blowing me away. What she did in that with the police chief was totally amazing. And then her speech today, I really thought she did a good job of articulating, you know, something positive about this place, but also being critical directly of Tweed and the LPs and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I thought today was really actually very positive on all fronts. It kind of was like the perfect day after what happened before, in a lot of ways. And we talked to Philipe Lucas at Tilray as well, and asked him if Tilray would come out and tell the police to stop going after dispensaries or support something that would call for the police action to stop. But he said no. He said Tilray wouldn't do something like that.
Well, I don't think they're in any position to make those type of.
Well, why not?
Well, they could, but you know what? With a public entity behind it, in reality, these public companies, they're governed, and if they make an announcement like that, their stocks will go down, their shareholders are gonna, and that's the problem. And that is the problem, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about it's other people's money they're spending.
Yeah.
No, right? It's like these aren't like private guys that are trying. Like we're seeing. See here, I walk on the fence, and I always say that there isn't one side or another that I've chosen. I've chosen patients' right to access cannabis as a safe and delivered matter for their condition,
right.
And that is most important to me. So I mean, if they're going to be LPs, going to be out there supplying patients, they should be supplying it properly. And they should not be trying to take away patients' rights. And having these other kinds and not backing other people, it's like Burger King, McDonald's, A&W. There's all these restaurants. I mean, do they bash each other? They're not like, you got to shut down that one? I don't know. They probably do. It's a corporate world.
Right.
But I mean, you got a company like Tilray and Bettercan and Tweed that are bashing these clubs because they're supplying for patients. Well, then I guess you got to do a better job. So they're not going to these other clubs. They're actually going to you. So if you're going to do a better job, maybe you're going to have those patients, but you're not producing what we're looking for.
We got to wrap this up.
We got to wrap this up. But you know what?
Very good point.
You know what I'm talking about.
Dude, that's exactly what we're trying to say.
You know what? There's a lot we got to talk about, as always.
Criminalized.
You know what?
We got to wrap it up here because it's time to go, and we're hijacked the Miss Envy booth here, and so we better let her have her booth back. You know, it's a nice booth though. I kind of just want to chill here for the rest of the whole expo. She wants her booth back. All right.
They got the terpenes here. I'm definitely hanging out. Yeah, they got blue. They got two. They got Tony. Thanks, guys. Loving you. We're done.
I guess that's it. My chance to sign off. Are we signing off here, Jared? We're done for the day, I guess, eh?
It's taking us out. They want us to leave. I think we had a fantastic day here on Pod TV. Hopefully you guys could see the whole thing and hear us okay.
6 some hours of streaming.
That's right. all on YouTube live for you.
You can check it out on pot.tv. Make sure, of course, you check him out every Friday, Cannabis Culture News, me on Thursdays at Expert Joints Live. And don't forget, From Under the Seed Desk Wednesdays and 420 Lifestyle Monday. Pot TV has you covered, but we're also going to be here for more coverage for tomorrow. That was my segue. We're back here for more coverage tomorrow. Talk to the rest of the folks here. It's going to be a nice long-ass day. We're going to charge up the batteries the night before, make sure they're all super good to go. Fuck face over here. These Ewoks, man, you give them one spear and yep.
Obviously, that outlet does not function properly.
Not so much. That's it. Thank you guys for hanging in there. It's been quite the day, and I think tomorrow will be even cooler. Make sure also, if you're in the Toronto area, go check out 801 Queen Street West for everything you need and the weed. Well, actually, mostly just the weed at this point.
It's open till 10 o'clock tonight.
At least 9, maybe 10.
Oh, 9 o'clock.
I don't know. I thought it was 10 we opened, at 9 we closed. I don't know.
Right, I'm backwards.
At least 9 anyway. You go down there. You say hi to us. We appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for everyone who's been on the show. Thank you very much to everybody. And, of course, peace, Pot TV. Jared, press the button. Normally I'd say hit the music, but hit the button. Peace.